down due to an internet disconnection on Luke McEwen's system. So that, yeah, but when getting back into the session cost them a couple of laps. It can happen in virtual motorsport. I guess it's our version of an engine failure or an electrical failure. It can happen. I think every top level sim racer could tell you a story of how it's happened at a not very convenient moment.
I can go down the list, but I do have news from pit lane. Elvis has left the building. Elvis Rankin finally out of the car for the Apex Racing team number 199. Stanley DeLon now behind the wheel. And I have to imagine that gap isn't going to change very much. Sarika and Soria both get their lap back now, or rather Machado get their lap back now, which is great. But Stanley DeLon gets behind the wheel. He's still going to be nursing a 1 minute and 10-second lead.
Yeah, super stint by Elvis Rankin. Really strengthened that lead for the 199 Apex Racing team just with some super laps. I mean, during that time in the car, set the fastest lap of the race, 134.4. I mean, we haven't seen any other car in any class getting close to the fastest lap of the race in these conditions. They were all set much deeper into the night with the cooler temperatures, so Elvis really on it there as well, and with no slipstream either. An incredible lap, 134.4. So Elvis definitely fulfilled his obligations to the Apex Racing team. He can be very proud of that. And now it's over to Stanley DeLandis to take on the next couple of hours. And I think then that would cycle through to Michele Costantini for the finish. Not a bad lineup.
Yeah, not a bad lineup. It's okay. You know, it does the job.
You bet it does. Yeah, you bet it does. Yeah, the gap now, yeah, 1 minute and 14 seconds after the pit stop cycled out. The question, this could get, although with the difference in, they are quite different in terms of fuel strategy. The obviously the Calfa team and the Williams Esports Mala in second and third, they're very, very similar on strategy, whereas Apex Racing team are kind of out on their own. And how that shuffles out, if Apex Racing team end up having to take a stop more than Calfa and Williams do, if they do that, the question is, then it could change around. They would still have, if Apex do have to take an extra stop, with no idea if they will or not, but if they do, they will still maintain that lead, but it would make it quite a bit closer. But now it gets to the point, Joey, where in these kind of 50-50 situations in traffic, they can afford to not, they don't have to take the risks in traffic anymore in that lead car.
Yeah, that's very, very helpful when you're just racing yourself. You're not racing anybody else in your class. You're just trying to survive. You can hang back, but at the same time, you can try and be conservative all you want. You can try and be careful. There's always an issue. There's always a driver who gets a little bit over-aggressive who's lapping you. There's always a GTD car who ends up in the wrong place. There's always somebody who crashes in front of you. You can be in control of your own destiny all you want, but there's still going to be some things that are out of your control.
Yeah, there will be. Yeah, and that's always why the nerves really come in at the stage of an endurance race, as we sit back again with Moreno Serica, and again big lift off the throttle nice and early there, trying to just save as much fuel as possible. This is really impressive stuff from the Williams Esports Mala team, and indeed from the Calfa team, who are setting the pace there as well. And the Fire Academy car, Jorge Garcia, right there behind them as well. He's actually caught this pair, interestingly. So he's pulled time, although he is a couple of laps behind, he has pulled time. He's right behind Moreno Serica here as they come into the Western Horseshoe. All the motorhomes there on the left. As always, I love the Daytona, I love the smell of the campfires all around this part of the circuit.
And if you're inside the car, you can definitely smell those. You're probably thinking, is that a burnt sausage I smell, or is that the electronics burning in my own vehicle? It's probably a worry sometimes.
I don't mind a slightly burnt sausage, just a crispy sausage. I don't mind that. It's better than an undercooked one, I suppose.
It definitely is. I don't want to be getting salmonella at Daytona. That'd be... No. I wouldn't be coming back.
Well, I was working at an exhibition and caught that, and I can't recommend it. It's not fun. And funnily enough, it was from undercooked sausage, I think, as well. So, yeah, not so good. Not so good. But, yeah, it's wonderful. Such an atmosphere. I can highly, highly, highly recommend anyone who's thinking about, you know, what races to go to. Rolex 24 at Daytona. Put it right up the top of your list. I don't think, Joey, there's any event in... almost any major event in the racing world where you get the access that you do at the Rolex 24. Everything's open.
Yeah, IMSA, in terms of American Racing Series, IMSA is absolutely either at the top or tied at the top with another American Racing Series, which is always very, very open in real life. But IMSA, you go to Daytona, you go to Sebring, you go to Watkins Glen, you go anywhere on the calendar, you go to Detroit where paddock access is free, and you just walk up and you're like, oh, there's Jordan Taylor, there's Kelvin Vanderlinde, there's Colton Herta, there's Ben Keating, whoever else. You just walk up to them, they're just people, and then you see all the stars and cars that you've seen on your TV right in front of you for free. They're real. They exist. It's unbelievable access.
Quite a novel difference compared to other series where everything is just shut off, everything's, you know, exclusive access, etc. And yeah, it doesn't create the same atmosphere, and the value for money as well coming to Rolex 24 is fantastic. It's Moreno Sirica, there's both the Caltha car. Now here comes Sirica now. He's going to make a move to the outside here. Pulls out of the draft, interestingly, of the Caltha car. He's going to go for the move. I think he is. Yeah, hard on the brakes goes Moreno Sirica, about halfway through the stint. And the Caltha team now, they go from the locomotive to the carriage. And that seemed to be more the Sirica's decision rather than the Caltha team letting them by. So that's interesting. Does Sirica feel like he's being held up?
That might be the answer. He's been riding behind for so long that saving fuel is great, riding behind is great, but when you think you're getting held up, when you're losing more time than you would be gaining in the pits by doing that, it's definitely not worth it. And you can see there's some GTP traffic coming up here as well that's shaking things up if Sirica gets caught here, or rather if the Caltha team entry gets caught up here by that GTP car that's trying to lap him. That could be the pick here. The gap's already expanded to 0.8 of a second over this one lap. Ivan Machado might be in trouble if he can't get out of this trouble here. The GTP traffic is going to get by fairly straightforwardly. That's Daniel Civichabo in the Pure Sims Esports entry. But yeah, this has been very, very separated now.
And then Sirica's going to get held up here at the bus stop as well. As the Caltha team now actually going around Daniel Civichabo at the bus stop because the Caltha car of Ivan Machado Perez cannot let the Williams car get away, and on the banking you really see the difference in top end speed here. Just a tiny little bit hampered is the Williams Mala car, and there you go, there's the Caltha car right on the back. That didn't take very long to be able to get in there, and now the Caltha car can do its own fuel saving. There is almost a little bit of... Are both of these cars, do you think, Joey, before we sign off, are they helping one of each other, thinking we're better helping each other here and trying to do something about Apex Racing Team in the lead and then we go for it? Or is that just a romantic idea?
It might just be a romantic idea, but I mentioned that the gap was expanding. It was almost a full second, but that's how quickly things can change here. You might have a full second gap and then instantly you run into one little bit of traffic at the wrong time at the bus stop and it's all gone. You saw that Ivan Machado got a great run out of the bus stop. He could have just stolen the draft of the GTP that was going by there and blown by Sirica and made the move again. But no, he backed out, lost more than a full second by getting back in the draft, and he's thinking, you know what, it's time to save a little bit of fuel. If we're both going to be saving fuel, I'm going to be joining the fray as well. And they're going to try and even things out. But there's the separation again.
Yeah. As they come through now, it's a clear run. This should be interesting. A clear run through the bus stop now for Moreno Sirica. And can he then hold off the Caltha car is it that Surica was trying to make the break, thinking that he's got enough pace to pull away from the Caltha car? The gap is at 0.6 of a second as they're on the banking. But then just as they get into the kind of higher rev range in 6th gear, here comes the Caltha car, the Spanish liveried machine, and it just, yeah, almost easy, getting a huge toe there, and can stay on the back. I tell you what, in the infield, Surica's got the pace. Surica's quicker, I think, in that Mala Williams car, but on the banking, that little bit of straight line speed deficit is just keeping that Caltha car in touch.
Now that he's been kind of uncorked, we can see a lot of the full potential through the infield, but that Fire Academy car, that's still something interesting to watch here, because Jorge Garcia is 2 laps behind these guys, actually 3 laps behind these guys, but he wants track position. He definitely wants a shot to get a little bit further ahead and fight with the likes of Havu and SRC Movano, who are on the same lap or within reasonable touching distance of some extra positions. So the Fire Academy, they might be the pick here. They might be the kingmaker.
So with just coming up with 4 hours to go here in the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona, let's have a quick recap while we've got most of the leading cars out on circuit. Arthur LeHoux leads for Williams Esports Chill Blast by 33 seconds from Vlad Kimichev for the number 191 Urano Esports Data Group. 3rd place at the moment, just on the off the lead lap, John Bennett for Race Clutch White sits in 3rd position at the moment. In LMP2, we've got a really intriguing battle. Out front, Apex Racing Team lead by 1 minute and 23 seconds, but for 2nd, it is absolutely glued together. Marino Sirica for Williams Esports Mala holds it for now, with the Caltha team machine of Ivan Machado Perez right in there behind there as well. So close for those podium spots in LMP2. Your leader in GTD is Johan Haar for the Apex Racing Team, with his teammate Kevin Ellis Jr. bumping him along there. Ellis Jr. in the 99 car sitting in 4th at the moment, a couple of laps behind. Phil Dennis sits in 2nd position for Team BMW Bank in GTD, 1 minute and 40 seconds off the lead. And Louis Nazar just 8 seconds behind in the leading Mercedes. There he is, car number 55 as well. It's Peter Mackay and Joey Tebbin here, stepping out of the RaceBot TV commentary box, with Arjuna Kankapadi and DJ Clark taking you through the next couple of hours. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Peter and Joey, for walking us through the last handful of hours. Last time I was here in the commentary booth, we had 2 hours complete in the race, and my word, what a different race it is now, with so many retirees and drivers just trying to get to the very end. We decided, despite the fact that it's going on about 9 AM in Europe, to grab 2 commentators on the west coast of the US. DJ, how are you feeling at about 1 o'clock in the morning right now?
I'm a little bit tired, but I had a little bit of coffee before we got ready to go, so I should be ready and rearing for the next 2 hours, Arjuna.
Of course, I mean, it's invigorating to be back here at Daytona when we have one of our big tentpole events here on iRacing, of course. More than 16,000 drivers once again in this field. iRacing put out some numbers on the social media. And if you're watching on, whether it be on RaceBot TV's YouTube, on the VCO YouTube or Twitch channel, or even live on the iRacing Twitch channel, do jump in to let us know where you're watching from and who you're cheering for. I see a certain Lewis McLeod, unfortunately, jumping into the RaceBot YouTube chat, but we'll ignore the 2-time VCO Simi Award winner for as long as we feasibly can. It's at that point of the race, though, of course, with so many cars out and fatigue starting to set in, with 20 hours going to be clicked off the clock in a handful of moments' time. Sun continues to rise. The track temperature is building as well. It's a tough time in the race, DJ, for those out on track.
Yeah, it's a very, very difficult time. You've kind of gotten through the adrenaline rush that goes through with the sunrise over Daytona and over these high banks, and now it's really just back into the grind here for these last 4 hours of this race. And so you've got to really focus in, and it's both physical and mental fatigue that these drivers have to deal with. You know, we often talk about the mental fatigue that just sitting in the car for that long, but let's not forget that a lot of these force feedback wheels that these drivers have, the direct drive wheels, they can take a toll on you, and you'll definitely start to be feeling it in your arms. You've got to make sure that you're not getting a cramp down in your legs going off of the pedals. It certainly does take its toll, and these drivers have to be cognizant of that.
Daytona is similar to the Circuit de la Sarthe in one way, which is that you have longer straights with which you can kind of take a bit of a rest and let yourself stretch at least one of the legs. Your right foot's still going to be planted on the throttle for the most part, but maybe your braking leg can get a bit of respite. That was your race leader, but we checked back in with the Havu LMP2 car in the battle for 6th position. Jesse Tekela trying to fend off the advances of SRC Movano and Nicholas Boo behind the wheel of the number 33. While we watch them rounding around some GTD traffic, let's bring in one of our drivers. That's going to be, I think, the story of the next 4 hours, trying to talk to as many people as possible. And we talk to Adam Blocker in the Pure Sims number 16 in GTP. Adam has just, I think, finished his final stint of the race. Adam, how are you feeling right now with the driving in the past?
Yeah, just kind of tired because it's 3:40 a.m. but for me, and I haven't slept at all. But yeah, I mean, overall, you know, we came into the race not really knowing what to expect, and Maurizio did a great job in qualifying and put it on, you know, P8, and that's kind of where we ran the whole race so far, like between, you know, 9th and 6th, the whole first 12 hours, and a lot of people that were slower than us, like behind us already, crashed out, and then we got a few places ahead of us too. So right now we're sitting in 5th, and hopefully we can just maintain that, basically.
I think you've had a bit more of a pleasant experience than what I think was your last top split special event, which was with me in the old Corvette DP back at Sebring in 2020. What's the difference in your mind, though, as you look 12 months on? You've been an IndyCar driver for a long time on iRacing, but you joined up with Pure Sims to focus a little bit more in endurance racing. You were part of the 2nd split winning outfit last year for Pure Sims. What's the difference when you step up to this top split?
I mean, the main thing is, you know, you just have those two teams, like, you know, the top 5, 6, 7 teams that are, you know, all professional sim racers that do this full time, and you know, just put in tons of hours, and, you know, they inevitably have a setup advantage, and obviously they just have really strong, you know, driver lineups with no weaknesses anywhere in the lineup, you know, and if you go somewhere like 2nd split, you know, you'll have some teams that are a bunch of consistent, but, you know, maybe slightly, I guess, slow drivers, at least by split 1 standards. Or you have those other teams that have, you know, a couple really fast guys and a couple, you know, less fast guys. So, I guess the main difference in split 1 is just everybody is that really fast guy. But, yeah, honestly, was really surprised to see the level of attrition that we've had, though, in this race. So.
I've got to ask what you think about this BMW M hybrid V8 car. We've seen a handful of drivers having issues by themselves, even outside of some of the multi-class traffic encounters. What's your opinion on this latest generation of prototype machinery?
Honestly, I think it's pretty fun to drive. We made it a big point to, you know, try to come up with a setup that was comfortable for everyone, because we, you know, knew that some people were going to have issues, you know, just from how the car handles the balance. Is pretty hard to get right between cold tires and then also, you know, old tires, both in cold conditions and hot conditions. So one useful thing that's good in this car, kind of similar to the Indy car, is that you have adjustable ARBs in the car. That's something that we didn't have, or that you don't have in the LMP2, so that's a big thing. You know, each driver that jumps in the car can slightly tune the car to their liking, so that's big. I guess the only thing that I'm honestly kind of disappointed about it is the hybrid unit is kind of, it's there, but it doesn't really play into the racing that much, in my opinion, except for the fact that it makes fuel saving harder. But like, no one's really playing with hybrid modes and trying to store energy for a pass or anything like that. So it's kind of the one thing I maybe, you know, don't like about it as much, or just kind of disappointed. But yeah, besides that, it's really fun.
We've talked about it, I think, once before on RaceSpot. For those who aren't familiar with what you do in the real world, in the world of motorsports, you work with Chevy as part of their engine program in the NTT IndyCar Series. You worked in the past with Junkos Racing, and now you're switching over to Team Penske for the upcoming season. I mean, what's your take on 2023 moving forward for you in the real world, and how excited are you to be paired up with Joseph Newgarden in his number 2 machine?
Yeah, I mean, really excited for that part of it. You know, it's going to be a really interesting season. Obviously, a lot more pressure on me and, you know, everything I do, because it's, you know, going to matter, essentially, in the fight for the championship and in the fight for race wins. So, you know, it's going to be really cool to be a part of. But, yeah, in terms of the season, I mean, we don't really know. Preseason testing hasn't really started yet. It's going to start, like, full force here first week of February when we go to Thermal Club, and then from there, I mean, we have like 4 tests in the first 2 months, while during the, you know, before we even have 2 races. So, but there's a few little shake-up things that maybe people, you know, won't see from the outside. Like, for example, IndyCar switched to a new fuel this year, instead of, so previously we ran E85, which was 85% ethanol and 15% gasoline, and this year we're going to run 85% ethanol and 15% like food waste. So that's going to have an effect on engine performance, and it's going to be interesting to see, you know, what engine manufacturer can come up with a better solution. And there's also some little aero updates that IndyCar's done on the team side. So yeah, always new things to figure out, even in a quote-unquote spec series.
Yeah, and I know last year the entire Chevy program worked hard to make sure that you were the dominant force, so it's going to be exciting to see how this year plays out. Good job on the driving today, Adam. Looking good for a top 5 in that Pure Sims Esports number 16. Go and get some rest, and we'll talk soon.
Yeah, I just want to shout out everybody at Pure Sims. I think, you know, second split, they're doing well in LP2 as well. I think leading there, and yeah, obviously this split so far, you know, Mauricio, Danny, Matt, and I have all done a pretty solid job. Hopefully we can continue that. And yeah, I just want to thank everybody there, and thank you guys for calling the race, and iRacing for all they do and having reliable servers.
Adam Blocker joins us from the Pure Sims Esports camp before he heads off to get some well-deserved rest. Always interesting to hear about those that blur the lines between virtual and reality, not just for those that drive in the real world, but for those that do things behind the scenes, including the man opposite me in the RaceBot TV commentary booth, DJ. You're getting set for another year of running around the US and doing some circuit commentary on some great GT3 racing.
Yeah, GT3, GT4 with SRO America. We're very, very excited. Obviously headed back to the Circuit of the Americas this year, which is going to be a big highlight, and ending the season with the 8 hours of Indianapolis once again. So very, very excited. I am itching to get back on the road, Arjuna. It has been a long off season, and I am very, very eager to go make LAX my second home once again.
Yeah, lots of traveling, that's for sure, especially with the calendar for you this year being somewhat spread out across of the US. We check back in, by the way, with this LMP2 battle for second, the Culture Racing team back in front of the Williams Esports Mahler car. They do have German sim racing in the GTP class right behind them, and technically that is for position, because German sim racing are 34 laps down. They run 8th in class and are going to pick their way past these 2 LMP2 contenders. Endurance racing spirit, it's what we love to see. The fact that they are out there and just still trying to salvage what they can. Sometimes in iRacing, I'm guilty of this myself, DJ. If something goes wrong in the early stages, you've got a damaged car, it's very easy to give up and not drive for 22 hours with the damage.
Yeah, it's a very simple thing to do. You press a button, you exit the sim, and you say, okay, now I have my day back to myself. But I love to see that response from these drivers to get themselves back out there, to keep pushing along. And especially when you consider just how much that these teams and drivers put into the behind-the-scenes work that everyone does. I mean, it's not just, as Adam was making alludes to there, the hours that the drivers spend behind the sim practicing. There's also the crew chiefs and engineers that are working behind the scenes, doing the fuel calculations, doing the strategy calculations as they go, and they try to be able to get themselves up ahead. And so there is so much that goes into it, and you hate to see that all kind of go to naught here early on. So massive, massive credit to all of them.
The GTP class has very much been decimated. We have 4 cars still left on the lead lap, which is good compared to last year, but then it's 2 laps down, 10 laps down, 17 laps down, 35 laps down. We do have Simsa Esports still running in 9th, 62 laps down. endurance racing spirit. You do love to see it. I saw a question on our iRacing Twitch channel. What happened with the Apex Racing team, the number 98? Of course, Apex Racing were running 1 and 2 for so long in this race until Luke McEwen had a technical issue that dropped him from the race. They had to scramble to get a driver back in. Unfortunately, the damage already done. They are the best part of 2 laps down right now and very much just working with the sister car to try and make sure that Johan Hath can continue to ride comfortably. Minute and 44 odd seconds in front of Team BMW Bank. In fact, that is the car directly in front of them. 99 car about to lap the entirety of the field as well. That was a GTP car that decided to take things to the inside and a little bit close for comfort if you're Phil Denez in that BMW Bank car.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see here. And in the second stint that I had with David here, we were commending some of these drivers for their ability to keep everything together. And we haven't seen a lot of those kind of sketchy moves necessarily. And so a little bit of a change here for them. But yeah, Apex Racing Team, to the point we actually saw that number 98 over the course of the night slow down coming out of their pit stall to be able to hook themselves back up with the 99. I mean, you want to talk about a team that is working together. They have pretty much sacrificed any chance that the 98 has of being able to get themselves up onto the podium by getting them to work together here with the number 99 machine. It is very, very impressive there. The dedication that both of these cars have had is there they go. That is the entire GTD field a lap down.
Not much of a defense put up there by Phil Denez, who was never really going to force the issue too much. I see another question in our iRacing's Twitch chat. Is Max in the split? Unfortunately, no, he is not. But if you want to walk around with that question on a t-shirt, head on over to armor.gg and search for RaceSpot, because you can get "Is Max in the split?" on a t-shirt. There's also some other cool RaceSpot merch that you can pick up as well. Total shameless self-plug for some of our things that help us behind the scenes, but is Max in the split is one. We'll do it live is another one. I'm not allowed to say the first 2 words in what's on that t-shirt. We got some flags, we got some hoodies and jerseys as well, so you can pretend to be part of our RaceSpot TV team as well. Back to the bump drafting we go between these 2 Audis. Ewan O'Leary, who was on in the middle part of the race, had gone through the history books and noticed that no Audi had taken top split honors in the iRacing Daytona 24 yet. Apex Racing Team looking to change that around. Of course, it was Fire Simsport that grabbed the victory last year. We saw the Fire Academy car in LMP2, but no GTD entry, unfortunately, for Fire. They were down in the second split and unfortunately did not take the start of the race either. Back over to this battle between Culture and the Williams Esports cars after they have made a cycle of pit stops. Ate Kauppinen has jumped in to replace Moreno Sarica, but it's Ivan Perez still behind the wheel here. These LMP2s have very much been split up by the amount of damage that they've all taken, DJ, over the course of the race. Yes, there's been a fair bit of multi-class chaos, but these LMP2 cars, all the cars in the race, to be fair, with this iRacing new damage model, which is brand new for these for this iRacing Daytona 24 Hours, it's not been the kindest to a lot of these teams. I cast my mind back to the opening hour and a half of the race when Alexander Spetz, who was back into the Williams Esports Chill Blast #1 that runs at the front of GTP, got the slightest of touches to his right-hand side as one of the Lamborghinis in GTD got a little bit sideways and ran into him. Light touch, but suddenly he was 5 to 10 kilometers an hour down in a straight line, which means at Daytona you're a sitting duck, and so they had to pit early, put themselves off sequence. And a lot of the other teams, Apex Racing 199 said they've had something similar. Williams is down out of the race lead in LMP2 only because they had that little bit of drama earlier on. It's been a learning experience, I think, for a lot, trying to figure out what they can and can't get away with this new damage model.
Yeah, I certainly think it is, and if you want any testament to just how that new damage model looks, take a look earlier on in the race. Simsa Esports, they had a couple of nasty licks with the outside wall, and they had their rear wing missing at different points. And it's certainly been something that these drivers have had to come into and understand a little bit more. You know, it used to be before this new damage model was taken into place that we'd actually see some bump drafting taking place in these LMP2s. Well, I can report from experience that if you try to bump draft in these LMP2s now, you get rear diffuser damage on the back end of the car. So that is out of the question here for any of them to attempt to do. And so that has changed the calculus for this middle split. And it's certainly been a little bit brutal for these drivers. And I've got to commend them for their ability to be able to fight on through it and keep going.
In the GTP race leading car, they had 42 seconds of damage repair. They were able to get most of that done in the first cycle, and since then it's been just about trying to work their way back to the front, and they've been the recipient of other cars having major drama. 2 hours into the race, your race leader was Obsidian Racing, about 10 full seconds clear of the rest of the field. They are the most recent retiree in GTP, classified 115 laps down from your race leader right now. Has been a tumultuous day across the three classes. Love deliveries on these two cars as well. Williams Esports and the Marla combination. That Marla car always looks good, whether it's a BS competition entered car or the Williams Esports entered machine. The Culture Racing team using one of the Williams Esports Cup of Nations liveries that we had back in, I think it was in 2020, the last time that LMP2 was used. And, of course, with a team full of Spaniards, they asked permission from Williams and iLiveries to use it, throw the IMSA number plates onto it, and it's another iLiveries work that chases its fellow iLiveries designed car. Plenty of good-looking cars in the field, to be completely fair. We're at this point in sim racing, DJ, where most cars look pretty good. The question is, do they have the confidence to avoid those traditional racing colors? I think we've seen enough red and black cars, to be honest.
Yeah, I think we have as well. I know I was struggling a little bit earlier on when it was Urano and Race Clutch running together a little bit, as well as Obsidian there, that we saw that sort of red and black combination, and getting this nice multicolored hue across the entire field not only looks great when you're taking a look out on the track, but Arjuna, it makes our job as commentators a lot easier because we can differentiate these cars so much easier.
Yeah, I'm going to throw the Apex Racing team under the bus because the 99 and the 98 have identical liveries. There's not even highlights to make it slightly easier for us to pick apart. You'll note that they both have the green highlights that are basically part of the IMSA decal layer that iRacing provides on the wing plates, on the mirrors as well. But yeah, you tell those apart if you can't see the number plate and if you can't see the LED panel on the rear quarter panel. You know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean, and it's thankfully that I have my relative box open when I look at them, and that's just about the only way that I'm able to do it. I've got to squint a little bit to try to take a look at those LED number plates to figure out exactly which one it is, to be able to make it out. But we, frankly, know them well, because if we see two Audis running nose to tail, we know that they are, and we're able to talk about them as if they are the tandem that they are.
Yeah, usually bump drafting something you expect more when you get the Daytona 500 underway, but the Apex Racing team did this to great effect in the final round of the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship, and despite the fact that they've switched over from the Porsche to the Audi for this event, they have picked up right where they left off. Something that we haven't talked about too much, fortunately, is incident limits. There is a drive-through penalty that is incurred when you reach 100 incident points. You get a further drive-through penalty for every subsequent 20 incident points after that. I did see a couple of cars having to do a drive-through penalty in the last few hours of the race. 100 incident points may sound like a lot, but let's say that you somehow, by magic, are able to stay out of trouble with the rest of your competitors. It means you're only allowed 4 off-tracks per stint, or per hour, I should say. I don't know about you, DJ, but I probably get 4 off-tracks a minute when I go through the bus stop.
Yeah, I do too. It's not exactly the easiest place to keep things clean and together there for you, for these drivers. So it really goes to show that the testament of the drivers that they're able to keep everything together and keep it going. But the other thing is that you will also have drivers that will bank those off-track limits, that they know exactly where to put the car, and they will actually kind of hold them back a little bit. If they're on a run and they need to make a pass, that they will actually use those off-tracks strategically in order to try to get themselves forward. And so I think as we close in at the end of the race, we may see some of those drivers ticking up a little bit more when it comes to incident points.
Yeah, I do think it's going to be interesting how many have run a little bit too close to the limit on board inside the Apex Racing team facility with the Frenchman Johan Hart, your race leader, just giving the shove to Kevin Ellis Jr., who currently runs in the number 98. Don't forget as well that next week, of course, is going to be very exciting with the Rolex 24 getting underway and really ushering in this new era of prototype racing. The week after that, the motorsports paddock travels halfway around the world to head down under for the Bathurst 12 Hours, returning to its traditional spot in the motorsports calendar. The week after Daytona, it's going to be really exciting to have now an international entry list once again for the first time in, I think it is 3 full years at this point. 2020 would have been the last time that we had a regular, non-COVID interrupted Bathurst 12 Hours. And the exciting thing about that is it means a week later, February 10th through the 12th, we get our third iRacing special event of the year, the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours, single class of competition, just the GT3 cars that will rumble to try and survive the mountain for 12 full hours. I have some good memories at the mountain, DJ. I've won one of my Bathurst 12 Hours attempts. It is a tricky race to survive, let alone win. And I can't wait to see what we've got in store, because in this race, the Audi, the BMW and the Mercedes have all shown their speed at times. We've had Porsches and Lamborghinis in this field as well, along with Ferraris. But I feel like right now we're in a spot where we're going to rock up to the mountain and we're going to have a decent mix of manufacturers.
Yeah, I think we will as well. I mean, when you look at Daytona here, this is obviously much more of a power circuit, and when you talk about Bathurst, it is much more of a tale of two different tracks. You need to be able to have the power to come up and down the hill, but once you get onto the mountain itself, you've got to have a car that is very technical, that is very precise and easy to drive, and I think you're going to see a lot of different makes and models that make their way out there as drivers and teams try to sort of pick their way through and figure out what's going to work best. And credit here to iRacing for giving us a fantastic balance of performance in the GT3 category to really make everything come alive in a fantastic way.
This event is also one that I enjoy, not just because of the fact that we have so many drivers from around the world getting their experience of the Daytona 24 Hours, but it's also one of these events that always has drivers trying to attempt it solo, which I'm just going to say I think is insane. I can barely do I can do 4 to 6 hours by myself. I can't imagine doing 4 to 6 times more than that. But the lap record for the solo attempt of a Daytona 24-hour has actually been broken this year. Mr. Aero HD and Chevette have been pushing each other forward. They've raised $5,800 for Extra Life for Kids over the course of the weekend so far. And even though they were wrecked out of the lead with 50 minutes to go, a win that would have been stripped away from them because they wouldn't have completed the drive time regulations that you have to have 2 drivers. 888 laps, DJ. That is remarkable.
I can't even imagine that. I mean, Arjuna, when this stint is over for me, I will have been in the booth for 7 hours, and I'm exhausted. Just sitting up here on the commentary booth and yapping away, I can't imagine what it's like to be able to do that for a full 24 hours in the car. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, we really harped on Govan Keeney's 10-hour marathon stint at the start of last year's iRacing Daytona 24. 24 hours takes it to a whole new ballgame. My timing screen estimates that we're going to have about 940-ish laps complete by the time we get to the end. Usually my timing screen tells me false information, though, so I'm going to predict it's probably going to be a little bit lower than that. but it just goes to show the commitment that some of these guys have, especially because they're not doing it in a dangerous way. After 24 hours, you're going to be fatigued, you're going to potentially be trouble, but somehow they are not, and they're doing it responsibly, and I cannot credit them enough. It's not just for their own pleasure, it's also to raise some money for charity, and of course, it's always great when we are able to do that. Still watching the Culture Racing team car, expecting pit stops to start for some of your GTD contenders in a few laps' time. Your race-leading LMP2 car that has Stanley Deslanders behind the wheel of the Apex Racing number 199 down onto the safety of the pit lane. They're not going to lose the lead of this race by any means, given the gap that they've been able to build on up over a full lap at this point in time. One major change that we are seeing compared to 2022 across the board for most cars is the fact that now, DJ, you can change tires and put fuel into the car while changing your driver all at the same time. It does mean that there's a little bit less of a tire strategy for us to be talking about. It's just push the tires until the ragged edge for one stint in most of the classes. But it does mean in some ways that you have to plan out your strategy in a completely different way to what you've been accustomed to before.
Yeah, it certainly does. You've got to change things around a little bit, and it does come back to just that adaptability that all of these drivers really need to be able to have. You cannot throw anything to chance if you are one of these drivers. But you've got to put in the practice hours, and what that means is the practice hours including in on the pit stops themselves, because with those changes, that changes up your calculations when it comes into the final rounds and when it comes into these moments. You've got to be thinking about it, and for these drivers, the biggest thing to take out of it is that, well, you're going to be coming out of the pits on cold tires every single time, and that's going to change the way you drive these cars. We've already seen it come back to bite a few drivers here at this point, but it's going to continue to play out. It's going to be a little bit less of a concern now that the sun is out and track temperature's up to about 80 degrees Fahrenheit right now, but it is certainly something that we have seen take a forefront here in this race.
That windshield wiper going off in the LMP2 car. I think 12 months ago, a lot of people were hoping that we'd land up here at the World Center of Racing for another bull blast around the Daytona International Speedway with rain. Will Redford didn't need rain to have a bit of an issue there. We'll have to spool the replay up and see if that was self-inflicted or assisted through what looked to be one of the horseshoes. Not exactly sure if it was the International Horseshoe of the West Horseshoe, but Apex Racing Academy car still runs in the 5th position. He's lucky that he didn't take out his two sister cars in GTD, but I'll be honest, I didn't really catch exactly how that all unfolded.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure as well. Let's see here. Comes down to the inside through the kink. I guess the outside through the kink. Oh, he caught the grass there as he came around. That's what it was. He was trying to make that move on the outside of his sister cars and just touched the grass there on the outside, and that was enough to spin that number 9 around. You can see it better here from on board.
And we'll see how wide he pushes as well. It's the smallest of margins on the grass, the bump of the curb also unsettling the car, and yeah, nervy moments if you were in the shoes of Johan Hart or Kevin Ellis Jr. That Apex Racing Academy car, don't forget, in the opening hour of the race was turned around by the Culture Racing team car that had Ivan Perez, who is behind the wheel of that car right now, at the International Horseshoe. It also compromised Elvis Rankin, who was in the 199 Apex Racing team car, allowed Ate Kauppinen, who was in the Williams Esports Mahler car at the time, to build up a bit of an advantage, and from there, he very much, as well as the rest of that crew, worked on just maintaining a constant gap to the rest of the field and pulling away lap after lap after lap. At the front of the GTP field, by the way, we are trying to keep an eye on a potential charge from Urano Esports data group. Jonas Wallmeyer behind the wheel of the 191. About 32 seconds adrift of Alexander Spets in the race-leading Williams Esports Chill Blast car. They're trading the lap times back and forth. I think there's not much really splitting these two machines right now. 30 seconds by no means a small gap, especially with 3.5 hours still left to go, but it's the type of gap that you know if you plug away in second spot, and if Alexander Spets comes across another GTD machine that's going to run into the side of him and cost him a half a second a lap, there's the potential for Urano to be back up into the mix of things after Urano started the iRacing special event calendar in very impressive fashion, locking out the podium in GT4 in the iRacing Roar 7 days ago.
Yeah, very impressive there from them. But as you said, Arjuna, that 30 seconds, we've seen some strange incidents befall these drivers, and knock on our patent-pending RaceSpot TV block of wood if you're a fan of either of these cars. But with 3.5 hours left to go in this race, anything still can happen. So if you are sitting back in that Urano Esports data group number 191, you've got to keep plugging away here at this point. You cannot back off at all.
Here is Kei Kashube in the BMW M-Team BS competition car. Valtteri Alander put this machine on the outside of the front row. Valtteri then showed us just how difficult this car can be under brakes, locking the rears, coming back onto the banking at the end of the infield. And after that, it's been, unfortunately, blow after blow in some ways. Kei Kashube had a moment at the very same corner, this time slightly assisted by an LMP2 car. And currently still running 6th position, 11 laps down from the leader, still 8 laps adrift of the next car in front of them, so they're just trying to secure a 6th position finish here today. A couple more questions that I see about that Apex Racing Team 98-99. If you missed it, the 98 machine had a technical issue that dropped them from the race. They lost a lap, and after that they dropped back further to be able to link back up with their teammates and resume the bump drafting games that they've been playing over the course of the race. And so the 98 sacrificing its race even further to try and help out the 99. I also saw a question about what is going on with what cars rather are the Williams Esports teams running. Well, Williams Esports of course have the race leading GTP entry. They're also running the Williams Esports Mala car that is in a fight for second in the LMP2 category. And they then have a pair of Mercedes in GTD with Luis Naja running second in the Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports entry. And much like Apex are trying to work together, Sotomuto in the Williams Esports Ben Q car, he may be about 15 laps off of his teammate. He's still trying to just bump, draft, and push forward as much as possible. And maybe even trying to crack a fastest lap with some comments that I saw in some various discords over the nighttime shift. A lot of the Europeans, of course, now starting to wake their way up. There is one of your Williams Esports cars. You're not going to miss Alessandro Bico in that bright green Williams Esports Razor. To go back to the point of the Apex Racing Team making our life difficult, that's one Williams Esports machine. If we go to the BenQ car, it's going to be purple at the front of it. If we go to the Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports car, that's going to be white at the front of it. We're not smart commentators sometimes, DJ, and we need all the help we can get. There we go. That's pretty easy to pick apart.
Yeah, very, very easy to do, very easy to distinguish between them. Massive, massive plaudits to Williams Esports for making our lives easier. You've got to love to see that. And if I do say so myself, good-looking paint schemes on all three of them. They have a really, really nice pop to all of them.
Yeah, no, that's true. I've always enjoyed the Williams Esports schemes, not just because they make our life easy, but because, again, Juan and iLiveries has done a smashing job with them. It's also great because it's very identifiable for all of their sponsors. BenQ is purple, Razor is green. You kind of know exactly which is which when it comes to identifying the partners of the team as well. They work their way back onto the banking, though, and see if they can link up as effectively as the Apex Racing Team duo have had. Do remember, if you want to follow along with live timing, if you want to dive into some of the data analysis tools, that Timing 71 will let you explore with this race. Head on over to timing71.org and you can scroll through a replay of how the race has played out so far. You can grab all the pit stop times and the data from that, and you can try and see if there's anything interesting going on in terms of some of these strategies. It's rather simple, though, of course, overall, with 50 cars taking to the green flag. We are left now with a 28 out there and running. Attrition has definitely played its part. 3 classes of competition, I think, being part of it, because I think this is the first time for a lot of these drivers, at least in the iRacing world, DJ, that a lot of the times when you have 3 classes, it's one prototype, then GTE, and then GT3. Now we have 2 prototype classes, and then the single GT class, which means there's a lot less of a pace difference between GTP and LMP2, and then a big gulf to the GTDs.
Yeah, very much so, and it really does change how you have to drive these cars. I mean, these LMP2 drivers are so used to being up in the front of the field, and now they find themselves the meat in the sandwich here as they work their way through, and so you've got to be very, very careful, and it's been obviously one of the learning curves for the GTPs to come on into the series, to come on into the event, that they've had to sort of learn everything, and that has just been part and parcel with it. But for these LMP2s, they've had to relearn that skill of what it's like to be overtaken, and it has certainly played out well. We haven't seen all that much drama necessarily in between the LMP2s and the GTPs. Most of the incidents that we've seen up to this point have been with the prototypes versus the GT cars, so credit there where credit's due.
iRacing special event calendar slightly changed up, of course, for this year, but I know, DJ, there's one event that you probably have circled on your calendar in terms of being of particular interest to you, and that is, of course, the brand new event, the Road America 500, where we're going to go classic IMSA style racing. We are going to break out the GTP and the GTO cars, albeit cars that competed a couple of decades ago at one of the best tracks in the world.
And I've had the fortune of being able to call a 500-mile race with those exact 2 cars on the circuit, and let me tell you, it is fantastic to be able to watch. If you've never had a chance to jump behind the wheel of the original GTPs and the GTOs, the Audi and the Nissan, I highly recommend it. They are super, super fun cars. The Nissan in particular is just a blast to tear around with. It'll come back, it'll bite you. It definitely is not an easy car to drive, but once you start to figure it out a little bit, it is a just spectacular car to be able to get up and going, and that is one that I have had circled on the calendar since iRacing announced it.
Yeah, I have definitely circled that one in as well. The GTP car actually, I think, is easier than the GTO, the Audi GTO, just because even though it has more horsepower, it just drives a little bit better. Maybe it's because I get on with the downforce a little bit more, but I've never been able to figure out that GTO machine. The GTP makes a lot more sense for me. Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports number 55 has just emerged from the pit lane. It's Daniel Lafuente that takes over from Luis Nager, so a driver change going on there, and with about 3 hours and 22 minutes to go, there may be the potential that Lafuente is going to be in the car until the very end, but I think it's more likely that we'll see him do maybe 2 hours, and then for the final hour and 20 minutes we'll get someone back in to really push till the very end, because they are only 7 seconds back from the Team BMW Bank car, and there is a 6-lap difference right now in terms of the fuel window. BMW Bank already out on track for 6 laps after coming down onto pit lane, which is going to work out to mean that it's going to be a slightly shorter splash and dash for the number 55 in the final 30 minutes of the race, and so they'll be really thinking about how they can attack from this point forward and try and challenge for second.
Yeah, this is going to be the go point for them, and now, as Joey was talking about a little bit earlier on in the broadcast, the mathematics, the calculations of working backwards from the end of the race become a lot easier for these drivers and these teams, and you're starting to think about how to position yourself for that battle. I mean, so often here at Daytona we talk about that as, we got a little bit of a move here. Yes, we do. There goes that number 19 on by Williams Esports Male as they switch around once again.
Yeah, they're going back and forth as they work through some bits of traffic. Not sure how much they are kind of gaining on Stanley Deslandis in terms of trying to bridge the gap, albeit slightly. Last time by, they managed to gain about 0.4 of a second, which is not insignificant, but it's not going to be enough for them to close up the buffer. I do want to give a bit of shout out, by the way, to one of the LMP2 teams that slightly shocked me, surprised me here today in the opening stint, and have carried that momentum forward. The Inet Motorsports blue car, Harold Creighton, did not actually set a time in qualifying, and at one point had gone from 50 up to the lead of the race. They are still running in 4th position right now, only 11 seconds back from that battle that we continue to track between Kalcha and the Williams Esports Marla team. Now, these top split events, especially in this edition with no Coanda and red lines, it's slightly more of a shaken up field than what we'd maybe expected. But this is kind of what we like to see, DJ, is the fact that we sometimes see these new faces, these new names emerge in an iRacing special event, and maybe this is the start of us seeing a lot more of the Inet Motorsports team.
Well, you kind of took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, how else did some of these big names get to be big names? They did it by winning events such as this. And so for teams like Inet, I think this is a chance for them to stake their claim on the field and say, we are here. As we take a look at the replay of the Sebring team there, having a big off. Ooh, jumping through the grass there and finding themselves out on the exit of the Western Horseshoe. They're lucky they didn't collect anybody doing that.
Yeah, and they're going to have a pretty significant slowdown penalty, if not a cut course penalty. We saw something happen in the International Horseshoe, which was not too dissimilar to that, with Pablo in the Team PGZ GT4 car a week ago, and he got knocked off about here and had to stop himself before he got back to the actual tarmac, and basically instantly was disqualified. So I'm a bit surprised that the Sebring Esports car was actually still able to go. I think that would have been Mateusz Luchak behind the wheel of the 22. It shows that even with not that many cars still left out on track, you've got to make sure that you are keeping your nose clean. Very similar to what we were talking about with the Apex Racing Academy car that had its own little bit of drama trying to lap its sister GTD machines about 15-odd minutes ago. Talking of iRacing special events, though, we're adding the Road America 500. We're saying goodbye to the Suzuka 10 hours and instead replacing that with the Fuji 8 hours, which I think is going to be quite an interesting race. This is one of the constant topics that we have during iRacing special events, so I have no doubt that some of the other commentators have already discussed this over the course of the previous 20-odd hours already. But fantasy special events, it's always something interesting to think about, DJ. I mean, I'm putting you on the spot right now, but does anything stand out to you as something that you'd love for iRacing to add to the special event calendar?
Oh, you really are putting me on the spot. You know, I would love to see a few more of the endurance races from around the calendar coming in. Something, for example, like Bahrain coming in, to see if that, obviously getting a scan of that circuit to be able to put on there, would be something that I would be interested in seeing. Any more of these longer endurance events, that's really and truly what I love. That's what gets my heart going to be able to see. And so I think any of those that we can see put onto the schedule would be very, very fantastic. Maybe even an emulation of the Battle of the Bricks that's going to be taking place later on this year at IMSA could be something fun as well.
Ooh, yeah, we had some fun, you know, previewing the Battle of the Bricks with the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship when that was round 3 of the 4-race championship when we headed to the Brickyard. A GTD and touring car machine, so a slightly different set of classes, but the 2.4-hour race that we're going to have this year in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, a prelude to potentially longer races at the track with the series. And of course, I think partly because, DJ, you got to be part of the very first race into the sunset at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with the Indy 8 hours last year.
Yeah, and that was a pretty special event. Arjuna, you were actually up in the booth with me when it sort of hit the history that was being made there right as the sun started to set over the grandstands there at IMS, and being able to be up there, it was a pretty special moment, and one that I will always remember, as I will once it got done. Oh, is that Counter Racing Team having a little bit of an off there?
Yeah, just pushing a little bit wide. It's so easy when you ramp off the banking to sometimes just overcommit. Have not dropped out of drafting range, still only about 1.3 seconds back. And I have no doubt that they're going to close back on up. These are two cars that I do expect are going to treat us to a fight all the way to the very end, as they have been doing battle now for probably 3-4 hours at this point. Wheel-to-wheel battle, we should say, out on track, especially as the sun has continued to rise. Talking of track temperature, by the way, it is just past 10:30 virtual standard time, to steal a DJ Clarkism. But when we started this race, we had track temperatures of about 31, 32 degrees Celsius. I saw the coolest during the night dropping to maybe 23 and 24 degrees Celsius. We bumped on back up to 28 degrees Celsius, which none of this sounds like a major swing, DJ, but we also have to remember that we're in Florida in virtual January. Despite the fact that people think it's warm, it is definitely not as warm as people may realize.
No, it certainly is not, and thankfully iRacing not able to model the frigid temperatures that it was seen last year, where in the real world, where you had drivers sitting on the pit box wearing helmets just to keep themselves warm. But it is starting to creep its way up there. As we take a look there, looks like that is Urano coming down into the pit box to get their service. But 82 degrees, right about getting into that Goldilocks zone that we like to talk about, where the temperatures are going to be operating, the tires are going to be operating right in those optimal temperatures. You're not going to be having to worry too much about overheating the tires. It's about perfect weather conditions here for that. I would keep my eye, though, as we continue to tick our way closer and closer to noon, closer to 1 o'clock. Things could get a little bit hotter out on this track, and we may have to start worrying about a little bit of tire wear, even with the only one stinting these tires.
Yeah, no, these drivers are pushing to the ragged edge now on the tires as much as possible. And as Urano leaves the pit lane, here comes your race leader. Alexander Spetz brings the Williams Esports Chill Blast car down onto the safety of pit lane. That's Door Esports and their Audi, by the way, also dropping. You see the white line just in front of where the safety car is. That is where the pit limiter release line used to be. So the cones would be there and you could release yourself from the limiter. Of course, when IMSA added the RFID systems into with Michelin and IMSA working together, a system that they've of course used in Europe and the World Endurance Championship before, they moved that line all the way to the end basically of the exit access road, which is actually good because right here is a treacherous corner if you're off of the pit limiter. Being on the limiter allows you the patience to be able to go through there without too much drama and then release yourselves. I've never crashed there in a race, but I can tell you I've crashed there plenty of times in practice before.
Oh yeah, I have as well. It's a deceptively tricky corner. I mean, it's a very, very narrow exit there to try to get out of pit lane. Very, very hard. You want to... Your inkling when you get going is to absolutely floor it. You should be able to take it flat out, but more often than not, you'd find yourself kind of rim riding around the outside barrier there and not exactly having the best run of things. So you've got to try to. It's a good thing for IMSA and for Daytona, I think, to have pushed that a little bit farther down in the line for safety and just for the sanity of the drivers.
Yeah, and the reason why they also had to move it was because the way that it's a pretty wide section of tarmac where the line used to be. So if you had cars side by side, the RFID scanners maybe would not work as effectively. And so basically it's a bottleneck that makes sure that the cars are single filed, and so the RFID system works as easily as possible. I see Jason Brophy trying to jump into the iRacing Twitch chat to throw some shade my way for my lack of participation. Saying crashing there in a race would require that you race, Arjuna. He is very correct. However, there's a reason I don't race anymore. That's because I crashed too many times. I don't know about you, DJ. I'm not a half bad sim racer. Like I mentioned with Adam Blocker when we chatted with him about 50 minutes ago. Adam Blocker's last Top Split special event appearance was with me in the Sebring 12 hours back in 2020 when I qualified 1 second off the pace of Josh Rogers with 90 minutes of total practice. I'm very much inflating my own ego here. But the level of some of these drivers, the consistency of some of these drivers, it's gotten otherworldly, I think, in the last couple of years.
Yeah, and you really, really said the operative phrase there, Arjuna. It is the consistency. I know when I was in the peak of my sim driving days, you know, doing an oval race, I was able to qualify within about a 0.002 of a second of max, I think. And that was my thing that I sort of hung my hat on, and I was very, very happy to be able to do. But when it got to the race itself, I couldn't turn those laps consistently. And that's what you see that really separates these drivers from from your average Joe driver is that they can not only hook up that one really good lap to be able to put it together, but they can hook up that lap time in and time out again and again and again and again. And that is what makes the best drivers on the sim.
And I think this is the difference between virtual and reality as well. You don't get the physical sensations, which in a lot of ways I think focus drivers in the real world into the context of the race. And so you've got to very much have mental focus. It's why a lot of these esports teams don't just work on physical fitness. I mean, we're going outside of the world of iRacing, but look over at Brendan Lee in the F1 Esports Championship, who has totally transformed himself physically, just working day after day to just get into a physical shape that he thinks is conducive for him to go racing. They work on that. They work on the mental side of things as well. It's quite important given the average age of many of these sim racers. I'm nearing that dreaded 3-0 number, which is particularly scary, DJ, given that I get to commentate on some iRacing World Championships where we've had winners who are 13 years old.
Well, as somebody who's over that dreaded mark, Arjuna, I can tell you it doesn't get any better when you start seeing the ages and the birthdays, in particular, of those drivers, and your heart just sinks.
Yeah, to be fair, you don't look like you're the other side of 30, DJ. You look quite young.
I look like I'm 12, I fully admit it.
As someone who is also a fellow baby facer, I appreciate the struggles. Although we have different struggles in that I'm way too tall. I think you are probably the right height to have to travel around the US in some of those quite cramped domestic seats.
Yeah, it still gets a little cramped even for me, depending on what it is and depending on who I'm flying with.
Yeah, fair. Hopefully it's not Southwest, because then you have to worry about if you actually make it on time, apparently.
No, I don't touch Southwest.
Our producer Hugo Luis behind the scenes is trying to, I think, convince me to fly on Ryanair. Yeah, I don't think I'd fit on the plane. I think I'd have to probably take alternative options if we're talking Ryanair. Sounds like I have to get that written into my contract. I don't know about you, DJ, but I just had recently, I've only had to ever sign one other contract for commentary stuff. I had to sign another contract recently as well. It feels very weird and very official.
It's a strange sensation when you get an official contract and you have to look through it. For me, who my day job is doing literary management, where I go over contracts, and that's part of my day job. When I'm signing a commentary contract for myself, I have to remind myself that, oh no, this is for me. This is weird. This is cool. All right, here we go.
Yeah, no, it's bizarre. We're talking with some other people as well in the world of commentary, in the world of sim racing, esports commentary, to be fair, who have also said they haven't really signed contracts before. We just have fun. We just enjoy ourselves as much as possible. Still watching as the #1 Williams Esports Chill Blast entry, or to quote John Hindorf, Chili Blast entry, which always made me giggle when he read the sponsor name incorrectly. They have the 190 that has just unlapped themselves, put themselves back onto the leading lap. That is Daniel Lorenzo behind the wheel of the Urano Esports Hiking Media entry. Former F1 Esports driver in his own right is Daniel Lorenzo. Good to see him continuing to get more and more into the world of iRacing as part of that Urano Esports team that has strengthened its roster heading into another year of competition recently. Alexander Thiebaud had signed last year, but apparently that slipped under the radar of many, many people. And also Dominic Hoffman, who has departed the Veloce project that we haven't seen much from, to be honest. Expected a lot given some of the drivers that they got. Paddy Wolf, Dominic Hoffman, Dion Fiallo, Sven Noller, with a four that they had kind of brought on with a likely crack at some prototype racing. It was what we expected, but already we are seeing a few other things. In terms of lead battles, though, of course not something that we're really talking about. All three of our leaders are looking pretty comfortable. The main battle that we're tracking outside of the LMP2 fight for second and third that we've been watching between Williams Esports Marla and the Culture Racing team is in your GTD class. Last time we checked in with Daniel Lafuente in the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports number 55, he was about 7.5 seconds back from Reina Talvar in the BMW bank car, and you can see here that Lafuente is still linking up with Cody Deeth, who's at the wheel of the Williams Esports BenQ car, but He's not really been able to close on Rainer Talvar, despite the fact that Rainer is actually running by himself without any sort of pushing assistance. And at the most, we're seeing Rainer Talvar get some draft off of the Apex Racing Team cars that are working together. It's been an interesting race for many of these GTDs.
Yeah, it certainly has. I mean, the strategy here very clearly being dictated by Apex Racing Team. We talked about it earlier in the broadcast, but it is a situation where they came into this, and you could tell that a lot of these other teams weren't expecting the bump draft to be nearly as successful as it was, and Williams responding to it later on in the race, that they had to sort of, I think it was about hour 5 or 6, that they started linking up together, and that's when they started working together. So clearly response to them as everything dictates their way around. But yeah, a very interesting race, I think, to say the least, Arjuna.
Yeah, and I think this is one as well that is going to see a lot of these teams and drivers already looking forward to 2024 and maybe coming back with a bit more knowledge of the GTP car. And I'm sure many, many teams and drivers, not just in this top split, but across of the iRacing universe, would be hoping that when we come back in 12 months' time, there's 2 contenders in your GTP category, at least 2 contenders, because there are many, many fascinating LMDH and LMH cars that you can hopefully see on iRacing sometime soon. Our producer Hugo Luis has been working away on some of the cameras behind the scenes, and I think we have one of the fun cameras. We got planes ready to take off in the background at the Daytona International Speedway. Have you seen that Reddit thread from a handful of years ago, DJ, that illustrates why the plane in iRacing is totally unrealistic?
Yes, because
Good.
I think if it took off, it would be going at about 500,000 miles an hour or something like that, that they actually calculated just how fast it was going.
Yeah, I think it was also landing. It was like 140 knots is kind of the average landing approach speed for a 737, which looks pretty similar to. I think someone calculated that not only is it maybe on a slightly different approach path to what the Jefferson's charts would have, but yeah, they land at closer to 400, 500 knots. Sounds like a bumpy ride coming in, but just look at that. Look at the plane going off and making a right gentle bank turn as it takes fans away from the Daytona International Speedway. Not sure why it's taking off now. We still got 3 hours of the race left to go.
Yeah, I don't know where anybody's going at this point, Arjuna. We've still got some action out on the track. We've got drivers coming down into pit lane, including Pearson's Esports and TC Corsa Esports. They're both coming down in, and we've got plenty of good battles that are just sort of percolating out here at this point. There's still plenty of racing action left to happen.
Yeah, Pearson's Esports take Danny Shivishabo out. Matt Emery will jump on in. And in that TC Corsa Esports number 24, it's going to be Yuki Nakai out and Hayata Asaga that will jump into the entry. I think Matt Emery was one of those that was part of the rather interesting, I forget the name of the competition now, so I'm going to have to go and find it out. But they had, the Mercedes Petronas Formula One team had a iRacing Esports Sim Challenge where it was a hot lap qualifier to be a part of the event, if I remember correctly. Drivers were divided into 2 teams, one being representing George Russell, the other one representing Jarno Opmeer. It was basically a time attack with 2 drivers going head-to-head, getting 3 laps to go out there and set their fastest lap. Rather interesting event to watch remotely. I'm sure it would have been quite interesting to see it in person, but Matt Emery was one of our qualifiers there. The knowledge of the hybrid car, though, from the Formula One machine is something that will carry over, because the way that you adjust the modes and whatnot between in the ERS settings, identical between the BMW M Hybrid V8 and then that Mercedes Formula One machine. Adam Blocker had mentioned it as well earlier, that there's not much strategy that you actually have when it comes to that hybrid system. It's more about just making sure that you are maximizing braking zones and the regeneration that you get from the car, so you're not braking too much and slowing yourself down too much while also getting the most of the regeneration. He also said something where I found it quite interesting. There's not much fuel saving that you'll do in this car, because of course when you lift off the throttle and you're not on the brakes, you're not actually dumping any energy back into the battery, which does mean that fuel saving is maybe not going to be as important in this next era of prototype racing.
Yeah, it may not, and that's going to be very, very interesting, I think, to see how the whole IMSA calendar plays itself out, and we'll have to see if there's any big changes that go on to it. We obviously just had the Roar conclude in the past couple of days here in real life, and we let these cars get unleashed for the first time in just under a week's time, so they will be learning, I think, as much as they have, and that's going to be something interesting that we'll have to be able to find out. But Arjuno, looks like you had a little bit of an incident there. TC Corsa almost having an incident coming out.
Yeah, Hugo Luis is going to spool that up, hopefully. Don't forget that qualifying for the Rolex Daytona 24 is today, because it is now Sunday everywhere in the world, I guess. Starts at around 1:20 p.m. Eastern. That will be about 10:20 a.m. Pacific, a little bit late in the evening in Europe, but I can't wait to actually get a listen of what those cars are going to sound like. So it was at the West Horseshoe, I do believe, the second of the hairpins, and just cold tires, maybe some cold brakes, cold driver as well, with the Saga just having got in. Lucky to get away with that one, staying out of the tire wall, staying out of the Armco as well.
Yeah, that got a little bit too close for comfort there, I would have to imagine, there for the TC Corsa machine, but being able to regain it, get it back together, and that comes back into what we were talking about a little bit earlier with the cold tires, with the drivers changing tires every single time when you come out of the pits. It really means that you've got a soft shoe around here for a couple laps before you get the tires up to temperature. It was obviously a lot more significant overnight with track temperatures reduced. With track temperatures now at about 84 degrees Fahrenheit, it's not going to be nearly as much to worry about, but you still have to be very, very careful.
Less than 3 hours now left in the race. In an hour's time, maybe expect the final round of driver changes to get underway. We have kind of seen 2 hours being the stint lengths that the drivers kind of punch in the prototype classes. That means 3 fuel stints. In the GTDs, it's about 2 stints, because they're not actually doing a full hour basically across the board in this category. And that's why, of course, that we mentioned already that we have the potential for Daniel Lafuente to have a slightly shorter pit stop time than the BMW bank car that he's going to be battling for second with. Curiously, though, now with 3 Williams Esports Mercedes all linking up, Daniel Lafuente has lost about 3 seconds since the last time we checked in with him, DJ. He is 10 seconds now back from the BMW bank car with Reino Talvar at the wheel, so I'm not sure if this is not going to plan necessarily, but it does also show that it's not always about having teammates around, like in the case of the Apex Racing team. It's about using your teammates in the right way.
Yeah, very much so. You need to be able to sync up and use the right way. We haven't seen these Mercedes really kind of do the bump drafting that Apex Racing team has done. Now, I don't know if that's a situation where they just didn't practice it, or if it is a situation where they're a little bit tentative to be able to do it. We were speculating earlier on in the broadcast that potentially one of the reasons why Apex Racing chose to be able to run those Audis is because of the front grills on those cars, that they knew that they could get bump drafting to absolute perfection in them, and we just don't know if the Mercedes has that same ability, as there's a couple of prototypes making things a little bit hairy.
They're just slicing and dicing their way on through. Yeah, bump drafting is still something that I'm very uncomfortable with in GT machinery, in prototypes as well. That seems like something that should be restricted and saved for the Daytona 500 here on iRacing, which will run from February the 14th through February the 19th. One of 4 full-length NASCAR events that you can run here in the NASCAR iRacing series. Then in May it will be the Coke 600. 600 miles around Charlotte is an intense experience, that's for sure. You can go short track racing at Bristol if you really want to do so, September 5th through the 11th. And then, of course, the NASCAR finale, October the 31st through November the 5th, to round out what is a full season of competition that follows the NASCAR series around, allowing drivers to compete week in and week out, following the storylines on the TV as well. And of course, you can catch all that action here live on RaceSpot TV and on the iRacing Twitch channel as well. 4 of our special events will be live on VCO Esports' channel. It includes this, the Daytona 24. It will include the rest of the IMSA special events as well. The Sebring 12 at the end of March, Watkins Glen, the 6-hour race in the middle of June, and then, of course, rounding things out in Road Atlanta for the Petit Le Mans at the very start of October. And for these 4 races, it's not just bragging rights that are on the line anymore. Since the Grand Slam started back in 2020, VCO has incentivized the teams just that little bit more, with our class winners in these top split broadcasted races all getting physical trophies to show their efforts and commitment to the race. And I think that's one thing that is rather nice, DJ. I just wonder when the commentators get some trophies as well.
Yeah, I'd like a few. Did you get one when you won the Simi Awards from VCO?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes.
Okay,
but let's not talk about that, because Lewis is around, and you'll jump in to chime in that he's a 2-time winner now.
Well, he's got to get one over you somehow.
Yeah, for now. It's going to be another fight at the end of this year when we get ready to talk about the VCO Simi Awards once again. There is the Apex Racing team leading LMP2 car. There is Stanley Deslandes. Does look as though that he is also, of course, racing at the facility. We saw on board with Elvis Rankin earlier. They are very much... They are having a party down in Corby. Although right now, Deslandes is just kind of waiting for the fuel to be added to the car before he can roll out again. Deslandes, one of the promoted drivers from the Apex Racing Academy here in 2023 to the full Apex Racing team. Also Michael Liani, I think in the number 98 Apex Racing team car, getting the bump up. And the Academy is something that I really do enjoy, DJ. It's a program that 5-6 years ago launched the likes of Sebastian Jobe, Kevin Ellis Jr., and Zach Campbell into the World Championship fold. And it also converted Zach Campbell and Kevin Ellis Jr. from oval races to road races, which I think is something quite remarkable. I was really intrigued when the Apex guys announced that they were bringing it back for 2022, and it's been really interesting to track how the drivers have gotten on over the last 12 months. And the fact is that I think you can call it a success, with the fact that already drivers are getting promoted to the big lineups.
Yeah, exactly. I think you can call it a roaring success for them with the talent that we've seen coming up through. And it's exactly the kind of thing that you want to see here in sim racing. Obviously emulates a little bit the way that you have young driver programs working in Europe or in the States here to promote drivers up through the fold. And it really promotes that sense of community and unity for these drivers. I love it. I love to see it. And you love to see these names that you kind of get to know when they're coming up as fledgling drivers, then we see them blossom and expand, and it really makes it kind of a cool thing if you're able to latch on as a fan to one of these drivers and really get yourself to appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Was hoping that we are going to get I'm hoping that we're going to get the chance to chat with Elvis Rankin out of the number 199 car as well at some point. He had said that he'd be stopping by. If Elvis is listening, we're still waiting for you to stop on by. RaceBot TV commentary booth is always open to have a bit of a chat with those in the top split who have jumped out of the car and are always willing to come and talk to us. We've talked about some of the road iRacing special events. We've talked about those NASCAR iRacing series races as well. But let's not forget, DJ, that really the main reason I love the iRacing special events is you can do everything. You can go to the high banks of Daytona, both in a stock car or in a GTP machine. You can go to Phoenix and experience what it's like to try and battle for a championship. But you can also go dirt racing. We're going to get the Crandon Championship back for its 3rd year, so we'll break out the jumpy trucks and head back to the big house. The Knoxville Nationals, we'll see the wing sprint cars go for one of the biggest races in dirt racing. And of course, we finished the iRacing special events with the 4th running of the iRacing Chili Bowl Nationals. It's really a smorgasbord of motorsports, and it gives the opportunity for people like myself that grew up just watching one discipline to really see a little bit more about the entirety of the motorsports world.
Well, and I'll tell you from the flip side of that, Arjuna, as somebody who grew up watching pretty much everything under the sun on 4 wheels, it's such a wonderful feeling to see all of it embraced here on the iRacing service. I remember talking with my dad when I first got into iRacing, and he sort of was, humming and hawing and all of that sort of, okay, it's a simulator, whatever. And I remember when I mentioned dirt, and that you could go dirt racing, I saw his ears perk up a little bit. He was like a little puppy. He got excited about it, and then I told him that, no, Dad, they have sprinters and midgets, and they have non-wing sprinters, and he got super excited. And then, of course, for Christmas last year, I got him a subscription, and now he can whip my backside whenever it comes to dirt racing, because that's all he does.
I haven't had the chance to play the new World of Outlaws console game that, of course, iRacing released in conjunction with Monster Games. But, of course, a bit of news that I saw on, I think it was social media or on the iRacing forums, one of the two, is that some of the core dirt developers on iRacing had gone on over to help the development of that World of Outlaws game. And now that they've finished and polished it to the point where they're happy with it, they're going to switch back now over to iRacing. They're going to try and take a lot of the knowledge that they've been able to get by working on that World of Outlaws title. And I think dirt fans will hope that they get some new tracks, of course, which every motorsports fan wants more tracks in their discipline. Even road course racers, who have plenty of options, still want more tracks, despite the fact that we know they're still going to end up going to Spa, to Monza, to Silverstone, to all the regular Grand Prix tracks, rather than going and driving the likes of VAR, Mid-Ohio, all these fantastic racing tracks that we also still have on iRacing. But yeah, plenty of intrigue there. Elvis Rankin has messaged me to say he's a little bit busy right now. He's a bit busy doing what? Well, let's check in at the Apex Racing Team facility and see if we can pick up what Elvis Rankin is doing. He's not in the car right now. He's definitely enjoying himself, as I think he's getting hydrated to go back out for his final stint of the race, potentially.
Out there, he's got a little bit of a laugh on his face. I think he may be rocking out a little bit, trying to get himself psyched up and ready to go by the looks of it.
Yeah. I had the pleasure of meeting young Elvis at the Indianapolis 8 Hours. He was there competing on site in some of the esports activations that were there as well. And somehow we managed to sneak up onto the podium at the very end to see the podium ceremonies, where we got to listen to the lovely DJ Clark do his best WWE announcer impression. I must say, DJ, I was very impressed.
It's what they asked me for. They came in and they said they wanted a big, booming voice, and I said, okay, here we go. And I took it away for him. And I think my boss was actually just happy more than anything that he didn't have to do it, because he was forced to do podium for so many years.
And now we can find someone else who can maybe do it with a little bit more vigor, I think is the way to put it.
Yeah, that's it.
You don't realize how much the champagne really gets around. I didn't get sprayed too badly, but some of those photographers, yeah, the drivers definitely aim for some of those photographers, that is for sure.
Yeah, they certainly do, and I will tell you that I have been caught in the crossfire more than once, and there is a reason why now. If you ever see me on a podium, you don't see me on the podium, because I'm cowering behind something when that champagne starts to fly.
Yeah, no, you were basically camped at the doorway to head back into the commentary booth, because you were trying to run away as soon as someone came to you. I must say, the commentary booth in IMS is wonderful. You have this amazing view. The podium's off to your right-hand side. You see across the yard of bricks. You can see all the way down into turn 1 and turn 4 in terms of the oval. You can see the cars ramping back off of the road course and heading the wrong direction down that main straightaway. From your experience in 2022, DJ, what is the best commentary position that you've been able to visit so far?
The best commentary position that I've been able to do, Road America's pretty good. You don't really see a whole lot of the track from there, but they have a wonderful bank of cameras, much like Indianapolis. Indy and Road America are very, very similar. I have to really give credit, though, to Sonoma. I think if you're talking about being able to see everything on the circuit, you're placed down right at about pit exit, and you can see probably 75% of the circuit from that booth. Really and truly, you miss them coming up into turn 1, and then you catch them back again through the carousel, and then from there on out, you see the entirety of the track. It's really, really remarkable, and up in the hills with everything. We were there when it was raining. It was green. It was very strange. I was not used to it being green, but it was a lovely, lovely experience and a really gorgeous track.
So I guess by the sounds of it, I'm going to have to make a trip over to Sonoma at the start of that season and I'm going to have to come and see what the commentary booth looks like, especially because our good friend Tyler Maxson, DJ, is going to be racing in a GT4 car once again, and so you'll get to be able to call him out if he does anything bad. I'm just making sure that you know that that's your responsibility.
I will take it on with full in my heart, and yeah, Arjuna, you've got a standing invite, just let me know, and we'll get you all hooked up.
Yeah, Tyler Maxson. Now, I'm trying to remember exactly which team he is going to be racing with. He's over in Daytona right now because he's going to be joining Daily Motorsports, DEILY, in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge Series. He's going to be back in a Hyundai Elantra, I do believe. But he is going to be racing in a Toyota Supra, which is a very interesting GT4 car. Very, very interesting GT4 car. Paired back up with former teammate Tyler Gonzalez, who he's had plenty of success with in the past, and back in a familiar home in the form of Copeland Motorsports. It's going to be a busy, busy year for Tyler Maxson, and therefore we're going to see less of him on RaceSpot TV behind the scenes. So we're going to probably see more of him out on track, potentially. Looking forward to seeing that. Tyler Maxson has produced many a broadcast on RaceSpot TV. He's been part of the iRacing broadcast team as well for the World Championship Series. So not just a young, quick driver, but a very capable producer behind the scenes as well. Still checking in, by the way, with your GTD leaders. But to confirm, it is a one-lap gap between the Apex Racing Team 99 that is in the bump drafting tandem right now, and now it may become a three-car tandem because Reina Talvar has decided he wants to link on up with those two Audis and work his way through the rest of the race. At this point, the reality is with a one-lap gap, unless the 99 has the same technical issues that befell the 98, they are on course to grab the victory, and they'll just be hoping that that's not a commentator's curse that's going to come and strike them.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly what they're going to have to be hoping against here at this point, but we will have to see it. As we keep saying, knock on that patented RaceSpot TV block of wood. Anything can happen here in racing, and more often than not, it does, to sort of paraphrase Murray Walker as I say that. But we'll have to see here. I like the strategy from this Team BMW Bank team. Just dance along with the horses that you know are going to be fastest. Keep up behind them. See if you can keep the pace. And it's the right call from them to be able to do. If something happens, if there's something that goes wrong in pit lane, they're ready to pounce as quick as they can.
Yeah, Apex do have two strategists actually working, Mark Tranter as well as George Simmons, hoping that we can chat with George at some point today as we wind into the final hours of the race. Curious to chat a bit more with him about what he's been doing outside of the driving, because while we did see him back in the car for the iRacing Roar, fair to say that his rustiness maybe slightly shone through, and I think he's hoping that we gloss over that as much as possible and instead focus on what he's done outside of the car recently. Had partnered up as the head engineer at the McLaren Shadow Esports, the Formula One Esports team, and managed to, alongside with Lucas Blakely and the rest of the team, guide them not just to the F1 Esports Constructors Championship, but to the Drivers Championship as well. So it'll be interesting to kind of talk to George and see how all the preparation and the work that he's done behind the scenes with Apex have kind of helped him out in making that swap on over to the world of F1 Esports, and might get the chance to come and chat with him. I'll send him off a message and see if he will respond. GTP lead, by the way, is only getting bigger, as there had actually been a bit of drama for the Williams Esports Ben Q car. Cody Deeth, very, very slow right now. Daniel Lafuente has lost a whole bunch of ground as a result of this. Has gone from being 10 seconds back when we last checked in on him to 17 seconds back. So I'm sure that it's not been the easiest situation for the Williams Esports trio that is now slightly reduced in numbers with just the two Williams Esports cars working together. So we'll get a replay up and we'll figure out exactly what happened there. But yeah, GTP leader here, DJ. The gap now 41 full seconds. Alexander Spets rocketing away at the front.
Yeah, he is just starting to press his advantage here at this point as we take a look back at the replay. Ooh. I'm not sure if that was a little bit of weave to get out of the way, or if that could have been a little bit of a netcode issue there for them, but one way or the other, that is, it almost fallen afoul of their teammates, too, on the other side of it.
Yeah, it was a big netcode. That was about half a car between the two of them, but fortunately, Cody Deeth did not get disqualified. Unfortunately, he also did not tangle with his teammates. Nervy moments for sure. And even now, at this juncture of the race, danger is never too far, with even limited traffic left out on track. 39 seconds the gap in GTP as the Apex Racing duo in GTD bring their Audis down to pit lane. Johan Harth gets out, Salva Talons will get in, Kevin Ellis Jr. gets out, replaced by Alejandro Sanchez in the number 98, and we'll see them get back to their bump drafting ways in a couple of moments' time. I tell you what, George Simmons heard me speaking, and George Simmons is standing by. George, it's a nice Sunday for you, cold Sunday down in Corby it sounds like. What's the environment like down at the Apex Racing Team facility as you lead in 2 classes in this iRacing Daytona 24?
Yeah, I think it's fairly safe to say that we're pretty nervous, but anything can happen in this race, as we've seen. But yeah, I think the last couple of hours we've had a good handle on it, and we're just in bringing it home mode now. So hopefully, without any incidents, we can just bring both cars home.
We saw you back behind the wheel last week for the iRacing Roar. How good was it to be able to jump back into a touring car and actually go out racing rather than sitting behind a screen and helping call the strategy?
I think I was more nervous than I've ever been, to be honest, in that race, because yeah, it didn't go so well a year ago when my VR headset switched off, and I was half expecting something similar to happen. And I'm super out of practice now, not having driven very much in the last few months. So yeah, well, it was good fun. The Roar's a brilliant event, one of my favourite special events, because you can just hop in and give it a go, and there's a good chance even someone like me who's a few temps off can hang with the train. So yeah, it was good fun.
Of course, the reason why you're a bit out of practice, we just mentioned a few moments ago, is the fact that you were working alongside the McLaren F1 Esports team as they made a charge on the championships, a successful charge on the championship, it turns out. How much did your experience in the world of iRacing carry forward? Because for those that don't know your background, you've actually worked in the McLaren F1 mission control as well, so it's not like you are totally foreign to the world of race engineering. But what can you carry forward from sim racing as you went over to F1 Esports?
Yeah, one of the really cool things, obviously, was the RO1 championship that went on, was it last year or maybe the year before? And so that was very similar to F1 with different fuel loads, tyre compounds. Yeah, we built a lot of tools to be able to deal with that on iRacing, and many of those we adapted a little bit, and I was able to yeah, carry over to the F1 Esports side. Yeah, seemingly fairly effectively, so yeah, pretty pleased with that.
Overall, how different of an experience was it? Of course, you've been part of Apex Racing Team for such a long time. To go in with new drivers, had to get to understand how they work, how best that you can get the other engineers to work with their drivers as well. How different an experience was it compared to what you're getting on with right now, which is getting what is effectively a close group of drivers and friends together, enjoying a bit of a party atmosphere at the Corby facility. How different was that couple of months in terms of behind the scenes and managing the entire operation?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of similarities, to be fair. You know, we were same group of people who are all focused on one common goal, and there's a lot of stuff that I've learned through the experience with Apex that we were keen to take over to F1 Esports, and also a lot of stuff that we learned in the past with Apex that we wanted to make sure we didn't, the same mistakes get made the second time over. But yeah, overall it's like a fantastic experience. It's interesting, for me, I was not experienced with the F1 game at all, but as you alluded to, fairly experienced with strategy, so it was just trying to figure out where I was maybe being a bit too focused on strategy and needed one of the other guys on the team, the experts from the F1 game, to kind of pin me back to some kind of reality, and then in the other way around, like where I could bring some new stuff that perhaps people hadn't quite thought about yet. And I think the championship was interesting. If you look at the way that the races played out, we definitely kind of were one of the more inventive teams in terms of
technical issues potentially for George Simmons in the Apex Racing Team. There we go. We got him back again.
I held down push to talk for too long. I was definitely waffling too much. So
No, it was good. I'll just wrap things up and let you get back to the team by asking, are we going to see you back in the car more this year? What do we have to do to convince you to do a bit more driving?
Well, as you've seen from my raw performances, there's a very good reason why I'm sat upstairs and those guys are sat downstairs driving the cars, so I very much doubt it. Maybe if you're really lucky.
Yeah, we need a few more touring car events, it sounds like, to tempt you back.
Oh, well, I mean, you also saw how that went last year, so perhaps not.
Thanks for giving us the time, George. Best of luck for the rest of the race, and hopefully you're not too nervous with the Christian Horner foot tap going on for 2 hours and 36 minutes.
Yeah, thanks a lot. See ya.
Always appreciate not just talking to the drivers, but those behind the scenes that make it all possible. George Simmons, a long-time member of the Apex Racing team, still working alongside with Mark Tranter in the strategy booth to make sure that the 3 Apex Racing team cars, as well as the 2 Apex Racing Academy cars, are hitting their marks and hitting as expected through the... Is it the bus stop chicane or the Le Mans chicane, DJ? What's your opinion?
I've been calling it the Le Mans bus stop as a way to just placate absolutely everyone, but that may just be a me thing.
I like it, you know. It's a lot simpler because I still call it the bus stop just because I'm not smart, and so it takes me a while to update things. But we always have this conversation. There are various tracks, in particular Spa, where there's like 4 corners in a row which all have multiple names, not 2, multiple names that you can pick from. And so it's like, well, you're going to be wrong to someone, so just pick the one that you want. I think Le Mans bus stop's pretty good.
Yeah, it's sort of like I said, it covers all of the bases for them. As that got a little bit close there with Williams and Caltech Racing Team as they worked their way through. I thought for a second that Williams Mullet team was going to take a look down to the inside.
Yeah, no, these two still, you know, going back and forth, not really split by much. I get the sense. Last 90 minutes is when we're going to take the gloves off and really start swinging back and forth. Of course, both still have a little bit of damage, so we'll see how that fares out. 35 on minutes to go until the top of the hour, and about right on schedule. We have the 191 Urano Esports Data Group car coming in, so no danger of them requiring a splash and dash. It's going to be Jonas Wolmar that still stays in the BMW M V8 Hybrid, and will roll after a 32.1 second pit stop. Again, remember, tires and fuel done at the same time, so short pit stops, that's for sure. And the Mahler Williams Esports powered car also runs its way in the LMP2 category. Mate Kalpinen's going to step out, and Moreno Sorica is going to jump back in. Moreno Sorica was part of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup back in 2020, retains his license for 2023, and it's a party for Williams Esports because here's Alexander Spetz as well.
Yeah, he's going to come on in. Everybody clearly making that call here at this point. The leader of your race up on the jacks, getting the tires here at this point. So just waiting for the fuel to go in. It does look like the Mala team is out and on their way as Spetz. There you can see that LMP2 working its way on by, and we just wait for the GTP counterpart to work its way by as well.
Yeah, there we go. 31.9 seconds. So pretty consistent across the board for GTP cars. Not much of a difference that we really have. I will say, if you're George Simmons or anyone in the Apex Racing team facility, the one thing that you're hoping for is for continued good luck compared to what we've seen in the past sometimes from the Coanda Esports facility, where we've had the Coanda car sometimes drop out of races because the internet has not always been the most stable. We've had no issues ever with the Apex Racing team, and so I'm knocking on wood as I say it, but I think that's basically the one bit of drama that they are thinking about right now. Williams trio, by the way, back in line and have sorted this one out. Reina Tauber has already pitted, so we're not getting a good indication in terms of times just yet. The gap between the BMW bank entry and the Williams Esports Mercedes, we'll get that sense probably in about 3 or 4 more laps time. But in terms of lap time, Daniel Lafuente with a 1:44.143 was the fastest GTD car out on track last time by, all bar his teammate Alessandro Bico in the number 4 Williams Esports Razor car, who is, I have to do the math here to confirm, I believe he is 465 laps behind the GTD leader.
You know, I'm not a mathematician here, Arjuna, but that is a pretty large margin from what simple math that I can do with my 2 fine arts degrees.
Yeah, no, again, I don't trust that I did the math correctly, because you never trust a commentator's math. And as we learnt in VCO LFM Flex Stream, you should never trust a commentator's facts either, because somehow I managed to conjure up a number. We were talking about motorsports museums, and I brought up the Barber Motorsports Park Museum, which is, I think, the preeminent place to go and see vintage motorcycles. And for some reason, I said 6,000 bikes was what was in their collection, which is a lot. But the real number is 1,600 bikes, which is definitely not as much.
No, definitely not as much, but I certainly think that it still is impressive, no matter how much how many there are in there, whether it's 6,000 or 1,600 or whatever it is. That's still a lot of bikes to have in a single area.
We were kind of talking about this as well. We don't really have like a central place to go and see motorsports history. The IMS Museum, DJ, is fantastic. It's an amazing collection of cars, but it's quite limited in its scope. At least the publicly available cars are, you know, mostly American open wheel cars. In the annals, in the basement levels, they do have sports cars and stuff that they restore for other people and they keep in their collection as well, but not accessible for mere mortals, unfortunately. Apparently Silverstone has one. There's another one in the UK that's the name of I'm forgetting right now. But yeah, motorsports museums aren't something that's necessarily that common. Now, well, we were just talking about what could befall the Apex Racing team. It turns out something that could befall them is an LMP2 car spinning in front of them. That was the Boutsen VDS by Undercut Black 21 that I think had their issue. Yeah, I think we need to stop talking about the Apex Racing team for a while now.
Yeah, I think we do as well, as we are just proving to be very, very bad luck for all of them involved here as that happened there. But not necessarily, well, they do have some pretty hefty motorsport background, but I do have to say the Peterson Automotive Museum out here in Los Angeles is a fantastic place to go see not only racing, but just all sorts of automotive history. Everything from the Pope Mobile before it was officially made into the Pope Mobile, when Pope John Paul was supposed to come out here and tour before his failed assassination attempt. They made a Cadillac for him, and they have that in there. They have supposedly Saddam Hussein's Mercedes in the vault down there, as well as some pretty fantastic open wheel cars. They had a big Formula One exhibit that I believe is still going on. I think right now they have a big James Bond exhibit. It's if you're ever in the Los Angeles area, I highly recommend it. It is a absolute gearhead's dream.
Interesting. I know the motorsports or the automotive museum in the UK that's the name that I'm now completely blanking on, which you'll have to excuse me. For DJ and myself, it is 2:15 in the morning, so those impulses in the brain maybe not firing as quickly as we would have liked. But I believe they even have some of those interesting Top Gear cars that we had once in a while. Which reminds me, I think maybe the most impressive motorsports or automotive museum collection that I've ever seen was in that episode of Top Gear, where they did all sorts of wacky things, including doing an art car that Jeremy then crashed on his way to bring it to the exhibit. Shenanigans ensued. They cut a car in half. They did all sorts of weird things. James May recorded an audio guide for the thing that, of course, because James May doesn't understand directions, got people lost inside of the museum. Yeah, I do think it would be nice to have a motorsports museum, and at some point, maybe we can have a few sim racing things in there, because let's not forget that there are a handful of teams that have had their liveries wrapped on real cars. Most notably, of course, was when Porsche brought a half Lego, half real car to the Coanda house, and it was really interesting what happened there. BS Turner, of course, the collaboration between BS Competition and Turner Motorsports that saw them run a split livery in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge race at Sebring back in 2021. Hopefully we'll get to a point, DJ, where we can have a few of these mementos lingering in some museum somewhere.
I certainly think we will and we should, Arjuna. I mean, we are seeing more and more that crossover, the bleeding in between the two of real life and sim racing, that this is no longer a little bit of a niche sport. This is definitely something that is gaining in popularity. And obviously, you and I are very biased as sim racing commentators, but it's pretty fantastic. And I can tell you that many of my friends who I have gotten addicted to racing over the years, as the off-season wound down, they're coming to me and going, where can I get my fix? How can I get my racing in? I turn them on to sim racing, and next thing you know, they're talking to me about different broadcasts and all of this, and where can I get a wheel, and et cetera, et cetera. It's a great way, if you're a motorsports fan, to just get into it and get a feel for what it is. And like I said, to be able to be watching racing during the off-season, it never stops.
Yeah, and we've been very fortunate here at RaceSpot over the off-season of real-world racing to have Andy McEwen, the voice of the British GT Championship, joining us in our commentary booth. He's going to be jumping in about 25 minutes' time to be alongside myself to the end of the race, and it's really cool to see just how excited he gets about these events. He was really excited to be part of this Daytona 24. Curiously, for someone that is the voice of the British GT Championship and Endurance Racing Championship, the thing that he's most excited about, though, is a different race here at the Daytona International Speedway. He's interested in the Daytona 500, which is really cool, and we'll talk more, of course, with Andy in 25 minutes' time, when DJ's going to get to go to sleep, and then I'm going to have to slog through at least 2 more hours before then I let my adrenaline carry me as far as it can through Sunday. Hopefully far enough to allow me to watch the Raw qualifying live in sound and vision, of course, on IMSA TV. And if you're in the US, well, you can catch it all on NBC. I believe it may be on Peacock here today. Comment in our YouTube chat in terms of talking of car collections, and this one is something that I was actually thinking about. Jay Leno's Garage, one of the most fascinating channels that you can follow just to see everything in that collection. Would very much enjoy a tour of that. Mark Tranter, who was watching on while calling the strategy for the Apex Racing team, said the Beaulieu Museum, I think that's how you say it, that's the one that I was mentioning in the UK. You can tell what the strategy is here, by the way, between the Williams Esports pair. Alessandro Bico is going to link up with his teammate Daniel Lafuente as they roll off the pit lane. Actually stayed stationary, waiting for the service to be finished on the number 55 car. And this is just the teamwork to try and close the gap up to Rainer Talvar in that BMW bank car. It's up to 18 full seconds now. There's a lot of work for the 55 to do.
Yeah, there's a lot of work for them to do, and I think this is, again, taking a leaf out of that Apex Racing Team book. That's exactly what we saw the 98 do as they came out of pit lane. They actually pulled off and off to the side of the pit lane exit to allow themselves to be able to catch back up with their teammates. So Williams clearly doing the same kind of thing here, as they think that that's going to be their only way to be able to move their way ahead and catch that Team BMW bank car.
Yeah, the BMW bank car did start on pole position. I think they are going to be slightly frustrated. We'll talk about that in a second. What's happened with... Well, that's a big wiggle on braking for SimRC, that 76 car. And just not looking healthy. Yeah, they were already many laps down. The 76 is scored in 45th position. Marvin Strell, I don't know why he was trying to see what the state of the car was, because he is... again, I have to quickly do the math here. He's about 736 laps behind his class leader. So I don't really think there's much that he could really have expected to get. Oh, I think, you know what he has probably done? He went out for the lap, which then when he takes the toe means that it will count as a completed lap. And he's now scored in front of Zenith Esports in class. So it's going to be a 16th place finish for SimRC rather than a 17th place finish.
All right, playing a little bit of games there, but I like it. Again, it's that no-quit attitude that you get here in endurance racing that is pretty fantastic to see, as we've got a couple of more cars coming down into pit lane. Looks like the number 67, that is the German sim racing blue car coming down in.
What's happened to Alessandro Bico? Shown as slow on my timing screen. Now remember, oh, yeah, he's still trying to get up to speed. Don't see anyone leaving the scene of the incident, really. That would have been a factor. Yeah, we'll get a look here, but off of the banking, it's trickier than sometimes you expect as you transition onto the braking. A little bit too much speed in there and just loses the rear end, and Fortunate that poor Simsa Esports does not absolutely debone that bright green number 4. Get another look at it here, and you'll just... yeah, it is the Simsa Esports. I'm glad that I identified that one correctly. And if anything, it also would have scared the living daylights out of the Apex Racing 199, your LMP2 leader, who then had to squeak their way on past. Nervy moments, that's for sure.
Oh, this is going to be the sight to see coming down into the corner, completely blind. Just that little bit of puff of smoke. Oh, goodness. The slope. Is that honestly a room for a GTP car to slip through? My goodness gracious.
Oh, no, that was contact.
That was contact.
And that was the same amount of contact that we saw with Alexander Spets. And so now for Simsa Esports, just based on the form book, expect them to be maybe 5 to 10 kilometers an hour down in top speed. Expect them as well to have 42 seconds of optional repairs if what we saw from the Williams Esports Chill Blast car is anything to go with. Alex Goldschmidt asks, is it Brooklyn's that I was trying to think of? No, it was not. Thank you again to Mark Tranter, who's helping me with the pronunciation as well. B.U. Lee Museum in the UK is the one that Lewis and I were talking about on another broadcast earlier today. Here's the viewpoint from... that was not insignificant, that contact.
No, it was not. And I'd be very, very worried if I were behind that Simsa Esports team, as they're going to have some problems there to be able to get themselves back and going. But we'll have to try to take a look and see exactly what, if any, damage was put onto the side of that car.
Update in LMP2, by the way. We spent a lot of time watching Kalcha and Williams go back and forth. But we always say the more that you fight, the more that it allows those behind you to close on in. And in the case of the Inet Motorsport number 17, again, we were singing their praises about an hour or so ago. Harold Cretin still behind the wheel. He's closed the margin up to Moreno Sorica to under 2 seconds. Yes, the Kalcha Racing team has been able to stretch its legs and build a 4.5-second gap back to the Williams Esports Marla number 15, but back into podium contention for Inet Motorsports, and track that over the next 2 hours and 20 minutes as we cycle our way through the Le Mans bus stop for Alexander Spets, who has now grown that gap up to 44 seconds. And I think we do have to address the elephant in the room, which is that I think Williams Esports came into this one as the presumptive favorites for this one. Alexander Spets has been rapid over the week building up to this event in official iRacing IMSA competition, the races that you can race every 2 hours for 45 minutes. But before we even dropped the green flag, there was controversy because Alexander Spets in qualifying did one of the few things that you're not allowed to do in iRacing, which is duck down to the apron, working through the NASCAR banking. And as you can expect, people are not too impressed and not too thrilled with it, DJ.
No, they certainly weren't, and that controversy obviously coming back to play here a little bit. But I think Spets has done a good job of silencing any of his critics. Well, color me surprised. We're seeing a little bit of a bump draft here going on between a couple of the cars out on track. And Arjuna, you're telling me here that Pure Sims may have had a little bit of an issue here. Yeah, we'll try and figure out exactly what's going on as they fight their way through with some traffic. There is the BMW BS competition car. Just trying to figure out exactly what has happened to Pure Sims Esports. They've had to trundle around and do a very, very slow lap and then bring the car back into pit lane, because it does look as though, just from what I can kind of see on my side, Matt Emery left the pit lane and then was unable to release himself from the pit limiter, and so had to do an entire lap at the Daytona International Speedway, crawling at what's the speed limit here? It's like 90 kilometers an hour or something like that? Yeah, I think it's 55 miles an hour. It is an absolute crawl, and that is going to absolutely cut his time all the way down. Oh, you hate to see that. Yeah, fortunately they were able to swap it around. Definitely seems like it would be some sort of a hardware issue, given that Matt Emery had just finished his first stint back in the car, so had already had a stint without any sort of an issue. Those are the little technical things that we deal with here in the sim racing world sometimes, and at least for Pure Sim, they have the knowledge that they are
5 laps clear of the BS competition BMW that's trying to chase them down, and so they have a bit of a buffer. Mentioned as well the incident limits that sometimes see a drive through, as that's the Williams Esports Marla car into the iRacing car. Contact as well with the race clutch GTP that runs in 4th position. Palaver of chaos down into turn number 1. And the question will be, is there additional damage now on the Moreno Sorica number 15? Here's a look, and it's just deep into the braking zone, and it's a mistake from Sorica that you would not expect.
No, not one at all, and I think he was a little bit off-put there by that race clutch car trying to work their way through, as was their prerogative. Moved down to the inside, down onto the apron. That's what set that all up.
Yeah, just don't go to the apron. It's as simple as that. Until you get to the final lap of the race, why is it worth the risk? That ultimately will be the question. It was the Inet car that actually went down low. And so Moreno Sorica then slightly butchering that entire sequence. It is Harold Cretin that loses out the most as a result of that. It's going to allow a bit more buffer to the Culture Racing number 19 with Ivan Perez still at the wheel. As we do have pit stops back underway. We saw Elvis Rankin getting grooved up and ready to go. And I think we're right, DJ, because we were right that he was getting ready to jump into the end of the race, because Elvis Rankin is getting ready to bring the 199 back out onto track.
Yes, indeed, he is there. You can see it at rest in the pit stall, and now back out and moving again here as they go. Rankin back behind the wheel of that car, and that is going to be a move. And there you can see Elvis on your screen. A little bit of communication there with the team as he has to wait to get onto that pit, or to get off of that pit limiter, obviously, until he's able to get past the green cones.
Hopefully without any drama like Matt Emery experienced in the Pure Sims Esports number 16. But indeed, as we jump on board from that wonderful little visor sort of cam that we can get here on iRacing, Elvis Rankin will focus on getting back up to speed. I would like to find out, at the very right edge of the camera shot, there is a face. The question is, whose face is it?
I'm not entirely sure whose that is, and I can't really identify it from about a quarter of the face there. We'll maybe have to ask Elvis once he gets out of the car.
If you can identify that face just from the little sliver that you have, congratulations. You are clearly an artificial intelligence. So do let us know if you think you know who that is. Lewis and I always talk about this when we... Oh, Hugo Luis is trying to zoom in and give you as many pixels as possible. It's not Kevin Ellis Jr. It's not Peter Barry. It's not an Apex Racing Team driver from what I can tell. We'll see if we can get some sort of an answer. But we always, Lewis and myself, we always mention this when we see Jamie Fluke's onboard cameras now that he's living in the Apex Racing Team facility. Jamie Fluke used to have a wonderful wall of track maps behind him. Now, unfortunately, he doesn't have the wall of track maps behind him. And it makes me and Lewis very sad, DJ.
It makes me sad as well. We had I forget who it was, but we had somebody up with a bunch of track maps earlier, and we were trying to go through and identify as many as we could. David and I were. And so all of those track maps. Oh, it was Owen Carroll. Thank you for Hugo for reminding us there. Yeah, Owen had a big wall of track maps that was very, very impressive.
Okay, I do have a picture of who the face is. I'll be honest, I still don't recognize whose face it is. We'll see if we can get that up on screen for you. I've sent it over to Hugo, and we'll endeavor to get that one figured out. The iRacing detectives are going to go to work as it will go. Comments in our iRacing Twitch chat. Apron moves should be illegal. Change my mind. 100% agree in my mind. Just no risk. All it is an unnecessary risk. I think the rule should be no using the apron until the final lap of the race, out of the final corner, to be super specific.
No, I have to completely agree with you there on that. I think that is the way to go. It kind of is in real life. You don't want to have any of those issues coming back to bite you. It just invites the kind of incident that we saw out on track, having drivers move down to the apron.
Yeah, so I'm sure we're going to get some more hot button discussions happening over the social media channels, the various discords that we have in the sim racing world. Okay, Hugo's getting the picture. Let's see if we can get it up on screen for you now. I have been told who this is. I'm not going to say who it is unless someone in the chats is able to detect this themselves. I must say, it's a good reminder of who's driving that rig, and maybe it's a driver that you don't want to irritate. That's the other thing. I'm not very good with distractions. I know there are some teams and some drivers who are a lot better with it, you know, chatting freely during races, you know, like it's a regular Sunday drive. But I'm not capable of doing that, DJ. I can barely commentate and watch a screen.
No, I'm not as well. The only talking that I really do over the course of the race is talking to myself. And I will mutter to myself incessantly while I am driving, to the point that I actually had partners tell me that I'm not allowed to sim race in the room anymore because I talk to myself while I'm doing it and keep them awake.
Nice. 3 people have already got this correct. 1 in our Racebot TV YouTube chat, 2 in our iRacing Twitch chat. That is indeed the glorious mug of Gordy Much, who has joined up with the Apex Racing Academy car for this Daytona 24. I love it. I love it. We need. That's why I enjoy the webcam so much, is we get the insights behind the scenes that sometimes that we don't get. I always will cast my mind back as well to 2022 when was it 21, 22? I'm already forgetting. But Daytona 24 graveyard stint. Unfortunately, Kevin Ellis Jr. In his GT3 entry for this the race 12 months ago had an issue and retired early in the race, and so Kevin gave us a bit of a weather report. He went over. The Apex Racing TV have a studio that they use with some screens behind them, and so they put some weather maps up from Daytona Beach, and then we just had some fun talking about whatnot. I'm hoping that we'll get to do that again, because entertaining to say the very least. But we talked about this slightly earlier, and you know, the fact that a lot of the teams may have been hoping that they would have had rain for this 24 hours of Daytona. I think a lot of teams should be glad that they didn't have rain for this 24 hours of Daytona, because the level of attrition that we've had in the dry, do we really need to amplify that by adding in rain as an extra factor?
No, I don't think we do, but I mean, it is coming, and it is coming #soon. We know that. We've seen the windshield wipers working on these cars, and, you know, Arjuna, it's going to be, when it does finally come, that last added bit of unpredictability in these races, and I think it's really and truly going to have so much exciting combinations of things that can happen. I for one, am very, very excited about it coming on into the sim.
Just been informed there is another motorsports automotive museum to check out. This one's in Hamburg. It's Prototype, which looks really interesting. I've just been sent the website link, and so I'm just kind of looking through some of the exhibits that they've got. They've got the car that Michael Schumacher started his Formula One career in, the Jordan 191. They have the Porsche 919 Hybrid, the 2017 edition of that, in addition to many, many other ones. They've got one of the original Herbies from the movies, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I think I need to get out and go to these museums. I'll make trips to various countries centered, potentially, around motorsports museums, so send me some more links. I'm very, very interested to see that. DJ, in about 8 minutes' time, we're going to say goodbye to you, unfortunately. You've been on for a majority of the night stints. Great to have you back for the Daytona 24, because the first time that we worked together was last year on this event as well. I mean, what a difference, though, to 12 months ago, just by adding one car that has excited so many people around the world.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable, and I was thinking about that as well, Arjuna. This is the 1-year anniversary of you and I starting to work together, but yeah, just adding the GTP in here, it's really and truly made this race so much more electric. There is so many more storylines to be talking about, and it's really created drama to the utmost for all of these drivers. It is absolutely fantastic, and I will continue to go on and sing the praises of the iRacing service until the day I die, but massive, massive credit there to them for putting this together.
There's another 16,000 drivers in this edition of the iRacing Daytona 24. old school iRacers will remember, before this was even a team event, it was a 2.4-hour race, very similar to the iRacing Roar, but of course focused a little bit more on the top level sports cars rather than the more junior level sports cars. It was 2015, the very first running of the 24 itself, with a static day rather than night cycle. 2016 we came back, did it again, but this time with static night conditions. Eventually we got our way to the dynamic day-night transitions, and the next step is going to be, of course, adding that rain in, which is going to make the likes of George Simmons have to work just that little bit harder. To give you those final confirmed numbers, 16,651 declared drivers, 4,001. Whoa! As that's going to involve the Mahler Racing LMP2 car. More dramas for the number 15. And this, I think, got them mixed up with Nathan Lewis in the BMW M-Team PS competition car. More drama for one of our LMP2 contenders.
Yeah, coming down into the corner here, just outbraked themselves. It looked like that BS competition car and caused the spin to come around there. They just carried too much speed coming through the kink. We take a look at it here. Yeah, just too much. You see that car squirming. You see the tires locking up there at that point as they try to get it under control, and absolutely nowhere to go, playing pinball there with the two Williams machines.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for Moreno Sarica, who could really do not much in that situation. Look from up above, which will give us a really good indication. You can see just how deep and committed that Lewis was trying to get it to the inside. We talked about it in hour one, the danger of this BMW M Hybrid V8 on the brakes with the rear end stepping around. And not the first time that we've seen it from the Zebra, and well, hopefully with 2 hours to go, hopefully the last time that we will see it as well. Someone's also just jumped into our iRacing Twitch chat, by the way, to say that the Charlotte NASCAR Hall of Fame is also something to see. That definitely sounds like a highlight to go and see, but I'll be honest, as someone who hasn't watched too much NASCAR, I think I'd be very, very curious to see what they've got over there, DJ.
Yeah, I would be as well, and I do remember from many, many moons ago when my family were lucky enough to actually tour around Daytona. Daytona's got a pretty good museum as well with a lot of good NASCAR history, and certainly something to be able to check out.
Yeah. Do let us know. Again, more museums. This is a topic that now we're going to try and track here at RaceSpot, and we're going to make a list. And I think it sounds like something that we should do, DJ, is we should send someone to the museums. We should do a rating of them. And then we should build an order, our definitive RaceSpot TV ranking to automotive museums in the world.
You know, I would be willing to undertake this, to go around the world. I'll talk to Hugo. We'll see if we can get something together for you and I. We'll go tour them, and that'll be our job for the next couple of years.
An all expenses paid trip. I won't say no for that.
Exactly.
Do remember, by the way, it's too late to jump into the iRacing Daytona 24, but it's not too late to start getting yourself set on your iRacing journey. Plenty more special events to come. The Bathurst 12 Hours in a handful of weeks' time. Head on over to iRacing.com to learn more about iRacing and to get started with your iRacing career. Of course, we're getting set for another season of World Championships to get underway. The eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series will have its exhibition, the Clash at the Coliseum, on I think it's the 29th of January, and then at the start of February, we're also expecting the 2023 Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup to get back underway as well. So 2 top-level competitions back in your lives on the iRacing Esports Network, and of course, adding to the weekly cadence that we've had with the World of Outlaws Sprint Car Series, I believe it is, that has been running itself through the winter as it gets set to crown yet another champion. We've talked about Road America, DJ. We talked a little bit about fantasy events, potentially. I think we got cut off a little bit quickly there at some points, though. You look at the schedule, though, and I'm curious for you, take the Road America 500 out for a second, because I know that's going to be your go-to answer. What's the special event that stands out the most to you?
I think probably Knoxville Nationals or Petit. Petit has just always been a very, very special race to me. I've always loved watching that race. It's kind of the culmination of a whole season, obviously, for IMSA. But that's one that I always look forward to. And Knoxville Nationals, I'm not the biggest fan of winged sprinters. I grew up in Indiana where it was all non-wing sprints, but being able to see that come to the service, I'm very, very excited for that one, Arjuna.
Interesting. Knoxville was a lot of fun. I'm not really a dirt oval commentator, especially with the winged cars. I can do the Chili Bowl. The Chili Bowl is easy, because they spend more time on one wheel than on four wheels because they've got so much power, and they just load up the right rear and brawl out as much as possible. Yeah, the way that the wing sprints work, it's just very, very unique and something very different. Manuel Cubo Torres on board with the Apex Racing Academy number 9. He doesn't have track maps behind him, but he does seem to have a rather large collection of what I would assume to be PlayStation games based on the covers. You got the PlayStation 3s on the very left. You have some PlayStation 4 games hidden by the seat itself. That's a healthy collection there.
Yeah, it's not doing too bad for himself on that. I'd be interested to see what his collection entails and what he's doing when he's not sim racing. That's always the question that I want to know from these drivers is what games are you playing when you're not racing?
I'll ask you one question before we let you go, DJ. Do you remember what the very first racing game you ever played was?
Yes. I do not remember the name of it. I can't for the life of me, but it was an old 16-bit racing game on my family computer. And I remember very, very vividly running at a faux track somewhere where you had to brake coming over a bridge, otherwise the car would take off. That's one of the first memories I have of any racing game.
Interesting. I'm not 16-bit days, but I distinctly remember that the very first game that I ever played was Road Rash. It would have been Road Rash 3D on the original PlayStation, a game that came out back in 1998, which is now starting to make me feel quite old again, DJ.
It's making me feel old as well, thinking back to those old days, I gotta tell you, Arjuna.
All right, DJ Clark has been with us for the last 2 hours. He will step aside to go off and get some well-earned rest at 2:45 in the morning. Jumping in back to the RaceBot TV commentary booth after 4 hours at the very start of the race, the lovely Andy McEwen. Andy, how are you doing this morning?
I'm very well, Arjuna, thank you. I would love to say I got plenty of sleep and feel well rested. That's not quite true, because I actually couldn't take my eyes off the RaceBot TV broadcast last night. I was up until about 2 AM, I think, watching this race, at which point it briefly calmed down. I thought, right, time for sleep. I need to be up relatively early tomorrow morning. But that is really a sign of how engaging this race has been, right from the word go. There have been storylines all the way through, and actually, even in the few hours that I did miss overnight, the very complexion of the race in at least 2 of the classes changed completely. And, 2 hours to go, Arjuna. I'm not convinced we're done with the twists and turns just yet.
I think the only class... I left after 2 hours. You had 2 additional hours after me. But the only class which is kind of similar to what it was when I left is the GTDs, and that's just because Apex is still at the front. The 2 prototype classes are completely wild in what's happened overnight. So many contenders are dropping one by one. And the race leader, when I stepped aside at the 2-hour mark, was Obsidian Racing. They had, a 10-12 second lead over the chasing pack behind. They are our most recent retiree. And we are ticking past laps, 845 laps. We're now on to lap 845. We're going to hit 930-ish based on the estimate on my timing screen. We were talking about 2 hours ago as well, Andy. Would you ever endure 24 hours at Daytona by yourself?
Ooh, I think I probably could. I've never stayed up throughout an entire 24-hour race that I have been covering. I've stayed up watching them before, and that damn near killed me. But I do actually find it easier when I'm engaged in it as a job, so I think I'll give it a go. Yeah, why not?
So it's been a bit of a trend. A lot of people do it for charity year in, year out, and so this year we have broken the lap record for a solo car driver, along with also raising almost $6,000 for Extra Life. 888 laps in 24 hours by themselves. To put that into context, right, that's only about 50 laps shy of what our race-leading car in this top split is likely to end up doing. That is a remarkable effort.
Wow, that is making me feel worn out just thinking about it, quite frankly, because this is not easy to do. We've spent most of this race talking about how difficult these races are mentally, physically, and yeah, to do that solo is thoroughly impressive. And actually, speaking of race distance, we've just ticked past 3,000 miles. I was doing some quick mathematics before I jumped on. 843 laps was 3,000 miles covered by the race leader, still 2 hours to go. So the pace of this year's race has been particularly impressive as well.
Yeah, these GTP cars not necessarily looking like they're going to be as fast as DPI machines in the real world, just based on lap times that we've seen through the first couple of days of testing. But I have no doubt that we are going to see the pace just ratchet up, and we'll likely see them get comparable to these iRacing times pretty shortly. There is Jonas Wallmeyer in that 191 car, has been able to close the gap down. Excuse me, it's the 190 car. Dominic Hoffman behind the wheel of that. 1 lap down from your race leader, but in front of him, his teammate Jonas Wallmeyer has been able to close a couple of seconds over the last handful of laps, has brought the gap back down to 40 seconds, trying to keep Alexander Spets as honest as possible, which is important because even with just 28 cars left out on track here, Andy, with what we saw in the first hour with Alexander Spets getting what was the lightest of taps by that Lamborghini GTD car and then instantly losing 5 to 10 kilometers an hour in top speed. If you're Urano, you know that all it takes is for a similar incident to bring you back into contention for the victory.
Well, we've just seen it, haven't we? I mean, the number 1 car narrowly avoiding a bit of a kerfuffle down at the International Horseshoe. The other Urano car was involved in an incident not long ago at Turn 1. So, you know, it's at this stage of the race where, in theory, incidents like that should be happening less frequently. There are fewer cars on the track. The ones who have survived to this point have done so because, in theory, they're the cleanest and safest drivers on track. And yet, actually, it's these final couple of hours where the concentration starts to dip, the drivers are starting to feel fatigued. A lot of the drivers who are multiple laps down as well are perhaps now just looking to get to the finish. That is why the concentration drops a little. So incidents can and will happen, and it's a bit of a lottery, really, as to whether, if you're one of those leading contenders, you end up getting caught up in it. But what a turnaround this has been from the Williams Esports Chill Blast team. That, you know, even when I went to bed last night, they were barely hanging on to the lead lap. They were sort of on this alternate pit strategy they'd been forced into, as you said early on. That meant that they were dropping temporarily off the lead lap, then getting it back, then dropping off again. And now here they are with a 40-second lead, barring any disasters. They are looking good for this, and it really does go to show you've got to have that never give up mentality in endurance racing.
Yeah, and we've seen that from a handful of teams. For example, in GTP, your car in second place, 40 seconds adrift. Third, 1 lap down. Fourth, 1 lap down. Fifth, 5 laps down. Sixth is 12 laps down. Seventh, 19 laps down. And eighth, 36 laps down. Ninth, and the final GTP car still running, Simsa Esports, 64 laps down. Slightly different in the real and virtual worlds because in the real world, Andy, as we see Urano begin the pit stop cycle once again, we'll see Alexander Spets in the next time around based on the trends. But in the real world, if you have an issue, you go 3 laps down, well, tough. You have to go and suck it up because the sponsors have paid for you to be out on track, and so you better be on track as much as feasibly possible. Whereas here in the sim world, the reality is, with no safety cars to bring you back into the mix, if you end up 4 laps down and with a damaged car, all that you're going to have if you then have to run another 21 hours is you're just going to feel really, really awful about how the race has gone until you're finished, at which point you'll still feel awful about how the race went.
Especially at this level, you know, when you're looking at the top few splits of these special events, then yes, you're talking about teams and drivers who expect to win, and they are not going to be satisfied with anything but a victory, or at the very least a podium finish, as we see the number 1 car this is heading into the pit lane. So they're only 1 lap apart now on pit cycle. That's interesting. The numbers 1 and 191 at front of the field, so it is a straight race in that respect, no alternating strategies anymore. But yes, at this level, the teams and drivers want to win. However, I do think it's important that certainly for those of you who might be looking at doing some of these special events, maybe you do the odd one yourselves on a slightly lower split, getting to the end of the race is a serious achievement, and it's one of my biggest regrets. I attempted the Bathurst 12 hours for the first time last year, and you know, we had a crash about half an hour in, and repaired the car about 10 laps down or so. And about half an hour later, having got back on track, we gave up. We thought, well, there's no point. We're so many laps down. It's really early in the race. We just can't be bothered, quite frankly, running around multiple laps down with a car that doesn't really feel like it's handling quite right. And I really do wish that we just kept going and got to the finish, because that would have been a really special achievement. They're not easy races to finish, these ones. It doesn't matter whether it's Daytona, Bathurst, or the Nürburgring, wherever it may be. Just getting to the checkered flag, particularly if you are racing one of those lower splits, is something to be genuinely proud of. And it's nice to see that even in this top split, there are teams multiple laps down who are still keeping going. They know they're not really in with a chance of getting a meaningful result, but just getting to the finish they can be proud of.
Yeah, I have seen a few teams as well, because we have 4 time slots now. This is the 3rd time slot, so there's one race that started, or one time split that started 4 hours after we got underway. If you have issues in the opening 4 hours, you're already committed to staying up overnight, so why not go off to the other race, which is a way for them to still experience the race, although it takes away from those in the other field who are now left with slightly fewer cars. I'll ask you a question that I asked DJ just before we let him go, Andy. Do you remember the very first racing game that you ever played?
I do. It would have been the Toka PlayStation 1 game, I think, in about 1997, 98, somewhere around there. And that was also the year that I first visited Alton Park, my local racetrack, the year that I first saw a racing car in the flesh, and that really was quite an important year in my life. That's, I think, where my love affair with this crazy sport began.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? For so many of us, our journey through motorsport starts because of video games. I think that's why we love the iRacing special events. I saw some people talking about their first platforms in racing, whether it be on an Atari 2600, on an NES, or in the case of one particular person, the first sim was the Indianapolis 500 game on PC back in 1989, wow, which was actually the first sim that Papyrus developers made, the team that, of course, would go on to build iRacing. So that's a little interesting little tidbit there, but yeah. 1997 was the release of the first game that I remember playing, Road Rash on PlayStation 1, but what really made me fall in love was when my parents bought me a PlayStation 2, which came with Formula 1 2001, the game, which included the season review for Formula 1 2000, the season that had happened. And I still remember the way that I felt watching as Mika Hakkinen and Michael Schumacher come across Riccardo Zonta as they're climbing up the Camel and they go 3 wide. I know that was the moment that I became a motorsports fan, and I can pinpoint it that specifically.
Yes, I remember that well. I think my first Formula 1 memory was from probably a couple of years earlier, and having said 1998 was an important year for me, that was also the first time I watched a Formula 1 race, and it was the Belgian Grand Prix in 1998, which I think is sort of one of the all-time classics. So there were, looking back, I've never thought about this until now, Arjuna, looking back, that was the year, really, where it all began. If I'd have been doing something else on those specific days during that year, I might not be sat here talking to you now, so it's funny how these things work out.
Yeah, absolutely. I still think as well, we were talking in the first 2 hours about Ken Block and his influence, not just in the real world, but in the virtual world as well. When Colin McRae passed away, it was Ken Block that very much took on the mantle in the Dirt franchise as the figurehead of it. And I was introduced to Ken through that. It's what got me into rallycross, and I've always been a rally fan. Rallycross was new to me, and I got into it because of the game, and now I've commentated as part of the iRacing Rallycross World Championship and the All-Star Series that we had before, and so many of the drivers that I grew up watching because of that game. Yeah, there are just moments that I can trace back to video games that have been so influential in my life, and it's why I'm glad that my parents never tried to completely isolate me from video games, like a lot of Indian parents may have wanted to do so. An hour and 48 minutes to go, though. Let's give you a bit of a rundown. Not in your GTP class right now, because pit stop cycles are somewhat underway there. Let's start back to front. Let's start with the GTDs. Only 8 cars still running of the 16 that took the green flag, but it is still the Apex Racing team that lead at the front. They have only given up the lead of the race in early pit stop cycles, but it is Sal Batalans that is dominating in the 99. He's still got his teammate for company in the 98, but they are scored in 4th position after they experienced technical issues midway through the race. And now they find themselves 2 laps back from their counterparts. BMW Bank, right behind your race leader, but scored as 1 lap down, does have a 30-second buffer back to Daniel Lafuente in the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports car. At one point, about an hour ago, that gap was down at 6 seconds. At this point, it's ballooned up 20 seconds, and you'd have to think the likelihood of a podium challenge or a battle for second is unlikely. The question really becomes, with 70-odd seconds back to Alejandro Sanchez in the 98, could there still be the opportunity for a double Apex podium? We'll have to wait and see. Seybolt, Dorr, and Williams Esports BenQ, the final runners in your GTD category. I think the Apex Racing Academy car has just come down onto the safety of pit lane. We'll see them back out in their 97. Potentially very shortly. LMP2 has been weird in that most of your contenders have damage. The question is how much damage, and have they been able to get it repaired? It's the Apex Racing Team 199 that did put it on pole position, but had a lot of struggles in the early hours of the race. They have fought their way back and persevered to lead in class by more than 1 lap. Elvis Rankin, the young Elvis Rankin, back behind the wheel. It's Jose Soria in the Culture Racing Team, number 19, in that distinctive livery with the Spanish colors on it. It's now Inet Motorsports Blue that runs in 3rd position after they were involved in a tangle with the Williams Esports Marla car. No fault of Inet in the 17. It was Moreno Sarica in the Williams Esports Marla car that was maybe a little bit optimistic. Outside of the podium spots, Apex Racing Academy and the 190, the number 9 car as they are actually listed in session. They're in 4th, in front of the SRC Movano number 33. Havu runs in 6th with the Fire Academy car 7th. Carbon Simsport and Chit Chat Racing round out the top 9. The most recent retiree in the class is Williams Esports Marla, not because of their contact with the Inet Motorsports number 17, but because of their contact that they had after the BMW M Team BS Competition GTP car, the number 89, was a little bit optimistic into the West Horseshoe and forced Moreno Sarica into some contact and off the road as well. They are going to be passed by the Booston Dash VDS, by Undercut Black car, I would think, by the end of the race, although that is by no means guaranteed, given that the number 21 finds themselves almost 40 laps back and just trying to salvage another position in this race. Last but not least, it's GTP, where Williams Esports Chill Blast have just had a driver change. Alexander Spets out, and surely Arthur LeHook in to the end of the race. They lead by 40 seconds. The gap holding pretty constant back to Jonas Walmar in the Urano Esports Data Group 191. One car provisionally classified on the lead lap as the 190 Urano Esports Hiking Media car. They still owe us a pit stop relative to the rest of their class, but they will hold on to the 3rd position in front of Race Clutch White, with the number 11 now having Aurelian Talmon on driving duties. He's just taken over from John Bennett, GB3 driver, who has joined up with Race Clutch here today. Pure Sims Esports about 45 minutes ago had to do an entire lap around the Daytona International Speedway with the pit limiter engaged because of a technical issue. But Daniel Chavo was able to jump back into the car on short notice, and they hold 5th position right now. We talked with Adam Blocker 2 hours ago, pretty happy with the spot they're in right now, and they are looking comfortable to hold that because 6 laps further back is the BMW M Team BS competition car. Nathan Lewis on driving duties now. TC Corsa Esports, German Sim Racing, and Simsa, the final car still running. 9 out of 17. Attrition has played its part, and maybe to be expected in these long 24-hour races. An hour and 43 minutes to go means we're into the final windows of pit stops. GTD cars, we expect them to come in potentially with about 55 minutes left on the clock. Your prototypes can go about 40 minutes, so they still have a couple of pit stops left, but we don't expect any driver changes, and so it's maximum attack from this point forward, Andy.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, and it really is go time now, isn't it? If any of these teams think they've got a chance to gain at least one more position before the flag, they've kind of got to go for it now. Start building that attack with 2 hours to go. Try and gain that time on the car ahead, and yes, start looking at those final pit stops, because we've been talking about things like fuel mileage and pit strategies and stint lengths all race long. Well, this really is the part of the race where that starts to become of the utmost importance. If you can make that final pit stop shorter than your opponents, well, that could give you an opportunity to find a way past them in the closing stages. In comes the German sim racing blue car, Adam Bulkovic at the wheel of car 67, pulls up nicely in his pit box, and that will be, they'll probably require at least one more pit stop in the GTPs from here on in. But yeah, strategy, all of that talk about strategy, Arjuna, this is what it boils down to, and trying to make sure that the end of your race is where you are the most competitive.
Yeah, your strategies often will diverge at the start, and it's complicated to try and follow, but as commentators we always appreciate it when we get into those final hours, because we can actually know what is going on rather than guesstimating to the best of our ability. The Apex Racing teammates have to link back up as they will resume their bump drafting duties very shortly. I am going to track the lap times between Alejandro Sanchez and Daniel Lafuente to just kind of get a sense for exactly how long, how fast the 98 is relative to the 55, because I'm really shocked at how much the number 55 is bleeding time. They must have a little bit of damage to have gone from 7 seconds back to 34 seconds back in about 90 minutes. Does not seem like the kind of pace that we'd expect from Lafuente and the rest of his team, Andy.
Yeah, and from what I've seen of the race this morning, those Team Williams Esports Mercedes have been in the thick of a few moments out on track, so it wouldn't be surprising to me to hear that it maybe had picked up a small amount of damage. There is the number 55 car, Daniel Lafuente at the wheel, and well, the car needs a good wash, that's for sure. It's a bit dirty and grimy, as you'd expect at this stage of the race, but I can't see any obvious damage. We had this, though, in the early stages, didn't we, with the number 1 car within the GTP class. It looked completely undamaged, and yet clearly there was something inhibiting the performance of that car at the time, so it doesn't always show externally. It may just be a little bit off the pace. It would be a shame if it cost them a podium, but then really you couldn't argue with the fact that Apex Racing kind of deserved to get both of their cars on the podium as well, because they have utterly dominated this race. Had it not been for the really unfortunate disconnect for the 98 car earlier on, or during the night indeed, then they would have still been running 1-2, they'd have still been running nose to tail, as they would have been doing for the entire race. It really has been a superb performance by them, and they'll be certainly gunning for both cars on the podium by the flag.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how this finishes up as well. A lot of momentum going to be taken from some teams moving forward. Again, remember, it's a short turnaround before we go again for the third of our iRacing special events. We head down under for the Bathurst 12 Hours. That will be February the 10th through the 12th. And then the very next week, the one that Andy's most looking forward to, the Daytona 500, the first of the NASCAR iRacing Series events. 4 full-length races in a series that follows the entirety of the NASCAR schedule. The Coke 600, the race at Bristol, as well as the NASCAR finale at Phoenix, all the other 3 full-length races that we have. 500 miles at Daytona. I've attempted it a few times, but I always get to the point, Andy, where because I am not the best in terms of making the right decisions at the right time, I always end up with damage, or the most tragic thing that you can do, which fortunately you cannot do anymore with the new cars because they have sequential gearboxes, is you'll be in 3rd, getting ready to shift into 4th, but accidentally drop it down into 2nd, and suddenly you haven't even reached the green flag and your engine's gone boom.
Yeah, I've seen that happen a few times, for sure. It's a really tough race. I think it's one of the toughest of the special events to finish, just because of the nature of the racing, the big pack racing on the super speedway. It is so treacherous, and your fate lies almost entirely in other drivers' hands. But there's something really satisfying about it, and when you do catch the right lane at the right time, you get that run, you move to the front, it really feels great. And yeah, I attempted that race twice last year, actually, within the space of a couple of days. Made it to about lap 180 in 3rd place on one of the occasions, only to get caught up in someone else's accident. But, you know, you can't begrudge that. That's racing at Daytona. It's good fun, and I will be certainly attempting it another couple of times this year. I can't wait.
No, absolutely. It's funny you say caught up in other people's messes, because I'm going to claim that is always the case, and I've never made a mistake. I am the perfect driver. Don't forget as well that when it comes to those NASCAR events, it doesn't matter if you have a setup or not. There is open setup competition, there is fixed setup competition as well, where unfortunately your ego will have to eat the cookie that is the fact that if you're in a split with some fast people, you can't blame the setup anymore. It's all about what you're doing with the setup that has been provided. And of course, the best drivers will always be able to find... will adapt their driving style to be able to fit with setups. But I'm still of the opinion, to some degree, Andy, that you can only adapt so much to a fixed setup. Yes, the better drivers will find more ways to adapt, but there is a limit to your adaptability.
Oh, for sure. I really struggle with fixed setups, particularly on road courses. I find on the ovals I'm all right because I don't really know what I'm doing when it comes to setting up a NASCAR. I know how to drive them, but I don't really know how to set them up. So fixed setup, it sort of takes that all out of the equation. But with road course racing, where you know the way in which the car is going to go through the corners clearly is absolutely crucial, I do struggle with the fixed setups because I find a lot of them are just a bit too understeery for my liking, which I understand. It's supposed to be a safe setup, a very user-friendly setup, but I hate understeer with a passion. I'd much rather be arriving in a corner sideways, drifting out of the corner. That's just the way I like a car to handle, and those fixed setups don't always allow for that. But then, you know, by the same virtue, there is a real skill to being able to extract a little bit more out of that setup than anybody else can, because you're literally using the same equipment as everyone else. If you're able to find a few tenths a lap over the rest of the field, then that means you're clearly doing something right. So, yeah, it's a nice alternative to have, and it's nice as well that lots of the official iRacing series that you, I, or anyone watching can take part in on a daily basis have the options, don't they, between racing in a fixed setup version or an open setup. If you're interested in tinkering with the way that the car handles, go for the open setup, and if you just want that level playing field, there are the fixed races as well. So something for everyone here on iRacing.
Yeah, absolutely. Something for everyone, not just in terms of fixed and open setup, but of course with all the different disciplines as well, you could find your little bit. One thing that I think I kind of was teasing earlier about some of our iRacing official series is they do tend to go to the same tracks over and over, the likes of Spa, the likes of Monza, to the point where Lewis and myself were commentating on a 9-hour race at Spa earlier today, and we were both chatting afterwards, and I don't know how you feel about this, Andy, but at least in sim racing terms, when Lewis and I first started, we were excited about anything that we would go and do at Spa. But now we've seen it all. We've gone to Spa so many times that it's just not exciting for us anymore. Like, it's genuinely not that special. Doesn't mean it's not a special track in the real world still. It just means we're kind of sick of it in the sim racing world.
Yeah, and look, I get it. I understand why everyone wants to race there, because it is a great track. But you're right, we've got so many racetracks in the world, and so many being brought onto iRacing as well these days, that really there's no excuse for sticking to the same tracks every time. And it's why I think tracks like Rudskogen, for example, which recently were brought into iRacing, I think an update or so ago, have been so popular, because it's a track that I had never heard of, certainly. Many people on iRacing had probably never come across before. It was something a little bit different, and it meant that you weren't going in there with this sort of preconception of what you were going to get. It was literally a journey into the unknown for the majority of us, and I think that's something that is really great to see on this sim in particular. We're not just having the generic sort of same old tracks being brought in all the time. There's always something new and exciting around the corner, and yeah, it's nice. It would be nice, perhaps, if some of the bigger series started to branch out, but, you know, that being said, Spa is still a pretty cool track. I enjoy driving around there, that's for sure, and let me assure you that visiting it in the real world, it still very much has that magic about it.
Yeah, hopefully I get the chance to go out there and watch a race. Doesn't have to be Formula 1. I'd go and watch the 24 there as well. It seems like a lot of fun. You know, big entry list as well. I'm not sure if you have any suggestions on this, Andy. I'm not sure if you heard our conversation just a little bit before, but we were talking a little bit about automotive and motorsports museums today. I got a message from someone who works at the ADAC mentioning that the Nürburgring has a fantastic museum there as well, where they have the 919 Evo, which of course broke all sorts of records around the world. So, what's your opinion on these automotive museums, and have you been to any particularly impressive ones?
Yeah, I mean, there used to be quite a few in the UK, particularly motorsport related ones. The best that I saw, I think, was the sadly now closed Donington Park Formula 1 museum, which had, I wouldn't even like to guess how many genuine Formula 1 cars throughout history. I think it was well into triple figures. And it was a great day. You could spend hours in there and you could get right up close and personal with everything from, 1950s Alfa Romeos and Mercedes all the way up until, well, I suppose this was maybe in the late 2010s. So I think they had perhaps some early hybrid cars there as well, and that was a real eye-opener, because at the time I went to see that museum, I had never seen a Formula 1 car in the flesh, and I don't think I realised just how much they'd changed over the decades, not just in basic design. Clearly they became more aerodynamically sophisticated as the years went on, the wings got bigger, etc. But just the sheer size of the things. I mean, a modern F1 car is just enormous compared to what they were even 15 or 20 years ago. So that was a real eye-opener. I also really enjoyed the Bewley Motor Museum just outside Birmingham, which I went to see 7 or 8 years ago now. I think that was a pretty cool one. The Coventry Motor Museum as well, also in the Midlands. The Midlands is a bit of a hotspot for automotive and motorsport history, I think, here in the UK. And yeah, those are both still very much open and continuing to add to their exhibits, and well worth a visit for sure. You know, if you're a motorsport or automotive fan, as we are, then what better to do with your day than go and learn a little bit more about the industry we love.
Yeah, and get to see some of these classic cars as well. When I was in the Indianapolis Motorsports Museum, Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum, it was the first time that I had seen a lot of the older generation cars up close. It was just really fascinating, especially from a safety perspective. I'm not gonna lie, just thinking about what those drivers went through and what they put themselves into. Some of those very much felt like death traps just looking at them. Of course, so much innovation has come from motorsports. A lot of it, of course, through endurance racing. But the very first Indy 500 was won because someone had a rearview mirror. It's like it's all sorts of little things like this. He didn't need to have a spotter on the car, and so he saved weight by adding a mirror. It's just little details like that, which you never think about, but make a difference when we get to the world of motorsports. Of course, it's getting exciting, not just because, of course, the Rolex 24 is next week. You know, Formula 1, the car reveals are going to start picking up at the start of February. But I mentioned I'm a rally fan, Andy. I've been trying not to look too much over at the Monte Carlo stuff that's been happening over the last 3 days, because, boy, do I love a Monte, although I love it when it's a little bit more icy and snowy.
Yeah, it has been a little bit drier this year than normal, so we haven't had any of those weird and wacky tyre choices for the drivers to worry about. But you're the same, actually. I've not really been able to follow it as closely this weekend as I normally would because of my involvement with this race, and you know, this quite rightly has stolen my attention for the last 22 and a half hours plus. But yes, it has been reasonably exciting. You won't be too surprised to hear the driver who I think is on the verge of winning it, let's say that much. But yeah, modern WRC cars, this current generation of car, I wasn't 100% sold on, actually. Yeah. I didn't really see the necessity in changing the regulations at this time. I felt like we had a good thing with the last generation of car. They hadn't been around for that long. But I am sold. You know, the hybrid system was on those cars. They haven't taken anything away from the sport. They have only added to the performance of the cars, the spectacle of the cars, and I think that is really very cool. And rallying in particular is a great place for some of this technology to be developed, because I think there are more real-world parallels with rallying, perhaps, than there are with circuit racing. Okay, the majority of us don't go bombing down an alpine mountain at 100 whatever miles an hour every weekend, but you know, the technology is relevant. They've got to last for a long time. They've got to take a lot of punishment, and it's a great place for some of this technology to be developed. And
the cars have to be road legal as well at the end of the day, because they've got to drive themselves from stage to stage. So yeah, they are. I forget which rally, and I don't know if it was last year or the year before, but there was that clip of one of the drivers one of the police officers was trying to pull him over, and the driver was just like, guys, I gotta go, I've got a rally to win here. It was just so entertaining. I agree as well, and I think the hybrid system, you know, I was listening to some of the stuff that happened at the Monte last year, and an interview, and what wasn't an interview, it was more Gus Greensmith talking about his first ever stage win in the World Rally Championship, and it was really fascinating to hear the way that he was strategizing how he wanted to use the deploy, and therefore how he had to get on the inputs, because he had, you know, a lot of the time in rallying you do repeated passes over a stage over the course of the weekend. Even though the conditions are changing, you get a sense for what the corners are like, and therefore how to use the deploy. And so he had thought, okay, there's this long run where I want to make sure I have enough battery so that I can bomb down this little section, and those are the little things that we'll all figure out, and we're all, of course, now with 1 year of knowledge, understand a lot more about that. The cars look spectacular. And I was having this discussion with some other people. I'm very sad that we don't get the GR Yaris here in the US, but I was talking with people that live in the UK who are very sad that they don't get the GR Corolla in the UK, which we do get over here in the US. I just think there's something special about a homologation spec car that you can go and drive on the road. It's why I love the Subaru STI as much as Subaru are trying to make everyone hate them by still running the same engine in that car for, what was it, 20, 25 years, basically?
Yeah, exactly, and became such an iconic car, particularly to us motorsport fans, and I am also a part of the STI fan club alongside you, Arjun. I think that's a great car, but yeah, you know, those rally cars, they really do capture the imagination, and I feel that for a while World Rally cars did not do that, and I think it is nice that we're now back at a point where we look at those cars and we think we kind of, you know, we aspire to want to own one of them, even if it is the road version, but of course they're not that dissimilar in appearance, at the very least, to the road versions. So I think that is only a good thing. To go back to your point about the hybrid deployment as well, that's something I find particularly interesting in rallying, because we're used these days, in fact it's par for the course now really for a major racing series to have some sort of hybrid system, it seems. But rally drivers are not on a racetrack. They're not going around the same 2.5, 3.5 mile course endlessly over a weekend. Their routes are changing constantly, and to have the foresight to know, okay, I want to make sure I've got enough hybrid for these couple of kilometres in the middle of the stage, which means I have to drive in a certain way for the couple of kilometres before that. That really is remarkable. I mean, the amount of information a rally driver is capable of taking in and processing, and then, you know, picking back out of their memory at the right time under immense pressure, it is just astonishing.
Yeah, and iRacing, of course, added the Mount Washington Auto Road. It wasn't last year, it would have been back in 2021. How time has really flown over the last couple of years, to be honest. It's quite scary looking back on it. But yeah, we don't really have a modern rally simulator. Of course, there are some titles out there which have the license, but they're not hardcore simulators. You know, there's still people that live and die by the sword that is Richard Burns Rally, although as much as I enjoy it, it is definitely showing its age at this point, and I'd really love to see iRacing add a couple more of these hill climbs and whatnot. Pikes Peak, I think, is definitely one that a lot of people have hoped that maybe would join the fun, but yeah, hopefully that's something that iRacing can look to the future and continuing to develop on out. Of course, we do have rallycross cars, the Subaru STI, the Ford Fiesta, and then the VW Beetle, which is base content available for free to all iRacing members, no extra charge for that. But of course, rallycross has also changed so significantly in the last few years, because now we've got full electric rallycross, both in the World Rallycross Championship and of course with Nitro Rallycross, which is spectacular. I still think Nitro Rallycross is the coolest form of rallycross, especially when we're out at the the Utah Motorsports Park, where we've got the track which has 3 different lines that you can basically run. You got the one big jump, then you got the smaller jump, and you got the tunnel that goes underneath them. That is a really cool idea.
Well, we were talking about Dirt 2 and Dirt 3 video games earlier on. I mean, Nitro Rallycross is like something plucked straight out of one of those early Dirt games. It is something that you see it happen and you think, how is this allowed to happen? I'm glad it is, but you know, this is the kind of thing that normally there are rules and regulations of a health and safety variety that would prohibit it, but I'm so happy that it happens, because a lot of motorsport is sort of watered down now, rightly so. I completely understand why, and leave it to the Americans to come up with something that is just completely bonkers, but really, really good fun. And yeah, you know, the incorporation of electric technology now in that sport as well is starting to happen. It's starting to creep in everywhere, as I think is inevitable over the next few years, regardless of how anyone feels about that. I think it's the way that things are going, and you know, if anything's going to make me get excited about electric motorsport, it's probably seeing a group of electric cars jumping over the top of each other on a weird and wacky off-road course.
We got in trouble for talking, or we got some complaints in our RaceBot YouTube chat last week during the iRacing Raw for talking too much about electric cars, so I'll steer the conversation away from that so we don't get more complaints here with an hour and 23 minutes to go. But yeah, it's not a surprise that Nitro Rallycross is the product of Travis Pastrana's imagination at the end of the day. Like, it makes a lot of sense when you think about it. you've watched the latest Gymkhana, right? With Travis Pastrana in that ridiculous Subaru hot hatch.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And ridiculous is the word.
Yeah, well, and my favorite thing about it is it starts with the scene of, you know, Travis Pastrana doing a base jump and, you know, the base jump going wrong. And the funny thing is, the Subaru does this fantastic series called Launch Control, which tracks the progress over the course of the American Rally Association Championship. And it also, quite interestingly, back when we had the iRacing Rallycross World Championship, it did feature in the Launch Control series, but they're doing a series on the development of on how this Gymkhana was filmed. And in episode 1, Travis Pastrana hurt himself with the base jump quite significantly, which put their filming plans completely up in the air as well. But it's just like, that's what I'd expect with Travis Pastrana. He's going to go and do weird things, and they're not always going to work out the way that he planned.
He is the Tom Cruise of the motorsport world, isn't he? Insisting upon doing his own stunts, and all the more authentic because of it. I didn't know that, though. That's quite a cool story. It doesn't surprise me to hear, but yeah, that is Travis all over, and I think perhaps he is now going to be the next great sort of influencer within the off-road racing world. Not that he wasn't already, but you know, good friends with Ken Block, good friends with Gray. And yeah, Travis, I'm sure, will continue that legacy on.
Well, did you know that they did America's Got Talent Extreme?
I did not.
Yes, it included Simon Cowell, a WWE person, Nikki Bella, and Travis Pastrana. Yeah, it was interesting. America's Got Talent is quite a sedate show for most of the time. You got people singing, dancing, and whatnot. Sure, you have a little bit more dangerous acts from time to time, but yeah, America's Got Talent Extreme was definitely extreme, and was a really interesting watch. And Travis was right in his element, and the reason why you knew he was in his element, because enough people were trying to audition for the show that had done stuff with Travis before. So Travis was like, sorry, I know you, I'm not allowed to give my vote or opinion on you whatsoever, which was really, really interesting to see. Travis has a great relationship with the team at iRacing as well. He was part of the reason why Mount Washington Auto Road got added, and so great ambassador for the sport, and like you say, likely the next to carry the mantle forward after Ken Block's unfortunate passing. Hour and 20 minutes to go then. I'm just trying to figure out exactly what's happening with some of the battles that we are kind of watching. Fire Academy, looking rearwards from them, are in a fight with the Carbon Sim Sport car as the 191 GTP car, second place, Urano Esports Data Group, tries to work their way on forward. Now that we have the pit stop cycle officially done for GTD and a handful of laps under their belt, Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports, not as slow as maybe the fall-off in time would really indicate. The gap up to BMW Bank still holding steady at about 30-31 seconds, and they've got 75 seconds now back to the Apex Racing Team number 98 car, so they're not in too much danger, you would think, of losing their spot on the podium, but all that Alejandro Sanchez can do in that Audi is really push their way on forward, and we'll see if the Spaniard is going to be able to do it. Phil Dinez is back behind the wheel of the Team BMW Bank car. It's 3:20 in the morning for me. It's also 3:20 in the morning for Phil Dinez, which I always find it interesting how drivers on the West Coast have to adapt to the fact that most endurance races are pretty awful times. I once posted on social media that, you know, my alarms for one of the endurance races, I had to get up at 3:30 in the morning. Phil Dinez chimes in and says, oh, that's not too bad. I got to get up at 3, because he's got to actually be ready to go racing and qualifying rather than me, who's just got to sit and, well, sits that sometimes stand, but waffle on for a handful of hours. So I don't need to be that mentally sharp compared to some of the drivers.
Yeah, we've definitely got the easy job, haven't we? We just sit here and talk about it. They have to sit there and actually do it. And it is physically and mentally draining. And I've mentioned a few times about this fatigue, and, you know, we're getting into the latter stages of the race, and that's always the case during a 24-hour race. But one of the unique things about sim racing is that, as you say, not everybody on the grid is operating to the same time zone as the rest of them. So you're right, there are people for whom this is a particularly unearthly hour at which to be up and driving around on the simulator, and that will take a little bit of something extra out of them, and that is why at this point of the race we can never take anything for granted. Those mistakes are always possible because that tiredness is starting to creep in. And we talk a lot in sim racing, I think, Arjuna, about the psychological strains that are put upon the drivers, because you are having to concentrate for so long. You're making 1,000 decisions every lap, ducking in and out of traffic, and you know, hitting all of your apexes and managing the fuel strategy and chatting to the team and all that. But actually, what I've really taken away from some of the onboard footage we've seen during this race is that it is more physically demanding than you think. And I personally realised this when I took up sim racing a couple of years ago. And look, I haven't got one of these super expensive, super fancy direct drive wheels with incredible force feedback, but these drivers will, and you can see the actual, it's not just the physical force, but the tension going through the arms and through the upper body and through the core to get the car through the corners, particularly places like the Le Mans chicane, for example, that you can really see the strain on the drivers' faces. And they're doing that for lap after lap after lap after lap. Most drivers in this race will have done getting on for 300 laps by the end of this race each, and that will take its toll on you.
Yeah, and it's especially pertinent because the wheels that we now use can send out so much force, so you get it, you feel it in your shoulders. I like to drive a lot of the Dallara iRating, a car with no power steering, and I can tell you, if I'm not driven for a while, like I tend to do now a lot, as Pure Sims and Fire Academy almost come to blows as they try and work their way past the BMW Bank, a second-place GTD contender. That's a GTP versus LMP2, not an inter-class battle, but yeah, I'll notice that my shoulders definitely feel the strain a lot more if I'm not used to driving. Brake pedals now as well. We have pedals that can go from anywhere from 50 kilos of brake force up to 150 kilos of brake force, depending on exactly what you want. And it's slightly different as well that compared to being in the car itself, where the belts very much hold you in. With all of those forces, you kind of have to do that yourself with the steering wheel and with your pedal inputs as well. So yeah, physically demanding, mentally taxing as well to keep yourself focused with all of that's going on. So yeah, I'm always impressed when we watch the consistency and just the fact that they can basically hit the same pixels every single time if they wanted to, and there was no major traffic going on. We're going to quiz you here, Andy, by the way, because there's something quite fun going on at the Apex Racing team facility. They have a large contingent of drivers, spotters, and engineers working behind the scenes, and they've been having some fun by themselves as well. So we're going to show you an image, and we're going to show you we're going to ask if you can recognize which face is blown up there.
That's our favourite baby-faced Scotsman, I do believe. That's the one and only Gordy Mudge, who has never looked better, might I add.
Yes, that is Gordy indeed. We had a webcam view that basically showed us his right ear, some of his hair, and that's about it. And so the Apex Racing team very kindly sent us this picture, just to remind everyone of what Gordy Mudge looks like when he's not driving, when I'm sure he's not. Most sim racers don't smile that much, and I'm pretty sure, while driving, and I'm pretty sure it's the same for those in the real cars as well.
Gordy is a very happy chappy, though. I've had the pleasure of meeting Gordy a few times during his real-world racing career, which is really starting to take off now, of course. His association with Prague, UK, and some bloke called Jimmy, who I believe many of our viewers will have heard of. And he is a genuinely lovely guy, actually, is Gordy. And I really do think he's going to go a long way in motorsport. Like with all drivers, it comes down ultimately to budget and getting the sponsorship and the backing, but he's on the right track with that, and he is one of many drivers who is equally as good in the sim as he is in the real world. But it's really nice to see him getting those real world opportunities now, and yeah, I've got high hopes for the youngster.
Yeah, he left RHG Esports at the end of last year and is at least provisionally over with Apex for this race. Very interested to see what this year holds in store for him. Of course, I think it's not unfair to credit a lot of Jimmy, or part of Jimmy's success. I don't want to take too much away from Jimmy's hard work to get up to speed with the car, but it surely was Gordy as well that helped Jimmy get the confidence to build his feet up and then to help him push that little bit more, because most racing drivers, even at a young age, aren't just racing, they are already coaching and they are helping other people get better. And so I think it is fair to say that, you know, Gordy and Jimmy worked very well together, and there's a reason they won the championship together.
Yeah, for sure, and I got to see them interacting with each other quite a lot away from the cameras and away from the track, you know, just in the paddock, in the cafe, getting lunch or whatever, and you can tell that they're friends, they get on well, and you can just tell when two people have clicked, and that is so important. I think I made mention of this yesterday afternoon at some point during the broadcast, that when we were discussing the Apex Racing team and having all of the team members together, that social aspect is so important. You will inevitably work better with people with whom you are friendly. Because you've just got that extra incentive to impress, to not let them down. You're all kind of in it for the same reasons, on the same wavelength, and that really does matter. And covering a lot of GT racing, as I have the pleasure of doing as well, you really see that as well. It's the driver combinations that are the closest away from the racetrack that tend to perform the best on the racetrack, because apart from anything, they're happy to spend time with each other if that's going to track days or test days or whatever. You know, they're happy to do that because they enjoy each other's company, and that is something that we must not take lightly. You know, it is really important that a driver combination gets on, and it's very clear that those two do.
Yeah, and it's especially pertinent in British GT, where it's, again, pro-am pairing. You have success ballasts and all of these different things that come into effect. Very much a relationship that has to extend off the track and unfortunately into the courtroom sometimes as well. GTP pit stops back underway for the penultimate time today. Same occurring, by the way, in your LMP2 category. We've already seen the 191 in and away, and now it's Arthur LeHook going to take 4 fresh Michelin tires, get a top off on the fuel as well, and then he is going to drop and roll back into the lead of the race, where he again is going to be around 40 seconds clear at the front. Just hoping to stay out of trouble as we get closer and closer to the final 60 minutes. We talked with George Simmons slightly earlier, Andy, who is one of the strategists behind the scenes for the Apex Racing team, and the overriding emotion that he expressed was nerves at this point. Leading substantially in 2 categories does not by any means mean that you are not immune from the racing nerves that will always strike as you get closer and closer to the checkered flag.
Yeah, for sure. Although at least as a strategist, you know that you've got a bit of wiggle room at this stage. If you're more than a minute clear, it means that you've got time to make an extra splash and dash if you need to. If you need to have a full tank of fuel at your last pit stop and your rivals don't, then that's fine. You've got that time in hand. So from that perspective, it takes a little bit of pressure off you. And of course, we don't have the spectre of a full course caution looming over us in this particular race, which can really throw the cat among the pigeons. So we don't have that to worry about. The strategists for Apex, I think, can be feeling pretty happy. The pressure now really is on the drivers not to mess this up. They have driven superbly in both the LMP2 and GTD class all race long. They're on the verge now of achieving a double victory, and really the pressure is on the drivers now to bring it home.
I'm going to step aside for a few minutes, get some things worked out on the back end to get set for the final hour here in your iRacing Daytona 24, powered by VCO, the first of the VCO Grand Slams. We're going to jump on board with your GTP leader and ride around the World Center of Racing with Arthur LeHook. blast around the Sunshine State on board with our taxi driver, Arthur LeHook. 41 seconds clear of the next challenger down the road, the 191. Urano Esports Data Group car driven by Vlad Kimichev. Welcome along to the final 66 minutes of your iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona in 2023, powered by VCO Esports. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, joined for the final hour by Andy McEwen. Hugo Luis continues to be our marathon man behind the scenes. We're getting a little tired in the commentary booth and the production booth, Andy, but it's the same for the teams and the drivers that have been fighting for 23 hours and counting. It's all about survival now, with 3 class leaders very much in control of their own destiny.
Yeah, most certainly. But, you know, there is something funny about reaching the final hour of a 24-hour race. That adrenaline suddenly starts to rise within your body because you know you're near the end. The pressure is on now not to mess this up, especially if you are in a strong position. I don't know, that final hour, it always seems to go by pretty quickly. There's often a bit of a sting in the tail for somebody. We'll wait and see if that's going to be the case here today. Yeah, 23 hours down, 1 more to go. And it has been a fantastic race. Certainly kept me entertained over the last 23 hours, and I'm sure we'll continue to do so over the next 65 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we are in for some entertainment in a couple of little spots and battles. See how they track out over the course of the next cycle of pit stops. GTD cars will come in about 10 minutes' time for their final stop. At least that will be the opening of the window. I think we'll probably have to wait another 7 or so laps, so closer to 12 or so minutes for them to come on in. We'll give them a little bit more buffer room. Here's the onboard look with race leader Sal Vitalin's on debut for the Apex Racing team. It does not get much better than that, winning one of the biggest races of the year. It's going to set him up nicely for another crack at the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, which was going to kick off in just a couple of weeks' time at the very start of February. He's, of course, followed his teammate over. MSI Esports partnered up with the Apex Racing team, I think it was back in 2020, to work alongside one another and build up their programs in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. It took Alejandro Sanchez a couple of years ago, and now Sal Vitalin's follows suit as well, just adding to the contingent of top-level talent that the Apex Racing team has in their stable. 2022 was a very impressive year for them, of course. Started here at Daytona when they toppled Coanda Simsport. The first time Coanda had been beat on track here at Daytona in this 24-hour event. Until last year, they had only not won the event once. In a year, they did not compete in the event. So it illustrates the level that Apex started the year off with. Saw them run quite well in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, and then of course it was really their performances, the leap in performances that we saw from them in the VCO Esports Racing League after very much struggling on their first little excursion outside of the iRacing bubble. The ease with which they were able to develop, forming partnerships with the likes of the Unicorns of Love esports team. It's really impressive to see how the facility that they have constructed and continue to develop has enabled them to just push that little bit further. With 63 minutes to go, though, as well, I am very, very curious how many teams and how many drivers are running up close to potentially getting a drive-through penalty. That's not something that, Andy, we really get to know until they get the penalty itself. But we were kind of discussing this slightly earlier. 100 incidents is that first threshold to get a drive-through penalty. Let's assume, in a very optimistic world, that you have absolutely no car contact and the only incident points that you get come from you violating the limits of the track. It means you're allowed basically 4 incident points an hour, or the way I look at it, 4 times that you can run through the bus stop and get your line slightly wrong before you have to worry about track limits. And in practice, I think I got about 90% of the time hitting the off tracks rather than not hitting the off tracks.
Yeah, that's my experience of racing around this track before as well, and it is that Le Mans chicane that catches me out, because as a driver, you know you have to carry as much speed through there as possible. Your exit speed is vital, because you're not lifting that right foot off the throttle for, even in a GT car, probably getting on for 30 seconds by the time you get down to turn 1. So a couple of miles an hour slower on the exit will translate into 3 or 4 miles an hour slower at the start-finish line, and that could translate into quite a bit of time loss on both that lap and the beginning of the next one. So it is tempting just to carry a bit too much speed in there, and especially on older tyres, or if you're around traffic, there is one line. As soon as you get even half a car's width off that line, there is no grip and you're going off onto the grass. So very, very easy to do. Other areas where I think running off track can be a little bit common. Coming out of the Western Horseshoe, you frequently see drivers just dipping a wheel out over the exit curve. And also through turns 6 and 7, sometimes it's a bit tempting just to run a bit too wide there. So it is easy to notch up those incident points, but there are tougher tracks out there, I think, when it comes to the off tracks. So really, teams at this level, you would expect to be able to keep it between the white lines for as long as they need to.
Yes and no, because these are the guys that are going to strip the most downforce off the car and therefore have the least actual amount of grip through what is one of the... It may actually be the fastest quarter on the track that actually requires a little bit of skill. So, yeah, I think if you look at how they wheel the cars, it's a lot more... cautious than if it was a setup that you and I are driving. And this was something that I was talking about on VCO LFM Flex Stream with Lewis McLeod. We were watching one of the cars. It just looks so planted. Like, it just looks like the car was set up in a way that the drivers could actually push it rather than having to baby it. And they were by far the most consistent and fastest drivers on the track. There is something to be said, yes, about stripping off downforce, making a car that is maybe difficult to drive but fast. But if you can find the compromise of fast but comfortable, it just means that the drivers are a little less worried about what it might do on lap 900 versus lap 90.
Speaking of worrying, what we're seeing here is worrying me slightly. The team BMW bank car trying to make this a three-way bump track, which doesn't tend to end well. That would have been a sketchy moment for Apex. But yeah, that is one of the most infuriating things I think that I've ever come across in sim racing. I will jump into something like a GT3 car. I'll find a setup that I like. It's usually slightly on the higher downforce end because, as you said, I like a car to be nice and planted and you know, I don't want to feel like it's trying to throw me off the track every time I go into a corner. And I'll be running a second a lap slower, perhaps, than someone else who I know to be a very good sim racer, and I'll ask them to send their setup over, and they've got half the amount of downforce on the car that I have, and yet they're going so much quicker, and their car looks more stable than mine has ever felt, and that is where the skill lies, ultimately. Taking a car that probably you or I would find a real handful and making it look as easy as some of these guys do. Because you can bet that all of the top cars in this race are running the lowest downforce settings that they can get away with, because you need that streamlined ability down the straights to carry the speed around the banking. And they are willing to sacrifice a bit of drivability through the infield in order to achieve that. But you wouldn't know that by looking at them. The cars do look stable, the cars do look planted, even on old tyres, even when they're running nose to tail like this in dirty air. And that really is the difference between the casual sim racer and those who do this week in, week out.
Yes, and those that make now a living off of it as well, as the likes of Kevin Ellis Jr., Peter Berryman, Johan Harth, Jamie Fluke all do, with 3 of those drivers being permanent residents of that Apex Racing team facility. It's definitely a 2-car bump draft train. Phil Dinez is being a little bit careful. He's not willing to overly commit to the back bumper of the race-leading machine as we jump on board with Dinez in that stealth black BMW. Always enjoy the BMW bank livery, of course powered and run by the BS Competition team, one of the official BMW partnered-up teams here in 2023. It's good to get the looks around the car as well. You don't see it from this perspective, and I think that's because the version of the car that iRacing had maybe didn't initially include it, but I got to see inside of a BMW M4 GT3 car at the end of last year, Andy, and while, you know, modern GT3 cars always use that digital rear camera and then they have like a software that can highlight things of relevance to the drivers, the M4 GT3 car has a stonking big actual mirror that like blocks the entire side of what we'd probably see right now, which I found very, very interesting, but also quite prudent, because if the system for the camera goes down, you'd still like to see what's behind you.
You can never trust computers. That is my experience. I would always rather put my faith in the hands of something physical that is not plugged into electric or requiring battery power or in any way computerized. Yes, because technology breaks. A mirror is not going to stop working unless it falls off, and there's a pretty easy way to make sure that doesn't happen. So yeah, that's quite refreshing to see, actually, in this high-tech age of motorsport and indeed life, really, that we live in now. It's nice to see that sometimes the old-fashioned methods still work.
It is now a 3-car bump drop train, by the way. I won't take umbrage with your comments as a software developer, because I can attest, if something's not working, the quickest way to make it work is to turn it off and to turn it back on again. At the end of the day, we saw Elvis Rankin come in from the lead of LMP2. Slightly shorter pit stop than normal, but that's just by virtue of the fact that he is still going to owe us a pit stop, and just trying to split the race distance out maybe a little bit better. Maybe gets him in a slightly better place in terms of the traffic as well, but expect him to be in guaranteed to the very end of this race. Yeah, I'm quite curious how things are going to play out with these new GTP cars, and we'll get a sense for their the reliability at Daytona, because I think Peter Mackay had said that Porsche have done 30,000 miles of testing on the 963. Which is a lot. You know, they've done the 24-hour tests and whatnot, but racing is always a different thing to testing at the end of the day. Even if you test somewhere bumpy like the Sebring International Raceway, somehow racing finds a way to find those gremlins. And the manual to understand the systems that the drivers are having to study, so they know what buttons to press and how exactly the system works, is 30 pages long. It's not a Formula One manual, I'm sure. Those are probably hundreds of pages, but like, these are complicated systems that are going to get a trial by fire.
I'm pretty sure the instruction manual for the first people to fly to the moon probably was smaller than that. I mean, it is incredible. You need to be a software engineer these days just to drive a racing car. And, you know, for some of the purists like me, perhaps that takes a bit of the fun out of it, but that's really just more because I don't understand it, I think, than anything else. Those who are able to wrap their head around these things will find a huge amount of enjoyment in these cars, but this is the way forward, isn't it? The cars become so technologically advanced that actually now the pushing of the pedals and the turning of the steering wheel is only a fraction of the job of a racing driver. You have to be able to manage all of those onboard systems, most of which, in fact all of which, are being monitored by the team back at the base and back in the garage anyway, but the driver still has a fundamental role to play in that. They're the ones that, as well as pushing pedals and turning wheels, now have to turn dials and press buttons on the steering wheel and engage certain things at certain times, and it's just an extra headache, isn't it? I've said it a few times. The more you give a racing driver to think about when they're in this extremely high pressure situation, the more likely they are to get something wrong, quite frankly. And the fact that that doesn't happen very often speaks a lot for the talent that they have. So, yeah, that will be interesting, though, the reliability of these GTP cars in a real-world situation. It's the one thing we don't really simulate here on the sim is reliability, mechanical failures, electrical failures, things like that. They will inevitably crop up, but it will be interesting to see just how much all of that testing has done to try and alleviate it.
Yeah, I don't remember the entire story now, so maybe you can help fill in my blanks. But was it 2019 or 2020 where Toyota in Le Mans had the issue with the car where basically the drivers were tweaking settings on every straight for like brake balance or something that they were having to tweak, and it was one of those things where they had a failure that they were just having to manage, but the cost to the driver of having to manage it was the amount of effort that they were having to focus on doing exactly the same thing every lap, complicated button combinations and whatnot to make sure the systems weren't going to fail on them and strand them like they were back in, what was it, 2016?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it even happens in Formula One, doesn't it? Remember that quite famous restart at Baku a couple of years ago where Lewis Hamilton forgot to engage or disengage the magic or whatever crazy name it was they came up with it. I mean, it happens, doesn't it? The drivers have so much to think about in those situations. It's fascinating to ride on board with a Formula One car, actually, as they come onto the grid, as they're going around the warm-up lap, as they're lining up on the grid. Even when they're stationary on the grid waiting for the rest of the cars to line up, they're pressing buttons and they're turning dials and they're chatting to the engineers to make sure that the car's ready to go. They are like space rockets these days, and honestly, it makes my head hurt just thinking about it.
Have you ever gone, because we have the Formula One cars in iRacing, have you ever turned Brake Magic on and tried to do a lap with it?
So, full disclosure, I have not yet been brave enough to jump into that car because I can't drive a Formula 3 car, Arjuna, so I'm pretty sure that's going to be beyond me.
To be fair, we do have some open wheel, the lower Formula open wheel cars that are fantastic. We got the Formula 4, the iRacing IRO4 rather. You got the we're going to get I think a Formula Ford was teased potentially to be added to the fun, of course, because Max Esterson, who has been campaigning around the UK in the real world has had some success in that car. It adds to the Formula V that we have as well. You don't need a lot of power to have some good racing at the end of the day.
Oh, some of the very greatest racing I've ever covered has been Formula Ford or Formula V racing, and it was interesting actually that the Vs made it onto iRacing before the Formula Fords, because certainly over here in the UK anyway, Formula Ford is the sort of premier junior single-seater category, unless you've got the budget to jump into a Formula 4 car, for example. And yeah, they produce some absolutely incredible racing. I've been very lucky over recent years to cover the live coverage of the Brands Hatch Formula Ford Festival, which a couple of years ago provided one of the top 5 greatest races I think I've ever covered in the Grand Final. So yeah, really hoping that we do get that car on iRacing. I think it will produce some great racing, and I've always said it's the great place to learn how to race any kind of racing car, but certainly an open wheel car, because you've got the basics of a single-seater, but without any wings, without any downforce. They're not on slick tyres, they're on groove tyres as well. So you don't have that aerodynamic or mechanical grip to fall back on. You have to learn how to control the car, and in incredibly close wheel-to-wheel combat as well.
Going to be a splash and dash at the end of this race for the BMW M Team BS competition, as we see Nathan Lewis make his way to the box with 15 minutes left on the clock. I went back and I found the issue. It was 2021 for Toyota at Le Mans, where their sweep of the podium was almost completely obliterated. And so the issue, again, this goes into the technical weeds of why these cars are so interesting. When they came in to refuel a car, there was some debris that had kind of clogged up one of the fuel pumps, and so then the debris was displaced for a moment, because of course you got fuel coming in, but then as soon as you go out to drive, the thing gets, the contamination stuff gets mixed around again, and so basically would reclog the fuel fuel pumps rather. Fuel pumps are not necessarily the quickest thing to change during the course of a 24-hour race. It's not like Audi could do that in 10 minutes like they can do with a gearbox. And so the workaround was that the drivers would switch the pumps off manually, braking into the corner, switching them back on as they got onto the power. And imagine having to do that into every corner at the Circuit de la Sarthe.
Yeah, I mean, luckily, there are lots of long straights where you can sit and think about that, but there are certain parts of the track where it is quite intense, and yeah, that would have been a real juggling act to be able to do that. And yeah, I do vaguely remember that. Like you, I thought that was longer ago than 2021, but a lot has happened since 2021.
How time flies.
It does indeed. So yeah, that's, but, you know, again, kudos to the drivers who are able to do that. Speaking from experience within iRacing, for example, I find it hard enough to pull up, you know, to change my fuel strategy on the go or something, you know, or to untick or tick the change tyres option, change brake bias, all of these things that require you to take even a fraction of your attention away from driving the car, I find almost impossible. So, yeah, they really are on another level, aren't they?
Yeah, the ingenuity of some of these guys as well, on the fly to work this all out, absolutely incredible. So a question about where the Apex Racing team is. They're the same place that they've been the entire time, bumping with one another and continuing to run at the front. It's as simple as that. They lead by a full lap. That's your Apex Racing team update. And here we come, actually, for the final cycle of pit stops. We're going to see Sal Batalans, along with his teammate, diving on in together. And they have not made the mistakes that I have made before at this race, where your pit stalls are so early in the lane that you break down to this pit limiter. You're on the right side of the track, and by the time you realize where your stall is, it's too late to have come back over to the left side and hit your marks. These two drivers clearly coordinating with one another, knowing the 99 was behind the 98, allows the 99 to come over to the left-hand side. Good coordination amongst teammates, exactly what you'd expect between at an outfit like the Apex Racing team, and Sal Batalans is going to get ready to go out for the final 47-odd minutes of this race. And again, just look to stay out of trouble.
Yeah, they did get that wrong in about 6 hours or so into the race. The 99 did briefly slide through its pit stall, dropped about 10 seconds. At the time, we thought, oh no, disaster for Apex. But a couple of laps later, they were nose to tail on the track again. And I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, Arjuna, this being my first iRacing Daytona 24 that I've covered. But whilst bump drafting has always kind of been a thing, certainly within the GT classes, and teamwork in the draft has always been a thing here at Daytona, have we ever seen a team execute it as flawlessly as these two Apex Racing Audis have? I know the 98 disconnected, sadly dropped a lap, but they're still together. If you didn't know that they'd had that technical issue, you would imagine that they had literally never been separated by more than half a second all race. I've certainly never seen anything quite like that in a race of this length, and I wonder whether maybe some of the other teams might really sit back and analyse not only what they've done, but how they've done it, and try and incorporate that in the future.
Last year we saw a bit of the bump drafting, but it was not as coordinated as this. It was definitely something that was first really brought to our attention with the during the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship, where we saw the two Porsches for the Apex Racing team very much working with one another. You can see once again just working with a slight shove to the backside of the Audi R8. Fortunately, this is Audi R8 as well that doesn't have too much in terms of aero at the front. It is the original Audi R8 rather than one of the two Evos that we've had. So you can tell by the design of that front grille section being a little bit more less angled, I think is the best way to describe it. A lot of modern race cars, a lot of modern cars in general, are quite pointy in a lot of ways.
They are, and that makes this very difficult, of course, and we understand why. That's because they're more aerodynamic that way, and a manufacturer, certainly a GT racing manufacturer, would never purposefully design a car to be a good bump drafter, but it does just so happen that the Audi can do it particularly well. But there was an interesting point, or maybe 3 hours into the race or so, just before the end of my opening stint in the race, where the Urano cars, the Apex cars, have pulled about a 10-second lead over this big battle for third place, which incorporated two of the Urano Mercedes AMGs. They finally got together in third and fourth place, started trying the bump drafting thing, and I thought, okay, right, they might now start to peg back the Apex cars. And they just couldn't do it. They were bump drafting, but they were still losing time to the Audis. So there's clearly something that this team are doing. And it's not just the bump drafting, it's a general coordination. For example, they've always pitted those two Audis on the same lap, regardless of whether one of them had been saving more fuel than the other. They always have been pitting at the same time, which means you enter pit road together, you exit pit road together, you're immediately back to this teamwork. Whereas Urano, when they had their cars close to each other, pitted a couple of laps apart, and of course what happened? They got separated when they came back out on the track. So it's not just as simple as pushing each other around. There's a lot of coordination that goes into allowing that to happen.
Yeah, I did have a bit of a chat with, I think it was Johan Harth before the Daytona 24 this weekend, and he did say they had found a little bit more time in the bump drafting compared to the middle of November in that final round of the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship, which I did find quite interesting. And they have definitely, I think, proved that here today. With that phase of the race that you're talking about with Urano, I was chatting with Johan again midway through the race, and he had said that based on the data that they were seeing, even after Urano had started trying to do the bump draft, they weren't doing it as effectively and as consistently as the Apex team, and so they still were thinking that they were pulling anywhere from 5 to 6 seconds a stint in total, which doesn't sound like a lot, but again, these sort of margins, they are very, very fine at this level of competition. So a question about the Apex Racing team car, Apex Racing team in the GTP class. They do not have a GTP entry here today. Instead, they have focused their efforts on defending their title in LMP2, which of course they won last year when it was the premier class for the iRacing Daytona 24. But they've also tried very much a concerted effort on the GTDs. After last year, they had issues on the opening lap that very much saw them out of the race before the race had even started. They wanted to come back with a vengeance, and a vengeance they brought with them. Should have been a 1 and 2, I think, in many ways, but they will reflect mainly on the pace that they've had as the ultimate bright side of what they have been able to deliver once again. About 2.5 minutes left before we really are into that point where you would expect everyone to be able to make it with one additional stop. Only 4 of your GTD cars have already made their final pit stops. That is the Apex Racing team duo, the 99 and the 98. Team BMW Bank and Phil Denez just came in a lap ago for their final pit stop of the race. And the Apex Racing Academy car in 8th position and running at the very back of the GTD field. 19 laps adrift from your leader. They are the final of the cars to have made a pit stop cycle. the number 55 Williams Esports Mercedes-AMG entry, along with Sabelt, Door Esports, and then Williams Esports BenQ, still waiting for all three of those cars, or four of those cars, excuse me, to make their final pit stop in the GTDs. And then across the board in prototypes, basically waiting for them all to come on in. Do wonder, I just noticed that the number 33 SRC Movano LMP2 car has come in from the 5th position with 41 minutes to go. That's right around on the bubble, and the danger is what happens if this ends up being 41 minutes plus a lap if the leader crosses the line with about 2 seconds left to spare.
Yeah, that's always one of the tricky elements of this kind of racing, isn't it? When you're trying to back time that final pit stop, particularly if you're not in the lead class or on the lead lap, because you can't really accurately predict exactly how many laps you're going to do. You can work it out to within a lap or two, but yeah, if the leader overall doesn't quite put that extra lap on you at the end, and you have to do an extra circuit of the Daytona road course, which is around about 3.5 miles or so, well, yeah, you might well find yourself struggling with fuel, which is why I always think it's better just to err on the side of caution. Go that lap longer, put that extra couple of litres in the tank at the final pit stop, sacrifice a few seconds to make sure you don't sacrifice your entire race by messing the fuel strategy up, especially because the gaps are bigger now. Most teams will have that little cushion to spend a bit more time in the pit lane and absolutely make sure their strategy is nailed on. It's not really a risk worth taking unless you are in a nip-and-tuck battle for a podium.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that one. It's all about the risk versus reward in the situation that you are trying to evaluate. Talking a bit about fantasy iRacing special events and things that we'd love to add to the iRacing special event calendar moving forward. I think the one that stands out to me in terms of new additions this year, the Road America 500. We go back in time with the IMSA GTP and the GTO cars. We break out that Nissan prototype that is a terrifying beast to try and tame. And then the even more difficult Audi GTO car, which I think is just not as terrifying, but just a little bit weirder to try and get the most out of. But Andy, if you had to, any car, any track, any event in the world, what would you like to add to our celebration of motorsports that we have every year?
Oh, now that is a question. Well, for a long time I said front-wheel drive touring cars, and we now have front-wheel drive touring cars, which is really nice to see through the TCR cars. I do think it would be nice to get a little bit more off-road content that isn't necessarily roundy circuit racing, so some more rallying content would be nice. The technology exists, that was close, for Gustav Grimbergas going through the Le Mans chicane, coming across an Apex Racing Audi that was going a little bit slower than him. Yeah, so a little bit of point-to-point rallying maybe. You know, iRacing has a very good off-road feel to those rallycross cars, actually, and the way in which the dirt ovals and the rallycross tracks develop as you run more laps on them, that's really cool. So that would be perhaps nice to see. I'm going to have a little think about circuit racing, though, because honestly, iRacing has almost everything covered now. There will be niche little things that perhaps are not on here yet, but even things like Brazilian stock cars, they've been brought in recently. That's something a lot of people were asking for. We've already touched upon perhaps the inclusion of Formula Ford 1600 racing. So
ooh, yes,
there isn't a lot out there now, really, that people are sort of clamouring for that doesn't already exist on iRacing.
I think one of the interesting additions that we had last year was the virtual SCCA runoffs. You know, much like they have in the real world, we had, I think it was 8 different categories of racing and a full week of basically qualifying races that are built to a Super Saturday, where all the drivers went out and competed live on the iRacing Esports network. That was a really interesting event. I think you're right that, you know, we have most of the major events that we'd like. The ones that we don't have are the ones that we can't have, at least for the time being. 24 Hours of Dubai is definitely something that I think would be an interesting addition. We don't have many tracks from the Middle East. Simsa, by the way, a team based in the Middle East, so it's kind of fitting that we're talking about that as well. But yeah, I think maybe Pikes Peak would be interesting. I don't know how we'd organize that as an iRacing special event. We did do a race up the mountain at Mount Washington Auto Road midway through last year, where basically we got people to sign up. There were 3 cars. I think it was the Subaru STI, the rallycross car, the Audi RS3 LMS, and I think we then allowed, I forget what the third car was, but then basically we sent them up one by one. and they got one chance to set a run, which I thought was a really interesting kind of thing. It's not unique. A lot of other people have done that, but I don't know. I think maybe something like that. Maybe something like adding some Monte Carlo rally stages.
Oh, yeah, for sure. That's something I'd like to see. And of course, you know, other sims out there with the modding community, you get that available to you, but iRacing does things on a far more accurate and realistic level, and that's, I think, why we really enjoy it when they do bring new content out, because you know it's going to be the real deal. And I think that would be really cool. One idea that I've just seen in the YouTube chat from Mark Redford, whose son Will has been racing in the event for Apex Academy within the LMP2 class this weekend, says that mini racing would be quite cool. And yes, as a Brit, mini racing of all forms is very popular over here, be they the classic minis or the modern JCWs, and that's a car I'd quite be interested to see out there. Might be another front-wheel drive alternative. There aren't that many front-wheel drive cars, really. Certainly modern front-wheel drive cars on iRacing. You've got the touring cars. Might be nice if we had a feeder series to them through something like Mini Challenge or Renault Clio Cup, something of that ilk, perhaps. So good shout, Mark.
The modern minis aren't very mini. Is just the one thing yeah, I always have to point out the fact that I can fit in the modern minis at 6'5" is yeah, I don't think I would fit very well in one of those old classic minis as much as I think that would be some really cool stuff. Get some more retro things going as well, you know, and then we can go to Snetterton with some of the interesting layouts that we've got there. We've got some alternate layouts of Alton Park as well. You got enough different things that you could have a little bit of fun with. I think that's a really good suggestion. Someone said karting as well. I don't think karting translates as well to the sim world as regular motorsports does, just because of how twitchy those things are and how much you really do end up driving those with the seat in the pants kind of feel.
Yes, but you don't get out of them feeling like you've broken 3 ribs when it's on a sim, which is my experience of real-life karting. It is painful.
It is
getting when you get up to any sort of speed in one, certainly. And most of my karting has been indoor karting as well. When you're out on some of the outdoor circuits that are bumpy, they've got curbs that look about the size of your house when you're driving past them. It is a brutal sport, and yeah, I think perhaps that would get me into karting a little bit more, because I enjoy karting, but I have to kind of brace myself quite literally for it, whereas if I could jump in the sim and do it, maybe I'd enjoy it a little bit more.
Yeah, I remember watching some onboard footage of the FIA European Championship. I forget what it's called, kart, superkart, something along those lines, where they were racing at the Le Mans Bugatti circuit. You know, these are shifter karts with, I think it was 6 gears or something, that reach up to 220 odd kilometers an hour. I've never been so terrified watching onboard footage before.
Yeah, mind-boggling. The speed, it feels like they're going about 600 miles an hour, and of course they're not, but because you're so close to the ground, I mean, it really is incredible. I've watched the superkarts racing in person, commentated on them a few times as well, and it's all the danger of superbike racing, but you're just that little bit lower to the ground, and you're kind of stuck inside a supercar, which makes me feel a little bit nervous. I've always said I would love to go out there and race something, anything really. I'm not itching to get in one of those, I must admit.
No, I need a roll cage. I think I need a roll cage to feel safe. I see a comment on our iRacing Twitch channel that as an Australian, they are biased, but 24 hours at Bathurst with GT cars, V8 supercars, and maybe a Toyota 86. I don't hate the idea, especially remembering that the Bathurst 12 hours is a multi-class affair in the real world, even though in the sim we kind of strip it back to just the GT3s. I'd be very curious what it would be like with the GT3 up against the V8 supercars, because they're not totally off on lap time. We're only talking a couple of seconds around what is a very, very tricky circuit.
And actually, that's got me thinking now about Australian racetracks I'd like, and Surfers Paradise has got to be up there.
Yes.
I think that racing on the Gold Coast on iRacing would be very, very cool. I was really happy when they brought, obviously we now have the ability to race around Oran Park, which has been on iRacing for a while, but sadly has not existed in the real world for a while. Really hope that we get Pukekohe Park as well at some point, because that, again...
Hashtag soon.
Well, I really hope so, because that was a really underrated track, and it's such a shame to see that going. Australia, I think outside of the UK, perhaps has it has it the best when it comes to motorsport. I always like to brag that British motorsport, we have an incredible strength in depth in racing, not just at the absolute professional level, but at club level as well. We've got some of the best racetracks in the world. I think the only country that comes close is the land down under. They really do have it made, and it would be nice to see a few more of their tracks perhaps make it over here.
Yeah, if I was Joey Tebbin, I'd start breaking out into song, singing about a land down under, but I'm not Joey Tebbin, so I will refrain from torturing people with the sound of my voice. Joey can at least sing a little bit. Pukekohe is coming to iRacing, by the way. It was announced back in September, yeah. I think it was Motorsport New Zealand who said as soon as they heard about, Pukekohe Park being repurposed, they reached out to iRacing and instantly, basically, it was like, yes, okay, let's get it done. The scanning itself is going to have to be done before, I think it's May of this year, April, May, June, somewhere in that time frame, because that's when the racing activities cease, and I guess that's when it starts to be redeveloped at that point. So maybe by the end of this year, maybe at the start of next year, we can hope to get Pukekohe Park over onto the iRacing platform. Of course, V8 Supercars, big supporters of iRacing. They host their V8 Supercars E-Series, which always is fascinating to see how they tie in the real and the virtual with the pro drivers coming in to do some races even alongside with the sim racers as well. So interested to see how that's going to add. We've, of course, got a new generation of supercars incoming in the real world, but also to iRacing as well, if I remember correctly. So we're going to get a bit of an update to our content down under. Now we just need a few more tracks. The Bend was one that I didn't hear you mention, Andy, that I do think would be quite curious.
Yes. I don't think I could. I'm quite good at drawing maps of racetracks off memory because I spend a lot of my time talking about them. I don't think I could draw the Bend. I'm not familiar enough with it, but everyone I know who has either watched a race there or has, knows a little bit about it, or perhaps has visited there, my friends from down under, have said it's quite a cool place. But I don't know. I really, for whatever reason, it just hasn't appeared on my radar particularly, which, as a fan of V8 Supercars, or just Supercars, I believe as they're now called, is a little bit odd. But I've just had a message as well from a friend of mine who says that Citroen C1s need to make an appearance on iRacing. That is not a bad shout, actually.
I had recently, last year, I was turned on to the existence of the Ford Ka Racing series.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, I would love to see those as well. That would be spectacular. It's funny that we talk about the Bend. We were watching on board with Gustas Grimbergus. At the start of the 24-hour race, I mentioned Gustas Grimbergus, the youngest ever winner in ACO competition history when he won in the Asian Le Mans series. Just happened to be at the Bend. So he's got some pretty good memories of that track, racing in the Rick Ware Racing LMP2 AM category. He was probably, 16 years of age when he won that race? He's 19 years old now, still very, very young, and has been doing a handful of ELMS one-off appearances over the last handful of years as well. Good to see him continuing his endeavors in the sim world, though, alongside the team at Simsa Esports. Into the final 30 minutes, though. Those final pit stops very much kicking off for your prototype contenders. Second place, the Inet Motorsports number 17, driven by Leo Roussel, has found its way down the pit lane and is getting its final service of the race. We started with the 50 cars at the drop of the green flag. We had one retiree on the opening lap. That was the Wave Italy Racing Team GTP car, but one by one they have fallen since then, and we are down to technically 27 still out there and running. It's been one of those races where attrition has definitely played its part. Gustas Grimbergus looks like he's got a proper race seat going on there. There's multiple trains of thought as to what seat that you want to use in your racing cockpit. Some will go for the proper fixed back bucket kind of seat, and others will go to a scrapyard and pull a regular car seat from a Volkswagen Golf, for example, rig up the power control so they can still adjust the seat as they need to. I can see the pros and cons to both. I like the idea of being comfortable, but race car seats are not the most uncomfortable if you're not in them for too long.
Yeah, because at least you're snug, aren't you? The whole point of them is you don't move. For safety reasons, the body is not supposed to move a lot, and so actually I quite enjoy it. And I'm also one of those, again, perhaps because of my real-world motorsport background, I like sim racing to be as accurate as possible, and so I quite like the idea. I haven't got one at the moment. I've got a decent racing chair, but I'd like to actually get a genuine race seat out of a genuine racing car, because they do hook up usually to most sim rigs, and that would just add to the authenticity, wouldn't it? But interesting as well there, I think perhaps a bit of the physical fatigue starting to show now in the hand placement on the steering wheel, the yawning. This is excellent stuff from Gustav Grimbergus, really demonstrating that this does take its toll on you, and you take any opportunity around the Daytona International Speedway to have a bit of a rest.
And I think it also, we are so spoiled by the fact that they're not wearing helmets, so we can actually see what the driver's face looks like. Yes, a lot of the time it's expressionless, so we're not seeing much, but like, you get those moments of seeing the yawn. He should focus on having two hands on the wheel, because that was a little bit more nerve-wracking than I would have thought he would have wanted, bouncing down potentially below the apron. Oh, yeah, Gustav Grimberg is showing the trials and tribulations of a 24-hour race. Now remember, they are 9th place in class, 64 laps off the race leader. True endurance racing spirit. I will continue to call it out as a positive. As much as we understand that a lot of the teams don't want to putter around with a damaged car, it is always good to see those that will stay out there and continue to fight for every last position that they can. Don't think that at this point in the race we're going to see Gustav Grimbergus move forward from 9th. Race leaders in LMP2, though, down onto the pit lane for the very final time today, and Elvis Rankin put this car on pole position and looks set to bring it to the checkered flag as well, with 25 minutes left to go. I mean, this LMP2 class has been absolutely wild. Just think back, Andy, to the brawl that we had in the opening 20 minutes.
Exactly. I mean, look, we don't often get our predictions right, but I think we all kind of predicted this would be the case in LMP2, because they're now sandwiched in between the GTP and GTD classes, so they're having to negotiate slower traffic whilst also being the slower traffic themselves, and we've seen a little bit of that causing problems. However, a lot of the LMP2 attrition rate has been self-destruction, really. LMP2 cars meeting with other LMP2 cars on the track, or indeed just making mistakes by themselves. So they are cars you have to sort of drive fully on the limit, I feel, to get the maximum out of them, and that perhaps leads to a few mistakes as well. But certainly in the opening few hours, that extra congestion on the racetrack with having 3 classes, not 2, I do feel played its part.
I think we were enjoying it until the inevitable happened and Gordy Much got tagged around, and then the gaggle sort of broke up. Yeah, it was very fun, but it was also very uncharacteristic of the start of a 24-hour race. It was more like the start of a 24-minute race at the end of the day when it came to how hard they were fighting. Rankin's a little bit more focused than he was when we saw him just before he got into the car. He was grooving, he was jamming, he clearly had some music that he was playing to get himself ready to go. And just like racers are superstitious, Andy, sim racers can be as well. I don't know if racing drivers are superstitious to the point where they won't wash their gloves or whatever because they think they're good luck charms, because I can see that getting... Yeah, that doesn't sound like it's the most sanitary thing in the world.
I have, funnily enough, I've heard of that exact thing now. I do know a couple who have had, things like that, or their shoes, for example. One driver stood in a muddy puddle just before he got in the car to do his final race of the season, and he won the championship. And he said, I haven't washed it, that shoe, in about 6 months, and it still has the sort of mud stain on the heel from that, which he says is a good luck charm. I mean, look, I'm not terribly superstitious, but I think everyone has their own little rituals, their own things that they, do to get into the zone, and whether you call it superstition or just pre-race prep, I don't know. It is kind of fascinating to me to get inside the heads of racing drivers. That's actually, my interest in racing is not at all on an engineering or a technological standpoint.
The human level.
Exactly. I could not tell you how a internal combustion engine works. I certainly couldn't tell you how a hybrid system works. I appreciate what they do, for sure. My interest in racing, though, is the human side of it, the psychology of racing drivers, be that when they're racing wheel to wheel, or how they handle going about, that endurance racing mentality, how they handle themselves under pressure. That I find really fascinating. So I really enjoy hearing stories like that about drivers who have certain superstitions, certain beliefs, and how they incorporate that into their job.
No, end of the day, I 100% agree with you, and it's why it's why I enjoy talking so much with someone like George Simmons to understand, you know, what's going on behind the scenes at the Apex Racing team, what the strategists are thinking about, because it's not just about them. Just like in real-world motorsport, Lena Gade became, I don't want to say celebrity, but quasi-celebrity with her role in the Audi program, featured heavily, of course, in the Truth in 24 documentaries. Another great entryway into endurance racing for so many. That's how I really got interested in Le Mans, heavily into Le Mans. Of course, everyone knows about Le Mans, but you don't necessarily appreciate what Le Mans is about until you dive into that world. It's also the first time that I ever heard the great voices, or I recognize the watching and listening to the great voices of Radio Show Limited, who, of course, don't think we're going to see them back for VCO Grand Slams, unfortunately, in 2023, but over the last handful of years, they have joined us to bring you this coverage of these VCO Grand Slams. It's always great to hear John Hindorf, Nick Damon, and a handful of others join us on the RaceBot TV sound waves to walk you through everything that is going on. I'm going to throw our producer Hugo Luis under the bus right now because he has told us that back in the day, and back in his day when he was a top-level driver, an iRacing world champion is Hugo Luis, beating the likes of Gregor Hutu and Martin Kroenke, the only other champion of the iRacing Grand Prix Championship Series. I probably butchered that championship series. It's one of those championship names which is just awful to try and say on the spot, but he says he always used the same socks and was gloveless, which I think back in the day was very common, maybe less common now with the wheels and the forces that a lot of the drivers have to contend with. He says he also didn't wash his socks very frequently because he didn't have the fancy pedals. This is back in the G25 sort of days, and so he wanted to have ideal sensitivity, and so it was all about maintaining the feel of the sock so that they could find the last hundredths of a second.
It's funny though, because I found that I can't drive on the sim if I'm wearing certain kinds of socks. They've got to be a certain material, otherwise you can't feel the pedal very well. And I do not understand people who can race on a sim in shoes. I know that's how real racing drivers would do it, but they obviously have quite a thin sole. But I cannot do it, even wearing just a little pump or something. I cannot feel the pedals at all. So yeah, I have to be shoeless, which means you get quite cold feet at this time of year. But yeah, that feel is vitally important, and gloves for sure. I mean, I've not got workers' hands at all. I've got very soft hands, which would not stand up to that sort of punishment, I think, on a modern day wheel.
Yeah, I do wear racing shoes, but I also like to. I have hoisting felt pedals. I run them quite stiff as well, which I regret. Again, I was talking about, you know, feeling the pain of not having power steering in certain cars when I'm not driving that much. I also feel the pain of not having my knee prepared for the amount of force that sometimes I use on the brake pedal, because after an hour, your left leg just doesn't want to move anymore, and it could be quite irritating and infuriating. But yeah, shoes for me are now a must, especially just because I hit the pedal so hard that barefoot is not an option, and socks I just don't feel that nice. Gloves are also a must, because with a car that does not have power steering, in the case of the Dallara iRating in particular, I have had cases where, just like they do in the real IndyCar series, they tell you if you have a crash to take your hands off the wheel so that you don't break something. I've had the situation where I've taken my hands off the wheel, not wearing gloves, and the wheel is ricocheted and moves so quickly, and the paddles on the back of the wheel have dug into my hand and actually drawn blood. So like I refuse to now drive without gloves, but I do think gloves are very much a driver preference. Socks, shoes, also driver preference. It's one of those human things as well. What setup, how have you configured your setup to work for you? Which is why so many drivers will tell you, Andy, that they don't want to do in-person events, LAN events, because they want their setup set up the way they want it in the environment they're used to, so that they can do the routine that they're used to.
Which sort of makes sense, I suppose, but I don't know. I think there's a lot to be said for those in-person events myself, and you know, real racing drivers have to adapt to these things changing all the time, so sim racers shouldn't have it too easy either. But yeah, the one thing I do struggle with, actually, now I think about it, not wearing shoes, is heel and toeing, which I've got a racing driver friend who's teaching me how to heel and toe. I'm not very good at it, but I do find that that does rather take its toll on the side of your foot when you're cutting into the side of a very stiff metal pedal. But yeah, that driver feel, and really being a racing driver, be that in a sim or in a real car, it all comes down to that feel, doesn't it? Because you can't learn how to race a racing car in a textbook. You've got to get out there and practice. You've got to get out there and just get a feel for it. And that goes even for experienced sim racers when they jump into a new car, such as this BMW M Hybrid V8 in the GTP class. It is a completely different challenge to anything that they will have driven before, and it all comes down to endless repetition and practice. It is, as Hugo Luis has just pointed out to us, all about muscle memory, and that is so true of sim racing and real racing, particularly in the sim where you don't have as many variables perhaps in terms of track conditions changing and things like that. It is about muscle memory and repetition and just getting to the point where the car feels like more of an extension of your body.
Just watching in our iRacing Twitch chat, say hello to Tony Kanaan and to Daniel Morad watching right now. Tony Kanaan getting ready for what may be his final ride. The last ride, part 3, I think this is technically, as he gets set for the 2023 Indianapolis 500 alongside with the now renamed, I think it's the Arrow McLaren IndyCar team. There's no spam anymore in there. It is just Arrow McLaren, I think, is the way that it's named. Of course, it may be his very final ride because the news is that Kyle Larson's going to be jumping into the IndyCar world for 2024, and it was really interesting and amusing on social media where someone had asked Kyle, why not 2023? And Tony jumps in on social media because he's very active and a really lovely guy and just says, because that's my car for 2023.
Yeah, hands off, Kyle. You'll get your chance. And it's not like Kyle Larson's doing badly for himself in NASCAR at the moment, let's be honest. But that would be kind of interesting. I think he could do well in open wheel. And, you know, we've seen quite a few open wheel drivers move into stock car racing. Doing it the other way round, as what Jimmy Johnson proved, is not that easy to do. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see how a car gets on next year.
And of course, Jimmy Johnson is going back over to the NASCAR world. It's interesting that because he is a quote-unquote experienced driver, I don't know what the exact word was being used, he's going to be allowed a test of the car before they head out to Daytona. Not sure if they're giving Travis Pastrana that same liberty, which I think they should definitely allow. I will say hello as well to Daniel Gray, who's a bit sad that we did not say hello to him. So hello, Daniel from Down Under, was racing in one of our earlier time splits in a really interesting car. Great to see all the people now jumping in as we get set to ride and through these final 15 minutes. Back on board with Gordy Much, and you can see the back of his face on the back of his chair now as well. But for those that missed what we were talking about, our producer Hugo Luis, there we go, right on the money. That is where Gordy is driving right now. It's a nice big smile.
It did take me a moment to recognise him in the picture, though, because he's not wearing his Harry Potter glasses in that photo. That's the Gordy that I know and love, and he's back doing his job. 4th place, not a bad recovery, actually. They had a fairly disastrous opening couple of hours in the number 9 car, twice finding themselves off the track, and through no fault of their own. And Gordy either listening to us, or if he's sensible, having someone else reporting about what we're saying, and enjoying the moment here, as well he may, because he and the whole team have done a good job to drag themselves back into a top 5 position.
Yeah, no, that is the car. They got a bit of damage on the front end of the right side as well. They were part of the all-out brawl that we were talking about just a handful of minutes ago at the very start of the LMP2 race. Somehow they thought it was a 24-minute race rather than a 24-hour race. 2 wide, 3 rows deep was not that unexpected. They went 3 wide on the race start as well, which was a little bit nerve-wracking if I'm being completely honest with you. But they were able to survive until about minute 20 when it all kicked off. Dominic Hoffman rolls for the final time as he wraps up what's a successful debut for the Urano Esports team in this 190 machine. Looks like they're going to grab a double podium, 2nd and 3rd, to add to the sweep of the podium that they grabbed in the iRacing Roar in the GT4 class a week ago. It's all nice momentum here at Daytona to build to other events that we've got coming up in the next couple of weeks. Of course, next weekend, Andy, we know there's not going to be much. We're all going to be focused on Daytona for the Rolex 24 and to see exactly how the GTPs, the LMP2s, the LMP3s, the GTD Pros, and the GTDs all manage to share the track here at Daytona.
That is going to be interesting, isn't it? I think it's got the potential to be a real barnstormer, though. It could be a fantastic edition of the Rolex 24 this year. I can't wait for it, and this has really sort of got me in the mood for it even more, I think. And this is just a taste with just the one manufacturer in the GTP category so far, at least, represented on iRacing. Going to be really interesting to see that inter-manufacturer competition in the real race at the weekend. We had the Raw, of course, this weekend as well, which gave us our first little glimpse at what's going to happen. I'm fairly certain the running order of this weekend was not fully representative of what we're going to see next week. It rarely is, really, at that event, but hey, it's still a good opportunity to see the cars out on track for the first time.
Sandbags? What are those? BOP? What's that? I did note that the new generation Porsche 992 GT3R has seemingly had a chronic lack of top speed. And I do appreciate the way that IMSA kind of works with the BOP. Of course, there was a lot of drama when Ford went to Le Mans, threw the sandbags out and took them out just for the race itself, and of course went on to dominate and sweep the podium. But IMSA kind of works the other way. They're willing to over BOP and then rein it in once they figure out the true potential of the car. It's a bit unfair for the customers that, have bought a brand new car and would like to go out and win on its first outing. But it also means that it allows the team at IMSA enough time to gather more data, because ultimately BOP is all about balancing and managing the data that you have and massaging it to understand, well, this driver did this, he was only maybe driving at 9/10 of his ability. This driver did this, he was at 8/10. How are we going to actually BOP them up together?
It's an impossible task. I've always said I do not envy. There are two people in motorsport, two groups of people I really don't envy. One is race stewards, because they're never right and they will never keep anybody happy if you ask the drivers anyway. And the other is those responsible for the BOP, because not only is it a constantly moving target, but it's a constantly moving target that's being shrouded in secrecy by all of the teams, because none of them want to actually let on how quick their car is, because they figured out that they can play the system and it's nigh on impossible for anyone to figure out what the real true pace of that car is until you go racing. And it's particularly tricky when you start bringing in a new set of technical regulations, because you have no previous, no history to look back on. It's a brand new starting point, and it will inevitably take a little while for them to figure it all out. And yeah, I'm sure they will get there in the end. But the teams, if you give them a loophole, if you give them an opportunity to play the rules to their advantage, they wouldn't be doing their job if they didn't at least try to benefit in some way.
Daniel Morad saying that the roar is always weird. Everyone seems to drive 2 seconds off the pace. Daniel Morad has won the Rolex 24 back in 2017, so I'm going to take his word for it. He was competing with Allegra Motorsports back then, competing in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge in the GT4 class this coming year, along with the Windward Racing bunch. Looking forward to seeing how he gets on this weekend, and moving forward to next weekend as well and all the festivities. I will say the thing that I'm most looking forward to, surprisingly, I know I've said a lot about the GTP cars, Mazda MX-5 Cups back at Daytona. Yes, please, give me some of that.
Now, I have a soft spot for MX-5 racing. It's what actually got me into iRacing and sim racing, full stop. I didn't have a sim rig until I started commentating on an iRacing league here in the UK during lockdown, and I thought, this looks right up my street. And it was, and I went on to enjoy a little bit of success in that very same league. It's such a good fun car to drive. It produces some of the absolute best racing. It's another form of racing that's very popular here in the UK, although Mark IV MX-5 not yet really making its presence felt over here. Hopefully that will come shortly, but I've got a real soft spot for that. And you just know that at a track like Daytona, unless it rains or they all implode on the final lap and it finishes under caution, you're guaranteed really close finishes, and that's always a highlight of the Rolex 24 weekend.
Yeah, and last year it was quite rainy for the MX-5s as well, which looked quite treacherous, I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, they always manage to put on a show, no matter where they go. I forget, maybe it was Toronto, which was outside, of course, of IMSA, but the MX-5 was supporting another series there. Fantastic racing there. Just in general, it's a type of car, like we were saying earlier, you don't need a ton of power to have good racing. You just need a car that allows you to go side by side. Does what a lot of the lower power open wheel formula cars let you do.
Yeah, for sure. Some of the best racing I ever see is some of the slowest racing I ever see. We race Citroen 2CVs quite a lot here in the UK, and they've got a top speed of about 55 miles an hour, I think, and that's not even an exaggeration, but it is frequently some of the closest racing you'll ever see. But certainly when it comes to endurance racing, that is a little bit different, and that's less about the wheel-to-wheel racing, more about the story of the race. And boy, what a story this car has had over the course of the race, leading early on, dropping out of sequence because of that small bit of contact at that very corner there, the Western Horseshoe. At that point, it looked like maybe they'd get back into it, but as the hours went by, they just weren't getting any closer to the front, and suddenly here they are now, 7 minutes from home with a 32-second lead.
And that's, again, let's not dance around the topic. The reality is, the controversy is the controversy, but it's controversy that happened in qualifying. The reality is, the number 1 machine was pegged back through no fault of their own, after the little tangle they had with the spinning GTD car, and managed to fight their way back. It is a well-deserved victory that they are on course to take, even though a lot of people want to talk about something that happened before the green flag even dropped.
I wonder whether they'll drop down below the yellow line to celebrate the victory as they take the checkered flag. Perhaps not.
We'll have to wait and see. 6 minutes to go. We're going to get to probably lap 9:19, so I don't think we're breaking any distance records for this iRacing Daytona 24. Final pit stops underway for the likes of Simsa Esports and Gustas Grimbergus as they need a bit of a splash and dash to work their way to the end of this race. In terms of the other classes as well, let's kind of run down what happened in them. We've talked plenty around LMP2 and how crazy the race was at the very start. The race did look as though, after about 2 hours though, it was in the control of the Williams Esports Mahler LMP2 car. Now, most of the LMP2 contenders have taken damage at some point through the race. The question was, how much of that were they able to get repaired? How much was the lasting damage still impacting them from there? Williams Esports Mahler had, I want to say, 4 different incidents where one of them was definitely their own fault. That was them down into turn number 1, getting a little bit too close to the Inet Motorsports blue car and causing all sorts of chaos. But they've had a couple of unlucky moments with traffic trying to lap them as well that have dropped them out. It's what first dropped them out of the lead. It's then what dropped them subsequently after that contact with Inet Motorsports out of the race entirely. The Apex Racing team were the fastest in qualifying, and not by a small margin. And Elvis Rankin and company have driven a almost, I don't want to say smooth race, but a calm race to bring the 199 to the front of the class.
Yeah, it's been a battle of survival, really, in LMP2. Like you said, even they haven't been without their dramas, but they've had fewer dramas or less significant dramas than the rest of the field. And yeah, certainly through the second half of the race, they have looked pretty much untouchable, really. An Apex Racing team will be happy with the result. Time for one last lose within the GTPs, and that's that troubled 9th place in class car, isn't it? The Simsa Esports car. And how many times, Arjuna, have we seen these BMWs locking up the rears under braking?
Yeah, and it's something that we had talked about before we even went live at the very start of the event. And I said, I think we'll see a few instances of it, but these drivers probably have the setups dialed in. They've got the master cylinders, they got the brake pads set where they want to be. No, we've had quite a few of those little moments, and that's why Gustas Grimbergus is still stopped, and I think likely actually now going to be retiring from the race. They will not see the checkered flag, will be classified 9th in class. GTD, I mean, Apex Racing Team 1 and 2 until a disconnect, and after that, it didn't matter that it was 2 laps separating the 99 from the 98. They got back to the task at hand, which was exactly what they've been doing the entirety of the race. And Apex Racing Team in GTD very much atoning for the pain that they endured at the start of the 2022 iRacing Daytona 24 out of the race before they even got into the meat of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a flawless performance from them in that GTD category, and I'm trying to think that their nearest rivals at the moment, Team BMW Bank, in second place, over a lap behind. I don't really recall the number 7 car having any major trouble. I don't think that's why they've dropped back. It has just been through this sublime teamwork with the Apex Racing Team cars, even when they got separated by a lap with the 98 having the disconnect. It's you know, they almost didn't stumble at all, did they? Just picked up right where they'd left off, and I do genuinely think that's where they picked up the time that they have, and it's been as close to a flawless 24-hour performance as it's possible to have.
I think Rainer Talvar is still going to be a little bit salty about how the start of this race played out. Now, do remember, a BMW bank on pole position. You had Apex Racing, who instantly got into line and funneled down low behind the BMW bank car. I don't mean to say this was intentional, but the reality is Rainer Talvar got a bit of a shot up the back of his car, ran a little bit, had to run a little bit wide, and saw himself drop down to 5th. I'm not saying that that was the turning point of the race by any means, but it's how the race started, and they're going to end up finishing behind the Apex Racing Team Giro as well. Scott Michaels, by the way, in the SRC Movano car that runs in 5th spot. With 2 minutes left to go, we wondered if he was going to have enough fuel to make it to the end, and Andy, he did not.
Well, there you go, and this close to the end of the race as well. You have to imagine they were trying to get there, weren't they? And they've just miscalculated slightly by a couple of laps, because that is all they miscalculated by. We're going to be coming through now, I think, to start the final lap, because I reckon that Arthur Verhoek could probably back off a little bit, couldn't he? He's lapping in the 1 minute 32s-ish and crosses the line with 1 minute 32 left.
I don't know if this is the final lap or not, to be completely honest. It could be, it could not be. It all depends on the average lap time and how iRacing has indicated it. We'll let you know as soon as we know. I just want to give a big shout out as well to the team over at VCO. 4th year that they partnered up with iRacing to bring you these VCO Grand Slams. They do a great job behind the scenes as well. That VCO content crew, Ruben Luque and Reese Carls, 2 new members to the VCO content team, are helping to deliver images across the 2 splits I think that we've got. You can head over to the VCO content database on photos.vco-esports.com to see the entirety of the collection. And don't forget that VCO is trying to push the boundaries, not just focused on sim racing, of course partnered up with IMSA to bring you the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship at the end of 2022, but esports racing and trying to make it as exciting and unique as possible with events like the VCO Esports Racing League, like the Esports Racing World Cup. More details to come about those events for 2023 on social media in the next handful of days. Is this the final trip through the Le Mans bus stop for your race leaders? For Williams Esports, one of the biggest names in all of sim racing and coming into one of the biggest races of the year with expectations. The expectation to be winner number 1 in the GTP class. They will work their way to the line, and I think it's one more lap to go. It is. We get one additional lap, and we were talking about this right as we were talking about cars needing maybe to think about when the leader was going to cross the line. The leader crosses the line with 0 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and this is an example of where your strategy can sometimes go wrong right at the very end. Luckily, this race-leading car should be okay for fuel. This is the 22nd lap of the stint. They've been regularly doing 25 laps throughout the rest of the race, and they should be okay. But if there is anybody starting now, a 25th lap within the GTP field, they'll be starting to feel a bit nervous. But for Arthur Verhoek and the whole Williams Esports Chill Blast team, this is almost like a lap of honour now. They've done 24 hours of racing. They still need to complete this final lap to get the flag, but they get one more chance around the World Centre of Racing to show what they can do, to show off this beautiful car, and to bring it home a very comfortable winner.
Maybe we should not be too shocked at the quality of this car. Of course, Alexander Spetz, we mentioned the domination that we've seen from him over the week of official iRacing IMSA competitions. 45-minute races every 2 hours. Arthur Verhoek won both the Watkins Glen 6 hours and Petit Le Mans last year. Those are 2 of our VCO Grand Slams here in 2023. Is this the statement from Williams Esports that they want to dominate the VCO Grand Slams? They will come across the line to win the biggest race in sim racing in the GTP class for the very first time. It's Williams Esports Chill Blast victorious in the 2023 iRacing Daytona 24 Hours powered by VCO. Arthur Verhoek, Matt Farrow and Alexander Spetz will walk away with 3 trophies to signify their achievement. Across the line in the LMP2 class and defending their win from 2022, Elvis Rankin from pole position to victory in the Apex Racing Team 199. But that does not tell the story of the race. It was a hard-fought victory, and the 4 drivers will come across the line delighted with their effort. Kele Costantini as well, Stanley Deslandes, the Two of the other drivers that we've seen from that car, Owen Carl, the fourth of the drivers, a sterling job in the 199, and it is going to be a party in Corby tonight as we wait now for the third and final winner to come towards the line. Almost pixel perfect for Sal Batalons in the Apex Racing team number 99. They would have wanted the 1 and 2, Andy, but they'll take the double victory here at Daytona.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, even though there were these problems for the 98 car, they've still played a crucial role in getting the number 99 to the victory here, haven't they? Even when they fell down that lap, they have still managed to stay on the tail of the teammate and work with them, in fact, ahead for this final stint. And we're going to have, I think, the top 2 cars in the GTD class coming to the finish side by side.
Yeah, albeit 1 lap separating them. On debut, Sal Batalons has the biggest smile on his face, and it's because the Apex Racing team put the demons aside from 2022 and conquered GTD, carrying their momentum forward from the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship. It's Apex on top once more. A great way to sign off from the World Center of Racing momentarily. We'll be back here in the middle of Feb for the iRacing Daytona 500. But the celebrations are ongoing throughout the field, not just at the front for those that come across the line as winners, but for those, Andy, that come across the line as finishers after 24 tough hours of racing.
And they have been tough, haven't they? The attrition rate has been well documented in this top split. I'm sure it's been similar across all of the splits. And for all of the drivers who are finishing their race right now, a huge congratulations, regardless of which of the splits it was that you were in. But a particular congratulations to our top split winners. What a performance this has been by Williams Esports Chill Blast, who bounced back from their early drama and are quite rightfully celebrating in the Daytona grass, as so many racing greats have done over the years, and they can be very, very proud of what they've achieved today.
Wasn't easy for many. We started with 50 cars. I think we had about 27 actually end up getting to the checkered flag, but the donuts are well earned. And yeah, expect a party down at Corby tonight. This is your LMP2 results. We'll grab the GTP results in just a handful of moments, but it is Elvis Rankin, 1 lap clear of the rest of the field. Give a shout out to the Culture Racing team. Jose Soria in the Spanish contingent across the line in second, with Inet Motorsports Blue charging their way forward 12 positions after not setting a qualifying time to grab the final spot on the podium. Gordy Much in the Apex Racing Academy car able to bounce back to be in 4th position in front of SRC Movano Corsa, whose late pit stop with 2 minutes left on the clock did not drop them outside of the top 5. It's Havu Carbon Sim Sport, the Fire Academy number 14, Chit Chat Racing, all finishers here today. And then we get to some of our retirees, the Bootson VDS by Undercut Black number 21, Williams Esports Marla car that was very much in contention until multiple incidents took it out of the battle. Arturo Melgar set up shop in 12th with Race Clutch Black, Sim RC, Ronin Sim Sport, Sim RC, and then Zenith Esports, all not classified as finishers after this race. Over then to the top class of BMW M Hybrid V8s. It's Arthur LeHook, winner number 1 in this class. Williams Esports Chill Blast setting their stall out for the rest of the VCO Grand Slams. It's a Urano double podium, carrying forward the momentum of the sweep of the podium that we saw from them in the iRacing Raw before, winning the race, grabbing 2nd and 3rd as well in the GT4 class. They'll be delighted with how 2023 has started. Race Clutch in their white entry in the number 11 car across the line in 4th, with Pure Sims Esports being able to grab a top 5, albeit 5 laps down. Handful more cars really showing some endurance racing persistence. The BMW M Team BS competition, TC Corsa Esports, German Sim Racing Blue, and Simsa all reached the checkered flag, albeit in the case of Gustas Grimberger, 69 laps down. Obsidian Racing led after a handful of hours, but classified down in 10th with the rest of the field. SSC Movano Corsa, Maniti Racing Red, Hydra Race Geodesic Racing, the Race Class Red entry, the number 8 car, and then SRC's number 3, BS Turner's number 96. That split livery did not get far into the race, unfortunately, with Jarl making a pretty basic mistake, and then the Wave Italy Racing team out on lap number 1. Last but not least, over to the GTDs, and it's a nice mix of manufacturers at the front with 3 manufacturers on the podium. It is Sal Batalons, though, that grabs the victory for the Apex Racing team. Phil Denez brings the Team BMW bank car powered by BS Competition across the line in second, 1 lap down from the race leader. And then Daniel Pastor in the number 55 scored 2 laps down, but on the podium for Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports. Alejandro Sanchez in the second of the Apex Racing team cars might be a little frustrated with a technical issue that lost them a lap, but they played the team game and got their number 99 car to the victory. It's Sable that rounds out the top 5 with Door Esports, Williams Esports, BenQ, and the Apex Racing Academy car. The rest of our 8 finishers in class. The Vila Racing Team Euronics 9th, Alexei Nesov for Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports classified down in 10th, with the other Urano car in 11th, PGZ in 12th, R8G in 13th. They'll be hoping that Roman Grosjean fares better in his Lamborghini in a week's time. Williams Esports Razor, U-Race BR, Redragon by Reich, one of the hardest team names to shout when something's getting exciting. They're down in 15th, with Altus, the final classified car here today. Tristan Iglesias, we talked to him after the opening hour, after their retirement. A little bit frustrated, not much that he could truly do. We will hold and have a bit of a moment here where hopefully we can grab some interviews with our drivers, and I do believe that first we are going to get the Apex Racing Team double victory in the class, and I can already hear them standing by. I think we've got Jamie Fluke, Johan Hoth ready to go first in the Apex Racing Team studio. Jamie, I'll start with you. What was that race like? It seems like there was a great environment behind the scenes. It must have been nice to actually grab the victory this time. Yeah,
it's a wonderful environment to be in. Obviously, we had the disappointment 12 months ago with the GTD entry. So to put the plan together, put the pieces together on this one and execute well is, a great feeling, wonderful feeling.
Johan, from your perspective, you and I talked before the race. We knew what you had to do, and you executed the game plan as best as possible until that internet disconnection. How much of an interesting race was it for you versus just executing the game plan that you had?
Well, definitely the most tired I've ever been after a race. I think Jamie can confirm. We're
knackered.
Knackered, yeah, exactly. But yeah, obviously the disconnect was a bit annoying for us, but yeah, we managed to get back in formation and we followed the plan all the way. So yeah, really amazing job from the team.
You say you guys are tired, but how big a party are we planning tonight?
That's a great question, because I think all of us just need a bit more sleep before we actually start partying.
Probably gonna crash for a couple hours. And
and then maybe the festivities will kick off then at that point.
Jamie, you've been now 12 months living in this Apex Racing Team facility. What was it like today compared to what it was like last year? Of course, Daytona last year being the first event that you ran from this facility. It seemed like it scaled up a little bit more this time around.
Yeah, a little bit. So obviously, the very first event that we did from here was this 12 months ago, and we're just still trying to find our feet a little bit and sort of get used to our new surroundings. And obviously, the result was a massive boost for us just as a team and as an organisation as a whole. Now that we feel like we're established here in Corby, and we've got all our ducks in a row, so to speak. So things are looking up, and looking forward to kicking on and keep delivering really big results in 2023.
Of course, it's going to start getting busy for you guys starting in February. Congratulations on a great way to kick off the year. Can't wait to see what the rest of the year holds in store for you guys, the Corby crew.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Arjuna. Cheers.
We'll let them swap things around as we then get the chance to talk over to Elvis Rankin in a handful of moments' time. A great result, of course, in GTD, running 1 and 2 for so long until a technical issue. From your perspective, Andy, I mean, we talked very briefly with them. We watched a lot behind the scenes, saw Gordy Mutch's face. So what did you think about the Apex Racing Team performance in GTD today?
Well, I really think that it reflects this idea that they had to have the base in Corby, have the whole team together. We've been saying all the way through the broadcast that should create a team environment that is conducive to professionalism, to better teamwork. And that's how they won this race. That's how they dominated this race in GTD through that teamwork. I'm not saying they couldn't have done that if they had drivers, jumping in from all areas of the globe, but it must be easier to do that. It's easier to have those pre-race planning meetings, those pre-race test sessions when everyone is there together. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the team that has gone to the trouble of making sure they're almost all anyway, in the same place at the same time for these events were the ones who executed the most flawless of team strategies.
We'll give Elvis Rankin a couple more moments before we chat with him. So instead, let's go on over to our GTP winner, where Arthur LeHook is standing by. Arthur, I've got to ask, what was going through your minds about 45, 50 minutes in, where you got a little bit of damage, you had to come in a little bit early and take the damage repairs and fight your way back to the front of the field?
It was a tough situation. We were, I would say, quite easily at the front. We were saving a bit. Yeah, but this action happened, and yeah, everything could have been wrong. We only had like 55 seconds of repairs. So we decided to do a short stint so we could repair the car entirely, and yeah, we lose like 1 minute in the pit, but yeah, it was still 23 hours to go, so a long race ahead, and yeah, we made it.
Talk to me a little bit about your experience with this GTP car. Of course, so many teams trying to figure out the best way to get speed from it. You guys clearly had a rocket ship, but you also, I think, all had to deal with one thing in particular, which is rear brake locking. You guys didn't seem to have too much issue with that at all.
Yeah, that new car is, to be honest, one of the best cars on iRacing. I just love it. The Den4 is massively good. Yeah, I saw that some guys still have problems with the brakes, especially on cold tires, but yeah, some things they can figure it out, how to manage it.
I'll ask you about last year. You won Watkins Glen 6 hours, you won the Petit Le Mans as well. So now, with Daytona in your back pocket, I'm sure the plan is to head to Sebring, win another VCO Grand Slam, and to defend your wins at Watkins Glen and Petit Le Mans to sweep the Grand Slams for 2023.
Exactly. Last three special event, I managed to win it with my teammate and with Williams Esports. So yeah, 2023 is starting on a good way. So we will keep to do a good work to be in this position in the next race as well.
Congratulations on a valiant recovery drive, Arthur. You guys very much had to wheel that car after the opening 90 minutes. We'll see what happens for the rest of the VCO Grand Slams. For now, we'll let you go and celebrate.
Yep, thank you, guys.
And we will go directly over. You can already hear them in the background. We'll go over back to the Apex Racing Team facility where Elvis Rankin and Stanley Deslandes are standing by. Elvis, I'll start with you. Flew over from the US to the UK. What was your experience like back at the Apex Racing Team facility?
Yeah, it was very, very good. Been here for a couple of weeks now. Really just put a lot of effort towards this event. All the guys at Apex, I mean, the 4 guys in the car, I think we had a combined 100 plus hours. I mean, I had 60 alone myself. We've really, even though it may have seemed like a lot simpler because we had the winning setup from last year and it pretty much was seemed like a simple thing, it definitely wasn't. We all definitely worked very, very hard for this.
Stanley, you of course joined the Apex Racing Academy last year and now promoted to the full racing team. Got to ask what your experience was like last year being part of the Academy and getting to grow with such a strong bunch who are having a mega 2022.
Yeah, the Academy is great. I'm actually still in the Academy, so I'm still training with all the Academy guys and the main team guys, improving a lot. It's just great being a part of this team. Like, winning Daytona is something I'd never even think about doing, and now we've just done it. We've put so much effort into this. As Elvis said, 60 hours for himself, around 35 for me. We've been on it for weeks now, and just to get the win is just so relieving.
Maybe not long in the Academy. Just talk more to Alex Simpson about this victory. Elvis, in terms of you, last year won the Skip Barber Racing Series. What's your plan looking forward to 2023?
Oh, man, I can't say, Arjuna. I got a few things tidying in the background, but I'm still under NDA at the minute, so until it's fully announced, then I can open my mouth, but for now, I gotta keep tight lip.
I tried. Stanley, what about you? What's your plan this year? Of course, continuing to grow, but what focus are you going to have in terms of the races that we may see you in?
Well, just keep improving. There's Bathurst 12-hour coming up in not too long, so I'll definitely be racing that. 24-hour series as well. Be racing some rounds of that. That's my main focus for the short term. Long term, I'm not quite sure what's going on at the end of the year, but I'm sure I'll find a series to stick to and put all my effort towards.
Congratulations, guys, on the victory alongside with Michele Costantini and Owen Carl as well. It was not an easy drive. You guys have earned this one. Go off and celebrate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
appreciate the Apex Racing team for moving over to the studio and letting us into their world for a handful of moments there. And, well, maybe not a party initially. They'll sleep, and then maybe the party tonight, Monday night. We'll see exactly what happens. It's time, unfortunately, for us to bring this to a close, but we can't do so without looking forward to the next iRacing special event. Stanley already alluded to it. We're going down under to the mountain. It's time to go back to Mount Panorama for the Bathurst 12 Hours, February the 11th. Join us on RaceSpot TV at 12:30 p.m. UTC for what is going to be a tough and treacherous race, Andy.
Yeah, one of my absolute favourites. One of the true great racetracks around the world. One of the true great races as well. And always a hugely challenging one just to survive your 12-hour ordeal at the mountain. I'm hoping to get back behind the wheel for the second year running at that event, and it's going to be a lot of fun. It always is. You will not want to miss it.
Yeah, we're going to have to try and pull you off your driving duties to get you back in the commentary booth, it sounds like. Let's very quickly look at the iRacing special event calendar as well before we say goodbye. The journey across of motorsport, around the world and across the disciplines as well. 2 now in the books, both from the high banks of Daytona, and yes, we'll land back here in the middle of February for the great American race, the iRacing Daytona 500. New additions, the Road America 500 and the Fuji 8 Hours, very much going to attract some attention from their respective fans, but ultimately, Andy, we said it at the very start, we'll say it at the very end. The beauty in sim racing is in its accessibility and opening doors to racers, to sim racers who maybe did not think about the different disciplines and exactly how much fun they can be.
Yeah, absolutely. From sports cars to GT cars, stock cars to off-road racing, whatever it is that you're into, iRacing can cater for it. And that list of special events, perhaps the most impressive they've ever had, every month, absolutely full of top-quality sim racing. And I'm hopefully looking forward to being part of it myself.
Looking forward to having you, that's for sure. Remember as well, 3 more VCO Grand Slams, all our IMSA iRacing special events. Next up, the end of March, Sebring 12 Hours. Middle of June, we head to upstate New York for the Watkins Glen 6 Hours, and then, of course, all roads lead to Georgia. We're going back to Road Atlanta for Petit Le Mans at the very start of October. That's a look forward, and it's a long road ahead. You can catch all the action here live on RaceSpot TV and on the iRacing Esports Network. 24 hours of coverage. It does not happen without the team behind us. Let's take the time to thank all those that make it possible. Starting with our timing partners, James Muscat at Timing 71, allowing you to follow along with the races in such great detail. Dougie Beard providing all of our track cameras. The hard-working team at ATVO making iRacing broadcasting the best that it can be. To Nick Thiessen, Kevin Niatola, and Simon Grossman, thank you for all your hard work. The VCO content team, Ruben Luque and Reese Carls behind all of the cameras. Danny Elgube doing our social media graphics, and the big boss himself, Florian Hasper, awake for almost all of the 24 hours, keeping you all up to date on social media. Our crack team of producers, Hugo Luis, Raphael Sank, and Connery Maddock, working their magic on the turntables. And then our commentary team, Peter Mackay, Zach Sweeney, Cameron Roger, Lorenzo Bonder, DJ Clark, Connery Maddock, Terry Radford, Ewan O'Leary, Joey Tebbin, David Haynes, and Chaz Draycott, taking you through 2 splits of competition and through 36 hours of coverage. My name is Arjuna Kangipati, alongside with Andy McEwen. Delighted to have your company here from the World Center of Racing. Don't forget, a week from now, we go racing back here for the Rolex 24. You can catch all the action live on IMSA TV and on NBC. We'll see you from the mountain. For now, so long, go and get some rest and celebrate those that finished the biggest race in sim racing, the iRacing Daytona 24, powered by VCO.